Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you to enjoy. Whether you're trying to sleep, do homework, chores, or anything really, this video will be perfect for you. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy these videos, and discuss the stories with each other in the comments. Now let's get right to the first story.
Story 1. I had a bad feeling about my own home, so I pretended to go on vacation. While I was watching from afar, an elderly neighbor took me by the hand and said, "At midnight, you will see and understand everything." When midnight came, I fainted from what I saw. The afternoon heat clung to my shirt as I pushed open the door to my study. My fingers found the light switch, and that's when my hand froze mid-motion. Something was wrong. Nothing dramatic. No overturned furniture or shattered glass. But after 40 years of living in this house, 30 of them as a superior court judge, I knew every angle, every shadow, every detail of this room. The manila folders on my desk sat to and left of where I'd placed them. The chair was angled wrong, and the filing cabinet, my private filing cabinet, had fresh scratches around the lock. My heart hammered against my ribs. I sat down my water bottle with deliberate care, fighting the urge to rush forward. Instead, I circled the desk slowly, letting my eyes catalog every disturbance. The property deed folder, which I always kept facing forward, now tilted sideways. Tax documents I'd filed chronologically were shuffled. Someone had gone through these papers methodically, trying to replace them close to their original positions. Close, but not perfect. I crouched beside the cabinet, my knees protesting. The lock bore tiny scratches. Amateur work. Probably a letter opener or butter knife. I pulled the drawer open. Everything was there, but the order was wrong. My will sat beneath the insurance papers instead of above them. Financial statements showed thumbprints in the margins. Maybe I'd done this myself. Moved things in a moment I'd forgotten. I was 67 after all. But even as the thought formed, I dismissed it. 30 years on the bench had taught me to trust evidence over convenient explanations. My mind might be aging, but it wasn't failing. Not yet. I stood there in the silence of my study, holding a folder with someone else's fingerprints on it, and felt something shift inside my chest. Not panic, something colder. The same instinct that had helped me catch lying witnesses, spot forged documents, see through rehearsed testimony. That instinct was screaming now. The question was, who? Dinner answered that question without words. I'd taken my usual seat at the head of the table. Edwin sat to my right, Euphemia across from him. The chicken was overcooked. Euphemia had never quite mastered my late wife's recipes, but I cut into it with measured precision, chewing slowly while they made small talk about their day. Then Edwin cleared his throat. "Dad, I was thinking, have you updated your will recently? Just want to make sure everything's properly organized." My fork stopped halfway to my mouth. I set it down with careful control, the metal clicking against porcelain louder than it should have been. I looked at my son. Really looked at him. His eyes darted to Euphemia, then back to me. Too quickly. "Why do you ask?" "No reason, just smart planning, you know. At your age." "At my age." I let the words hang there, watching a flush creep up his neck. "I see." Euphemia leaned forward, her smile warm, but her eyes sharp. "Wilbert, we only want what's best. Having clear documentation protects everyone. Prevents confusion later." I took a sip of water, giving myself time to study her. She was good, better than Edwin at hiding nerves. But I'd spent 3 decades reading body language in courtrooms. Her left hand gripped her fork too tightly. The tendons in her wrist stood out like cables. Confusion about what exactly? She blinked, recovered smoothly. "Oh, you know, legal matters. Edwin worries about you living alone in this big house." "Does he?" Not a question. I picked up my fork again, resumed eating, let them interpret my silence however they wanted. The rest of the meal crawled past. I pretended to watch the evening news afterward while actually studying their reflections in the darkened window behind the television. They sat close on the couch, heads together, voices low. Euphemia touched Edwin's arm, a gesture of reassurance or conspiracy. Edwin nodded, glanced toward me, then quickly away when he thought I might notice. They thought I was just watching television. They had no idea I was building a case. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling fan's slow rotation, unable to sleep. My son. My own son. The boy I'd raised, put through law school, celebrated at his wedding, now sitting in my living room, plotting what? To have me declared incompetent to take control of my assets. The house was worth over $1 million in this Scottsdale market. The life insurance policy another $500,000. Retirement accounts, investments, the land in Flagstaff my father had left me. Plenty of motivation for someone without patience. I was up before dawn, moving through the quiet house like a ghost. The mail sat in its usual spot by the front door. Edwin must have brought it in yesterday. I sorted through the stack with careful attention. 3 envelopes had been opened and crudely resealed. 2 tax-related letters I'd been expecting were missing entirely. I pulled out my phone and checked the postal tracking app. Both missing letters showed as delivered 3 days ago. My hands trembled as I photographed the opened envelopes. Then I studied them through sheer will. No room for emotion now. Only evidence, observation, planning. Back in my study, I stood before the violated filing cabinet and let the rage wash through me. Then I locked it away. Deep where it couldn't interfere with clear thinking. 30 years of watching people lie taught me one thing. Everyone has a tell. Edwin's was always in his eyes. Tonight he couldn't hold my gaze for more than 3 seconds. The pieces were assembling themselves in my mind like a legal brief. Motive, money, opportunity, living in my house. Method. Still unknown, but clearly they'd started gathering information, building leverage, and they thought I was just a tired old man who wouldn't notice his own life being stolen. I sank into my desk chair and spoke quietly into the empty room. They think I'm just a tired old man. They're about to learn what 3 decades in a courtroom teaches you. How to read evidence, how to build a case, and how to strike when they least expect it. The plan began forming then. Not revenge. Not yet. First, I needed information. And to get information, I needed to be invisible. I needed them to think they'd won, that I was out of the way, that they could act freely. They wanted me gone. Fine, I'd disappear. But not the way they hoped. I pulled out a notepad and began making lists, supplies I'd need, places I could watch from, people who owed me favors. The machinery of my counterattack clicked into place with the precision I'd once used to dismantle defense strategies. By the time the sun rose over the desert, casting long shadows across my study floor, I knew exactly what I was going to do. They had opened a door into darkness, thinking they'd find a helpless old man on the other side. Instead, they were going to find a judge. And this time, I wasn't bound by rules of evidence or procedural law. This time the verdict would be mine alone to deliver. 2 days of planning, 2 days of playing the oblivious retiree while making careful preparations. Now sitting at the breakfast table with Edwin and Euphemia, I was ready to set the trap. I buttered my toast slowly, took a deliberate sip of coffee, then set the cup down with casual precision. I've been thinking the Grand Canyon trip we always talked about, I'm going to do it 2 weeks starting today. Edwin's fork clattered against his plate. Today? That's sudden. I shrugged, reaching for the jam. I'm retired. No time like the present. Your mother always wanted to see it. Figured I'd finally do it for her. The emotion in that last sentence was calculated. True enough to be believable. Strategic enough to deflect suspicion. I watched them process it, saw the glance they exchanged, too quick, too loaded with meaning. Euphemia recovered first, leaning forward with manufactured warmth. That's wonderful, Wilbert. You deserve a break. Don't worry about anything here. Don't worry about anything here. The words hung in the air like a confession. I nodded slowly, studying my plate as if considering logistics rather than reading her face. She was already planning. I could see it in the way her fingers drummed once against the table. An unconscious gesture of impatience barely suppressed. You sure you're okay driving alone? Edwin asked, trying to sound concerned. Long trip for? He trailed off, realizing the trap he'd walked into. For someone my age? I let a sharp edge creep into my voice, watching him flinch. I didn't mean I know you didn't, son. I softened deliberately, giving him an exit. I'll be fine. Been driving these roads for 40 years. The relief on his face was almost painful to witness. My own son. Grateful I wasn't going to make this difficult for him, grateful for the opportunity to rob me, I spent the morning moving through the house with methodical precision, performing the role of enthusiastic traveler, hiking boots from the closet, camera equipment, maps of the Grand Canyon spread across the dining table. Each item chosen for authenticity. But buried among the tourist supplies, I packed other things. Binoculars, good ones with night vision capability. My old case notebook, still half full of blank pages, a small digital camera, the tools of investigation hidden beneath the costume of leisure. At lunch, I spread the map across the table and traced my planned route with one finger while they leaned in with feigned interest. I'll take Route 17 north, probably stop in Flagstaff the first night, then west to the canyon. Sounds perfect, Euphemia said, her eyes following my finger. But she wasn't looking at the route. She was looking at me, measuring, calculating how long I'd be gone. 2 weeks should be enough, I continued. Maybe I'll extend it if the weather's good. Been so long since I just existed somewhere without obligations. Take all the time you need, Edwin said too quickly, too eagerly. The afternoon heat was brutal as I loaded the truck. 108 degrees, the kind of Scottsdale summer day that made the air shimmer. I moved slowly, partly for effect, partly because my back genuinely protested. Cooler with ice and water, camping chair, sleeping bag I wouldn't need, but they'd expect to see. Edwin came out to help carry the heavier items. I let him, watching how his movements were stiff with guilt and anticipation wearing inside him. When everything was loaded, I turned to face him. He moved in for a hug, and I held him for a moment, feeling how rigid his embrace was. Take care of things here, I said quietly into his shoulder. We will, Dad. We will. Euphemia waited by the door, and I accepted her kiss on my cheek. Her perfume was expensive, newer than I remembered, sharper, purchased with anticipated money. The thought was acid in my mind, but I kept my face neutral, even warm. Enjoy yourself, Wilbert. You've earned this. I climbed into the truck, started the engine. They stood on the porch waving, their smiles too bright, their enthusiasm too sharp. As I pulled away, I watched them in the rearview mirror. The moment they thought I couldn't see anymore, their faces changed. Edwin's arm went around Euphemia's waist. She said something that made him laugh. They were celebrating. 20 miles east, not north. The Desert Inn Motel sat off Highway 87, the kind of place that took cash and didn't ask questions. I checked in under the name James Morrison, a defendant I'd once acquitted, long dead now, but whose details I still remembered. The clerk barely glanced at me. The room was exactly what I expected. Thin carpet, air conditioner that rattled, television bolted to the dresser. I sat on the edge of the bed and waited for darkness. 3 hours. I ate a sandwich I'd packed, drank water, tried to nap, but couldn't. My mind was already back at my house imagining what they were doing. Had they started already? Were they in my study right now, going through everything with no need for caution? The sun finally sank below the desert horizon at 7:30, painting the sky orange and purple. I waited another 2 hours until full darkness settled. Then I drove back. Different route this time. Side streets I knew from decades of living in this neighborhood. I parked 3 blocks away in the shadows beneath a eucalyptus tree and walked carefully through the warm night. My knees protested, but I ignored them. The vacant house across from mine had been for sale for 6 months. I'd walked past it dozens of times, noted the lock box on the front door, memorized the code from the realtor's sign, 4732. My fingers found the buttons in the darkness, and the box clicked open. The house smelled of dust and abandonment. That particular emptiness of a place waiting to become someone's home. I moved through it without lights, letting my eyes adjust, finding the front bedroom with its clear view of my own house. Every window over there blazed with light, both cars in the driveway. I set up my camping chair, unfolded it with a soft whisper of fabric and metal, pulled out the binoculars, raised them to my eyes, and there they were. Through my own living room window, I could see Edwin pacing. Euphemia sat on the couch, phone pressed to her ear. Animated conversation I couldn't hear but could read in her gestures. She was coordinating something. Someone. My heart didn't race. My hands didn't shake. Instead, I felt that same cold clarity that used to descend during complicated trials. When all the pieces finally aligned, the transformation was complete. I was no longer the target, no longer the victim being positioned and manipulated. I was the hunter now. And they had no idea I was watching. I adjusted the focus on the binoculars, settling in for a long night. 30 years I'd spent watching criminals from the bench, parsing truth from lies, justice from manipulation. Never thought I'd be watching them from an empty house across from my own home. Never thought one would be my own son, but here I was. And whatever they were planning, whatever they thought they'd get away with while I was gone, I was going to see every move, hear every word, document every crime. They wanted to write me out of my own life. Fine. I'd let them write the whole story, and then I'd show them what happens when you try to con a judge. I raised the binoculars to my eyes, focused on my own living room window, and waited to see who my son and daughter-in-law really were. 3 days of watching had left its mark. Empty coffee cups lined the windowsill of the vacant house. Fast food wrappers filled a plastic bag by the door. My back itched from the camping chair. My eyes burned from hours behind binoculars. But my mind stayed sharp. I documented every visitor, every light switched on or off, every movement through those windows across the street. But I hadn't seen enough. Not yet. Edwin and Euphemia moved through my house with increasing confidence. But whatever they were planning remained just beyond my ability to capture it. Then I heard footsteps on the porch. My hand shot toward my phone, ready to call the police and explain my presence before someone else did. The door opened slowly. I turned, rehearsing excuses, and froze. Georgiana Elliott stood in the doorway, her slight frame silhouetted against the afternoon sun. She wore a cream cardigan despite the heat. Sensible shoes, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. But what stopped me wasn't her appearance. It was the expression on her face. No surprise, no confusion, just calm recognition. "I've been watching you watch them, Wilbert." My throat tightened. "Mrs. Elliott, what are you doing here?" She stepped inside, closing the door behind her with the familiar ease of someone who'd done this before. "Same thing, you are discovering the truth." "I don't know what you mean." The denial came automatically. Judicial habit. Never confirm what you don't have to. She moved to the window, stood beside my chair, and pointed toward my house with one thin finger. "That window, second floor, that's where I saw Euphemia photographing on Tuesday. Room by room. Very thorough." My hands clenched around the binoculars. "You've been watching my house." "I've been watching your house for 40 years, Wilbert. We've been neighbors that long." She pulled a small notebook from her cardigan pocket. Opened it to reveal neat handwriting, dates, times. "A man came Tuesday afternoon. Business suit, leather briefcase, stayed 40 minutes. I leaned forward despite myself. "What did he look like?" "40s, maybe. Dark hair, professional. He came again Thursday morning. Edwin let him in both times." "You're certain?" Her eyes met mine, sharp and clear. "I may be old, but my eyes work fine." I stood, backing away from the window, trying to reclaim control. "This isn't your concern." Your family is robbing you blind," she interrupted, her voice matter of fact. "That makes it everyone's concern." The words hit like a verdict I'd been avoiding. "You don't know that, don't I?" She gestured at my surveillance setup. The binoculars, the notepad, the camping chair position for hours of watching. "Then why are you hiding in an empty house watching your own home?" The silence stretched between us. Outside, a car passed. Inside, the air conditioning unit rattled. Finally, I asked the only question that mattered. "What did you mean about midnight?" Georgiana turned back to the window, her profile sharp against the light. "They think you're far away. They're getting comfortable. Tonight they'll make their move." "How can you be sure?" She tapped her notebook with one finger. "Patterns. Tuesday and Thursday. The man came during day. Yesterday Edwin carried boxes to garage after dark. They're building towards something. And you think tonight I know tonight?" She looked at me directly. "Trust me." Trust. The word felt foreign. I'd spent 3 days alone with my suspicions, my shame, my rage. The idea of sharing any of it seemed impossible. This was my family, my failure, my battle to fight. But she was already pulling a thermos from a canvas bag I hadn't noticed. 2 cups, sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, setting up beside me as if we'd planned this partnership all along. "Why are you doing this?" The question came out quieter than I intended. She paused, cup halfway to her lips. When she spoke, her voice carried weight I hadn't heard before. "Because I watched my own daughter steal from me before she died. I did nothing. I won't watch it happen to someone else." Something in my chest loosened. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be ready." She handed me a cup of coffee. "When midnight comes, you'll need to see everything clearly. Both of us will." I took the coffee, returned to my position by the window. She pulled up a second chair from where I didn't ask, and settled beside me. We watched in silence as the afternoon faded into evening. The Scottsdale sky turned orange, then purple, then deep blue-black. Lights came on across the neighborhood. My house blazed brighter than the others. Every window lit through the glass. I could see Edwin pacing in the living room. Euphemia on her phone. Animated conversation, gesturing with her free hand. They were coordinating something. Someone. The pieces were moving into position. Georgiana poured more coffee, offered me a sandwich. I ate without tasting it, my eyes never leaving those windows. Hours crawled past. 10 o'clock, 11. The neighborhood settled into sleep. Lights went dark house by house, except mine. Edwin and Euphemia remained awake, moving between rooms, checking phones, looking out windows, waiting. At 11:40, Georgiana touched my arm. Soon my heart hammered against my ribs. 3 days of watching and now the moment approached. What would I see? How extensive was their plan? How complete was my son's betrayal? The questions circled in my mind like vultures. Then at 11:47, headlights swept down the street. Georgiana touched my arm again. "Here we go," she whispered. A black sedan slowed, turned into my driveway. Engine cut, door opened. A man emerged, business suit despite the hour, leather briefcase in hand. He checked his watch, looked around with the cautious awareness of someone who knew the late hour was unusual. My front door opened before he could knock. Edwin must have been watching for him. They exchanged brief words on the porch, voices too low to carry. Then both disappeared inside. The door closed. Through the living room window, I could see 3 figures now. I raised my binoculars. Georgiana raised her phone. We didn't discuss our roles. We simply fell into them. Documentation happening automatically between us. Evidence gathering. Witness testimony. Building a case without speaking the words. Through my living room window, I watched a meeting begin at my own dining table. The man with the briefcase sat down. Edwin across from him. Euphemia appeared from the hallway carrying a folder. I recognized immediately. Red worn at the edges. The one from my filing cabinet. My violated safe. My private papers. That's him, Georgiana whispered. That's Chavez. I lowered the binoculars long enough to look at her. You're certain? I looked up his real estate license after his second visit. Louis Chavez, commercial and residential. The name settled into my memory like evidence filed in a case folder. Louis Chavez, real estate agent. Meeting in my house at midnight with my son and daughter-in-law with my private documents spread across my dining table. Smart thinking, I said quietly. Document everything, she replied. You'll need it. I raised my phone and began taking photographs. The distance made some shots blurry. The window glass added glare, but enough came through clear, time-stamped, dated. Proof that this meeting happened, that these people gathered, that my papers changed hands without my knowledge or consent. 30 years of judicial work had taught me one fundamental truth. Evidence matters more than emotion. Whatever I felt watching this scene, and the feelings threatened to choke me, had to wait. Right now, only documentation mattered. The meeting stretched on. Chavez examined documents, holding them up to the light, occasionally checking signatures, watermarks, authenticity. Edwin's body language screamed nervousness, shoulders hunched, hands fidgeting, unable to maintain eye contact. But Euphemia sat confident and still, watching Chavez with the patience of someone certain of their position. Papers were signed, hands shook across the table. Then Euphemia disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a bottle, 3 glasses. Champagne, small celebration. They toasted. Chavez laughed at something Edwin said. They were celebrating in my house with my papers, planning my destruction over drinks. I lowered my phone. My hands trembled, not from cold, but from fury held in check by sheer force of will. Georgiana's hand touched my shoulder briefly. Keep photographing, she whispered. Evidence, not emotion. She was right. I raised the phone again, captured the toast, the smiles, the confidence in their faces, every detail that would matter later when this ended up where I knew it would, in a courtroom. At 12:45, Chavez stood, gathered his briefcase. The 3 of them moved toward the front door. Georgiana and I quietly pushed the vacant house window open wider. The warm June night carried sound better than I'd hoped. The street was silent except for distant freeway humor. Chavez's voice reached us clearly. If the power of attorney is legitimate, we close by July 15th. Buyers offering $650,000 cash. The words landed like physical blows. Power of attorney. Closing. Buyer. They weren't just planning to steal my house. They were actively selling it. Edwin's response made it worse. It's legitimate. My father signed it months ago. The lie. The absolute complete lie. I'd signed nothing. Authorized nothing. Given no permission for any of this. I'll need to verify with the title company, Chavez continued. But we're on track. Euphemia's voice smooth and confident. Everything's in order. We've been planning this carefully. Planning carefully. The words echoed in my mind. While I'd walked through my days trusting them, they'd been planning carefully, methodically. The theft of everything I'd built. The door closed. The sedan's engine started. Tail lights disappeared down the street. The neighborhood returned to silence, but nothing would ever be silent again in my mind. I stood at the window, phone in hand, photographs stored, evidence collected. Georgiana beside me, her notebook full of times and descriptions. We'd witnessed it all, documented it all. He signed it months ago, I said, my voice barely controlled. I signed nothing. Forgery, Georgiana asked. Has to be. Question is, how good a forgery? She looked at me, her expression serious. What will you do? I turned from the window, feeling something settle inside me. The shock was gone. The denial was gone. Only cold certainty remained. Let them think they're succeeding. Then show them what happens when you underestimate a judge. Headlights swept down the street at 11:47, exactly as Georgiana had predicted. The black sedan moved with deliberate slowness, as if the driver was confirming the address in darkness. It pulled into my driveway, engine cutting with a mechanical click that carried across the silent street. I raised my binoculars. Beside me, Georgiana readied her phone. We'd been sitting at this window for hours, waiting for this moment. Now that it arrived, my pulse hammered in my ears. The driver's door opened. A man emerged. 40s, dark hair, business suit, despite the midnight hour, leather briefcase in his right hand. He checked his watch with the gesture of someone confirming they were on time for an appointment they'd rather not keep at this hour. His head swiveled left, then right, scanning the neighborhood with cautious attention. "That's him," Georgiana whispered. "That's Chavez." I lowered the binoculars long enough to glance at her. "You're certain?" I looked up his real estate license after his second visit. Louis Chavez, commercial and residential. The name filed itself in my memory like a case citation. Louis Chavez, real estate, midnight meeting. The pieces were connecting, forming a picture I'd been dreading but needed to see completely. "Smart thinking," I murmured, raising my phone to photograph the license plate. Georgiana wrote down the number in her notebook without my asking. We'd fallen into an unspoken partnership. Me capturing images, her recording details, and precise handwriting. My front door opened before Chavez reached the porch. Edwin must have been watching from inside, waiting. They exchanged words I couldn't hear from this distance. Just brief syllables and nods. No handshake. This was business, not social. Edwin stepped aside. Chavez entered. The door closed behind them. Through the living room window, I could now see three figures. I adjusted the binoculars, bringing the scene into focus. They were moving toward my dining table. Chavez set his briefcase down. Edwin pulled out chairs. Euphemia appeared from the direction of my study, and my stomach clenched. She carried the red folder. "That folder?" I said, my voice hollow. "The red one? That's from my safe." Gianna leaned closer. "What's in it?" "Property deed, original will, financial documents, everything they'd need to steal it all." The words tasted like ash. I raised my phone and began photographing. The distance challenged the camera about 60 yards across the street, and the window glass added glare, but enough images came through clear. Chavez sitting at the head of my dining table. Edwin to his right, posture stiff with tension even from here. Euphemia laying documents across the surface with organized precision. This was really happening in my house at my table with my papers. Georgiana wrote continuously in her notebook. Time 11:52 p.m. Subjects 3 visible through front window. Documents multiple papers spread on dining surface. Activity apparent business meeting. Her nursing background showed in the clinical precision of her observations. Symptoms documented, evidence collected, no emotional commentary, just facts. Through the binoculars, I watched Chavez pick up documents one by one. He held several up to the light, checking watermarks, I realized, verifying authenticity. He'd done this before, knew what to look for in legitimate paperwork. The professional scrutiny should have comforted me. Instead, it terrified me. If the forgery was good enough to pass that inspection, proving it false would be exponentially harder. Edwin's body language screamed discomfort. He kept shifting in his chair, fingers drumming the table edge, gaze darting between Chavez and Euphemia. Guilt radiated from every movement. But he didn't stop. Didn't stand up and end this. Just sat there complicit in his own shame. Euphemia, by contrast, sat perfectly still, confident. When Chavez asked questions, I could see his mouth moving, gestures accompanying words. She answered with minimal movement, a nod, a brief response, the economy of motion that comes from certainty. She believed this would work, that they'd covered every angle, that I'd never know or never be able to stop it. The meeting stretched to 20 minutes, 30, 40. My legs went numb from sitting motionless. My shoulder itched from holding the phone steady for photographs, but I didn't move. Couldn't. This was evidence unfolding in real time. Every second mattered. At some point, documents were slid across the table. Edwin signed something. Then, Euphemia. Their pens moved across pages I couldn't see clearly enough to identify. But I photographed each moment. Time-stamped proof of signatures given, agreements made, fraud committed, because that's what this was. I'd signed nothing, authorized nothing. Every signature on those documents in my name had to be false. Chavez gathered papers into his briefcase, stood, extended his hand. Edwin shook it, then Euphemia. A business transaction concluded to everyone's satisfaction. Then, Euphemia disappeared toward the kitchen. "They're celebrating," Georgiana whispered, my jaw clenched. They think they've won. They don't know you're watching. They don't know a lot of things yet. The words came out harder than intended. Georgiana glanced at me. What are you planning? Justice. Euphemia returned carrying a bottle and 3 glasses. Champagne. I recognized the shape even through the window. She poured with theatrical flair. Handed glasses to Edwin and Chavez. They raised them in unison. A toast to what? To stealing my life. To their cleverness. To the $650,000 they thought they'd soon possess. I lowered my phone. My hands trembled with fury I barely controlled. Every instinct screamed to storm across the street, throw open the door, confront them with their betrayal. But 30 years on the bench had taught me better. Emotional reactions got dismissed. Evidence got convictions. Right now, I needed evidence more than satisfaction. Keep photographing. Georgiana's voice reached me through the red haze. Evidence, not emotion. I raised the phone again. Captured the champagne toast, the smiles. Chavez laughing at something Edwin said. The comfortable conspiracy of people who believe themselves safe. At 12:45, Chavez set down his glass. The meeting was concluding. They moved toward the front door out of my sightline through the window. I lowered the binoculars and looked at Georgiana. She was already moving, crossing to the vacant house's front window, the one that faced the street directly. I followed. She eased it open just inches. The warm June night flowed in. Still 90 degrees even at this hour, carrying the scent of heated pavement and desert creosote. The front door of my house opened. They stepped onto the porch. Chavez first, briefcase in hand, then Edwin and Euphemia behind him. The porch light illuminated them clearly, 50 yards away now, closer than before. In the silent neighborhood, their voices carried. If the power of attorney is legitimate, we close by July 15th. Chavez's voice, professional and businesslike. Buyers offering $650,000 cash. The words hit me like verdict reading. Power of attorney. Closing date. Cash sale. They weren't just planning. They were executing. This was real, active, already in motion. It's legitimate. Edwin's voice trying for confidence, but landing somewhere near desperation. My father signed it months ago. The lie. The absolute complete lie. I'd signed nothing. No power of attorney, no authorization to sell, no permission for any action regarding my property. The document had to be forged. The question was whether it would fool the title company. I'll need to verify with the title company, Chavez said, answering my unspoken question. But we're on track. Euphemia's voice cut through smooth and certain. Everything's in order. We've been planning this carefully. Carefully. The word echoed in my mind. While I'd walked my neighborhood, read my books, trusted my son. They'd been planning carefully, methodically, probably for months. The break into my study hadn't been the beginning. It had been part of an operation already well underway. Handshakes exchanged brief goodbyes. Chavez walked to his car, started the engine. Tail lights glowed red as he backed down the driveway, then disappeared down the street. Edwin and Euphemia remained on the porch a moment, watching him go. Then they turned to each other. Edwin said something I couldn't hear. Euphemia laughed, a sound that carried clearly in the night air, musical and triumphant. They went back inside, the door closed. Lights in the living room went dark. They were going to bed. The night's work complete. Tomorrow they'd wake up one step closer to stealing everything I'd built. I stood at the open window, phone in hand, photographs stored, dozens of images, time-stamped evidence. Georgiana beside me, her notebook filled with precise observations. We had documentation, witnesses, proof, but documentation wasn't enough. I needed to understand the full scope. Know every player, map every move before I struck back. He signed it months ago, I said quietly, testing the words. I signed nothing. Forgery, Georgina asked. Has to be. Question is how good a forgery if it passes the title company's verification proving it false becomes exponentially harder. What will you do? I turned from the window feeling the last traces of shock burn away. What remained was cold clarity, judicial focus, 3 decades of processing evidence, building cases, finding truth in testimony and documents, all of that experience condensed into single purpose. Now let them think they're succeeding. I had. Let them believe I'm still in Arizona somewhere looking at canyon views. Let them take every step they've planned. I'll document it all. Then when they think they've won, I'll show them what happens when you try to con a judge. Georgiana nodded slowly. You'll need a lawyer, someone who specializes in this. I have someone in mind. Marcus Webb practiced before me for years. He owes me for going easy on his drunk driving case. When will you act? Not yet. Not until I have everything. They mention July 15th closing. That gives me 3 weeks to build an airtight case. I look back toward my house, now mostly dark except for the porch light. They're going to close. Sign all the papers. Accept the money. Then I'm going to take it all away and send them to prison for it. Gianna was quiet for a moment. Then, you know what this means? You'll have to prosecute your own son. The words hung between us. I'd been avoiding that truth, keeping it at the edges of my consciousness. But she was right. This path led to criminal charges, fraud, forgery, theft. If I saw this through, Edwin would face prison time. My son, the boy I'd raised, taught to ride a bike, put through law school, stood beside at his wedding. I looked at Georgiana, and when I spoke, my voice was steady. He made his choice when he decided to steal from me. I'm making mine when I decide to stop him. She nodded once, accepting that. What do you need from me? Keep watching when I can't be here. Document anything unusual. Be ready to testify if it comes to that. I can do that. We stood together in the darkness of the vacant house. Two old people watching the night reclaim silence. Across the street, my home sat still. Inside, my son and his wife slept peacefully, confident in their plan. They had no idea their celebration was premature. The judge was back in session and court was about to begin. Dawn broke over the desert, orange light spilling through the motel room's thin curtains. I sat on the edge of the bed, still dressed from the surveillance, phone in my hand, displaying photographs from the midnight meeting. Beside me, Georgiana's notebook lay open to her precise observations, times, descriptions. Luis Chavez's words captured in her neat handwriting. I hadn't slept, couldn't. My mind kept circling back to those overheard phrases. 650,000 July 15th. Power of attorney. Edwin's voice saying, my father signed it months ago. The lie echoed in my skull like a gavel strike, but knowing they were selling wasn't enough. I needed to see the documents themselves, understand the architecture of their deception. A case built on observation alone was weak. I needed the smoking gun, the forged signature, the fraudulent paperwork, the proof that would withstand scrutiny in any courtroom. I stood, poured cold coffee from the pot I'd made hours ago, and began planning. 3 days. I spent 3 days studying their patterns from my surveillance position across the street. Edwin left for his downtown office every morning at 8:30, like clockwork. Euphemia went shopping on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Scottsdale Fashion Square, usually gone at least 2 hours based on when her SUV returned. Today was Thursday, July 6th, my window of opportunity. I watched from my pickup truck parked 2 blocks down, baseball cap pulled low. Edwin's silver sedan backed out of the driveway at 8:27. Routine, predictable. 43 minutes later, Euphemia's black SUV followed, her sunglasses catching the morning light as she checked her reflection in the rear view mirror before driving away. I waited 10 more minutes, long enough to be certain they wouldn't return for forgotten purses or phones. Then I drove to my own house, parked in the driveway like I belonged there, because I did, and pulled out my key. The lock turned smoothly. My own house, my own door. Yet my hands trembled slightly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air conditioning hummed. The television played quietly in the living room, creating the illusion of occupancy, probably. I stood in my own foyer, feeling like an intruder, and the rawness of that sensation hardened something in my chest. The guest room, my former guest room, had been converted into Edwin's temporary office. I'd seen him working in there through the windows during surveillance. Now, I opened the door and stepped inside. The desk held the usual debris of modern work. Laptop, papers, coffee-stained notepad. I opened drawers systematically. Financial statements, work documents, insurance papers. Then the bottom drawer. And there it was. The red folder from the midnight meeting with Chavez. It wasn't even locked, just sitting there, buried under some manila envelopes. As if they'd grown so confident they didn't bother hiding it properly. The arrogance of it made my jaw clench. I spread the contents across the desk surface. Power of attorney document dated May 20th. My signature at the bottom, except it wasn't my signature. Close. Very close. Someone had studied my handwriting carefully. But the pressure points were wrong. The loop on the L and Lawrence didn't quite match, and most tellingly, the ink appeared newer than the paper. Close, I murmured aloud, photographing it from multiple angles. But the L and Lawrence, I loop it differently. And the date incorporated sloppy work. Probably an online forgery service, the kind that advertised on dark web forums. They'd claim I was senile if challenged, that I had signed but forgotten. It wouldn't work. Not against evidence I was collecting. I photographed every page. The power of attorney. The preliminary sales agreement with buyer Richard Thompson from California. Closing date, July 18th. Not the 15th Chavez had mentioned, I noted 3 days later. Purchase price confirmed. $650,000 cash sale. Then, as I was about to replace everything, printed pages slipped from between 2 folders. Email correspondence. I almost missed them. The first line froze me in place. Marcus, once the sale closes, I'll have my half. $325,000. Enough to start over. I read standing there, phone forgotten in my hand. Euphemia's emails to someone in Los Angeles. Plans detailed with brutal efficiency. After closing, she'd take the children, leave Edwin, move to California, where this Marcus person waited. Edwin believed they were buying a new house in Scottsdale together. He had no idea she was abandoning him the moment money transferred. Edwin thinks we're buying a house here. He has no idea I'm leaving. My son was being used. Tool, disposable means to an end. The realization should have brought satisfaction. Evidence of karma perhaps. Instead, it just deepened the hollow ache in my chest. Betrayal all the way down. Him betraying me. Her betraying him. Everyone using everyone. But it didn't change anything. He'd chosen this path, made his decisions. That he was also a victim of manipulation didn't absolve him of his actions against me. I photographed the emails, every page, every damning word, then carefully replaced everything exactly as I'd found it. The folder back in the drawer, angled the same direction, the emails between the manila envelopes, the desk surface cleared of any trace of my presence. Walking through the house one final time, I let myself look at it properly, built 30 years ago, every corner familiar. The kitchen where I had taught Edwin to cook eggs. The living room where we'd watched football games. The hallway where pictures still hung. My late wife's smile. Edwin's graduation. Family vacations that now felt like they had happened to different people. Memories poisoned by present betrayal. I left through the back door, cut through the neighbor's yard to where my truck waited 2 blocks over and drove back to the motel without looking in the rearview mirror. In the motel room, I spread everything out. Phone connected to laptop, transferring photographs. Georgiana's notebook cross-referenced with my new evidence. The picture was complete now. Not just suspicions or observed meetings, but documentation. Proof, the kind that survived appeals and cross-examination. I called Georgiana from the truck, voice steadier than I felt. I have everything. Documents, evidence, proof of forgery. You went inside? Her concern was immediate. My house, my evidence. They're selling it July 18th. A pause. Then what's your next move? I stopped being reactive. Time to build a prosecution. After hanging up, I sat alone in the motel room with photos displayed across the laptop screen. The forged signature, the sales agreement, Euphemia's emails planning her escape, Edwin's temporary office that screamed of someone living in liminal space, preparing for a future he didn't realize would never arrive. They'd wanted to play games with a judge. Fine. Court was now in session. I opened a legal pad and began making lists, steps needed, evidence to gather, legal professionals to contact. This wasn't about emotion anymore. This was about building an airtight case, the kind I'd spent 30 years constructing from the bench. And I never lost cases where evidence was this clear. I stared at the forged signature on my screen, at the careful but flawed reproduction of my handwriting, and felt the last traces of pain burn away into something colder, purer. They'd made me the hunter. Now they'd learn what that meant. Tomorrow, I'd begin building the legal fortress that would crush them. Tonight, I organized evidence and planned strategy with the precision of someone who'd done this for 3 decades. Let them think they still had time. Let them believe the closing would happen smoothly. Let them pack their bags and count their anticipated money. The trap works best when prey doesn't see it until too late. I stared at my laptop screen until the photographs blurred together. Evidence, forgery, betrayal. The words had become clinical, detached from the personal devastation they represented. This was better. Emotion clouded judgment. I needed the clarity that came from treating this like any other case that crossed my bench. Except this time, I was plaintiff, investigator, and judge rolled into one. The legal pad beside the laptop filled with notes as I researched Arizona real estate law, trust structures, forgery penalties, coffee cups accumulated on the nightstand. Outside, the desert sun climbed higher, but in the motel room, I barely noticed. This was what I'd done for 30 years. Build legal cases so airtight they suffocated opposition. By evening, I had my strategy. The next morning, I dressed in a full suit for the first time since this began. Navy blue, conservative tie, polished shoes. Looking in the bathroom mirror, I saw Judge Lawrence returning. Not the confused homeowner, not the devastated father, the man who'd presided over hundreds of trials, who'd built a reputation on meticulous preparation and devastating cross-examination. I packed my evidence folder in a briefcase and drove into central Scottsdale. Margaret Chen's notary office occupied a small storefront between an insurance agency and a coffee shop. I'd known her 15 years through the court system. She handled document verification for countless cases. Professional, discreet, thorough. She looked up from her desk as I entered, recognition followed by concern crossing her face. "Wilbert, I heard you were traveling. Change of plans." I sat across from her and slid a handwritten affidavit across the desk. "I need this notarized and filed." She read it slowly, eyes widening slightly. When she looked up, questions hovered unspoken, but she asked none of them. "This states you never signed a power of attorney." "Correct. Never executed one. Never authorized anyone to act on my behalf regarding my property. If someone's using forged documents, that's exactly what's happening." I interrupted. Her expression shifted from concern to something harder. "Professional outrage maybe. This creates legal record. You understand the implications?" "I'm counting on the implications." She typed the official version, had me sign under oath, applied her notary seal with deliberate precision. The stamp's thud sounded like a gavel strike. She printed multiple copies, one for me, one for her records, one for the county recorder. "This is serious, Wilbert." "I know." She handed me the certified copies, and our eyes met. 30 years of mutual respect compressed into that moment. She wouldn't ask questions I couldn't answer. I wouldn't explain more than necessary. The document spoke for itself. Foundation laid. From the notary, I drove directly to Desert Vista Bank. The marble lobby felt overly cold. Air conditioning fighting the July heat. Thomas Burke, branch manager, rose from his desk when he saw me. We'd known each other 20 years. He'd handled my account since he was an assistant manager fresh out of business school. "Wilbert thought you were at the Grand Canyon. Shorten the trip." I settled into the chair across from his desk. "I need to place a formal hold on any real estate transactions involving my property." His expression shifted immediately to professional concern. "Transaction hold requires significant cause. Attempted fraudulent sale documents with forged authorization." He frowned, fingers already moving toward his keyboard. "You're certain? 30 years as judge teaches you to recognize forged signatures." "I'm certain." He typed rapidly. Paused to read something on screen. Typed more. "Hold placed immediately. No transfers without you physically present. Photo ID verified. Verbal confirmation recorded." He printed the confirmation, stamped it with bank seal, handed it across. "Sorry you're dealing with this." I took the paperwork, feeling another wall slide into place. "Appreciate the quick action, Thomas." "Always." He shook my hand firmly. "Let me know if you need anything else." Second barrier erected. After a quick lunch I didn't taste, I drove to Northwest Scottsdale to the office of Catherine Morrison, trust and estate attorney. Expensive but necessary. I'd researched her credentials the night before. 15 years specializing in asset protection, excellent reputation, no connection to Edwin or Euphemia that might compromise discretion. Her office was all polished wood and leather furniture, the kind of place that announced competence and cost. She listened to my carefully edited explanation. Concerned homeowner wanting asset protection. No mention of family, no details about forgery. Just a man who wanted his property secured. "Irrevocable living trust is your best option," she said after I finished. "Asset protection, probate avoidance, complete control maintained by you as trustee. How quickly can this be established?" "I can draft it today. File with the county by end of business." She opened her laptop, fingers flying across keys. Date of establishment. This was the crucial moment, May 15th. She didn't question it. Client prerogative. She drafted the trust documents over the next 2 hours while I waited, reviewing each section with me, explaining implications I already understood, but let her detail anyway. Professional courtesy. "This means you can't easily reverse it," she cautioned. "You're sure?" "I need asset protection. Absolute protection." "May I ask what's prompting this urgency?" I kept my voice measured, revealing nothing. "Let's say I've learned that family doesn't always mean safety." Understanding flickered across her face. She'd seen this before, probably. Estate planning often exposed family dysfunction. The trust will provide that protection. She finalized the documents, had me sign in multiple places, notarized them herself, and filed electronically with Maricopa County that afternoon. By 4:00 p.m., my house legally existed within an irrevocable trust with me as sole trustee, which meant Edwin's forged power of attorney, dated after the trust establishment, was worthless. You can't sell property you don't control, and he didn't control property in a trust. The legal trap had sprung before they even knew it existed. I paid her $3,500, money well spent, and drove back to the motel, feeling the pieces lock into place. That evening, I transformed the motel room into a war room. Documents spread across every surface: bed, desk, small table by the window. I organized evidence into labeled folders. Folder 1, surveillance photos, and Georgiana's dated observations. Folder 2, forged documents and comparative signature analysis. Folder 3, notarized affidavit and legal preventive measures. Folder 4, Georgiana's formal witness statement. Folder 5, trust documents proving ownership structure predated forgery. I photographed everything, made copies. One set stayed with me. Tomorrow, I'd place a second set in a safe deposit box. The third would go to Georgiana for safekeeping. Nothing left to chance. I called her from the motel, voice calm despite the adrenaline still humming through my system. Legal framework is in place. Properties in trust, banks locked down, forgeries documented. When will you confront them? She asked. July 18th. At the closing table. A pause. Why wait? Maximum impact. Let them think they've won, then watch their world collapse in public. That's cold, Wilbert. That's justice. After we hung up, I sat surrounded by evidence folders, staring at the organization I'd created, prosecution files, everything labeled, cross-referenced, time-stamped, the kind of preparation that destroyed defendants. They chose deception, I said quietly to the empty room. Forgery, theft from family. I paused, staring at the photo of the forged signature on my laptop screen. The careful but flawed reproduction of my handwriting. The arrogance of thinking they could fool me. I choose law, evidence, consequences they can't escape. I close the folder with finality, feeling something settle in my chest. Not peace, not satisfaction, just cold certainty. 12 days until closing. 12 days until they walked into the room thinking they'd won, only to discover every document they'd forged, every lie they'd told, every dollar they'd counted had been anticipated, documented, weaponized against them. The legal fortress was complete, unreachable, devastating. Now, I just needed to go home and watch them walk into it. Tomorrow, I'd return from my vacation. Let them think they still had time. Let them relax into false confidence. Let them believe the hard part was over. The trap works best when prey doesn't see it until too late. And I'd spent 30 years learning exactly how to set traps that never failed. My pickup truck turned into the driveway on July 14th, just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Arizona sun blazed overhead, same as always. The lawn looked freshly watered, edges trimmed with precision. My house sat exactly as I'd left it 2 weeks ago. Except everything was different now. I knew what lived inside those walls. The planning, the betrayal, the midnight meetings and forged documents. I knew and they didn't know I knew. That imbalance of information was the final weapon in my arsenal. Through the windshield, I watched the front curtain twitch. Someone had seen me arrive. Good. Let them panic while pretending everything was normal. I grabbed my suitcase from the truck bed, moved slowly toward the door like any tired traveler returning from a failed vacation. My keys fumbled slightly, calculated clumsiness. The lock turned. I pushed the door open and called out, "I'm home." Trip didn't work out. Edwin appeared from the kitchen within seconds, his face frozen in surprise before muscle memory forced a smile into place. "Dad, you're back early. Everything all right?" Behind him, Euphemia descended the stairs. Her eyes calculating distances and timelines. 4 days early, not what they'd planned, but the closing was still scheduled for Friday. They still thought they had time. I set down my luggage with exaggerated weariness. Altitude got to me, headaches. Figured I'd be more comfortable here. That's too bad. Euphemia's voice carried perfect false sympathy, but probably smart to come home. I looked around my own living room as if seeing it fresh. Good to be back. Miss my own bed. They exchanged a glance. Quick, loaded with meaning. I pretended not to catch. Relief mixed with recalculation. I shuffled toward my study, saying I needed to check mail, and they let me go. Inside the study, I scanned quickly. Everything appeared untouched, though I knew they'd rifled through it weeks ago. The filing cabinet lock still bore scratches from their break-in. I ran my finger over the damage, memorizing details for future testimony, then returned to the living room. That evening's dinner became psychological warfare. Edwin launched his attack disguised as concern. "Dad, I've been meaning to mention, you seem a bit forgetful lately." I paused mid-bite, fork suspended, set it down with careful precision. Forgetful how little things, misplacing items, confusion about dates. Euphemia leaned forward, voice dripping support. It's natural at your age. Maybe see a doctor just to be safe. My hand slipped into my pocket, found my phone, pressed record. Every word would be captured now. I suppose I have been a bit scattered. Nothing to worry about. Edwin's relief was visible. Just want you taken care of. I saw what they were building. The foundation for their defense when the forgery was discovered. Old man didn't know what he was signing. Dementia, confusion, cognitive decline. They were creating their escape route, not realizing they were actually constructing evidence of consciousness of guilt. I let uncertainty show on my face. Touch my temple as if trying to remember something. Do I really seem that confused? Not confused, Euphemia corrected smoothly. Just tired. You've been through a lot. The next day at lunch, she sprung the real trap. Wilbert, remember those papers from last month? Legal documents. I furrowed my brow, appearing to strain for memory. Papers? What papers? Power of attorney forms. You signed them for Edwin to help with finances. My confusion was genuine. I'd never signed any such thing. But to them, my blank expression read as memory loss. Did I sign something? I can't. It's fuzzy. Edwin jumped in quickly. It's fine, Dad. Don't stress. Just routine paperwork. I appeared relieved. If you say so, my memory isn't what it was. The triumph that flashed across Euphemia's face was barely concealed. Edwin relaxed visibly. They believed they'd successfully planted reasonable doubt about my mental state. They thought they were building an unassailable defense. Instead, every word was being recorded, every false accusation of dementia, every attempt to manufacture confusion, evidence that they knew the power of attorney was unauthorized and were trying to create cover after the fact. That evening, after they had retreated to their wing of the house, I sat in my study with earbuds and listening to the recordings. Edwin's voice, Dad, you're confused lately. Euphemia's voice. Those papers you signed last month. I connected the phone to my laptop, saved the files with timestamps, burned copies to a USB drive, emailed encrypted versions to Catherine Morrison with the subject line, Evidence of Fraudulent Intent, July 14 to 15, 2025. Later that night, I passed their bedroom door and heard their voices through the gap. He doesn't even remember signing. Edwin's voice low and relieved. Perfect. If he challenges anything, we cite cognitive decline. You think he'll challenge it? He won't know until it's done. 3 more days, then we're clear. Then we're free. I stood in the darkened hallway recording their conversation on my phone. They had no idea I was there. No idea every word was evidence. No idea the trap had already closed around them. Back in my study, I opened my laptop and typed a message to Catherine Morrison. They've taken the bait, establishing narrative of cognitive decline. Her response came within minutes. Recordings clear, crystal clear. Evidence of consciousness of guilt. See you Friday, 2 p.m. This will be decisive. I stared at the screen, feeling nothing but cold certainty. They have no idea what's waiting. 3 days crawled past. I maintained the performance flawlessly, confused, forgetful, harmless. Asked Euphemia to repeat simple things. Pause before answering basic questions. Let them see what they wanted to see. An old man losing his grip, unable to remember what he'd signed, incapable of mounting legal challenges. Each morning, I watched them grow more confident. Each evening, I reviewed my evidence, adding their new lies to the growing file. Friday morning arrived, I dressed in my courtroom suit, navy blue, perfect Windsor knot in my tie, shoes polished to military shine, picked up my leather briefcase, the one I'd carried for 30 years on the bench. Inside, organized folders, each labeled, each containing evidence that would destroy them. I walked into the kitchen where they sat over coffee. I have some errands to run. Be back later. They smiled, relieved. Probably thought I was going to the bank or grocery store. Harmless old man activities. In 4 hours, they'd be at the escrow office expecting to sign away my home and collect $650,000. Instead, they'd face the consequences of betraying a judge. I drove toward Scottsdale with the calm focus of a prosecutor about to present an unbeatable case. No anxiety, no doubt. Just the certainty that comes from 3 decades of legal experience and evidence so solid it could withstand any challenge. They'd wanted to play games. Fine. Court was now in session. And I never lost cases where the evidence was this clear. Desert Sun Escrow occupied the 2nd floor of a modern office building in North Scottsdale. Through the glass walls of the conference room, I could see them gathered around the table. At 1:50 p.m., Luis Chavez sat at the head, organizing documents with practiced efficiency. Edwin and Euphemia sat on the left side, dressed professionally, nervous energy barely contained. Richard Thompson, the California buyer, occupied the right side, distinguished man, silver hair, expensive suit. Sarah Martinez, the escrow officer, arranged paperwork at the far end. Everything proceeding normally, just another real estate closing. I checked my watch. 2:00 p.m. exactly. Catherine Morrison stood beside me in the hallway, her own briefcase in hand. Ready? I've been ready for 2 weeks. I opened the conference room door. All heads turned. The conversations died instantly. I saw Edwin's face drain of color. Saw Euphemia half rise from her chair before catching herself. Chavez looked confused. Thompson looked annoyed. Martinez looked concerned. I walked to the empty end of the table. Morrison behind me, didn't remove my jacket, set my briefcase down with a decisive click that echoed in the suddenly silent room. Good afternoon. My voice carried the authority of 3 decades from the bench. I'm Wilbert Lawrence, actual owner of the property you're attempting to purchase. Wilbert? Euphemia stood now. What are you doing here? I ignored her, addressed Martinez directly. This transaction cannot proceed. The power of attorney you're relying on is forged. Edwin's voice shook. Dad, this isn't. Be quiet, Edwin. I opened my briefcase, removed the first folder, red tab labeled affidavit, walked around the table, placed it directly in front of Martinez. I'm presenting evidence now. She opened it, began reading. I returned to my briefcase. Here's my sworn statement that I never executed any power of attorney, never authorized anyone to conduct transactions involving my property. I removed the second folder, blue tab. Morrison took this one, handed it to Martinez. Mr. Lawrence's property was transferred into an irrevocable living trust on May 15, 1 month before the alleged power of attorney date. Morrison's voice was professional, precise. As sole trustee, Mr. Lawrence is the only person authorized to conduct transactions involving this property. Here's the county filing. Martinez examined the documents, checking dates, reviewing filing stamps. Looked up at Chavez. Did you verify trust status before proceeding? Chavez's face reined. The power of attorney appeared legitimate. Standard documentation. Standard would include a title search revealing the trust. Morrison interrupted. Thompson stood abruptly. You told me this was clean. Euphemia tried to regain control. This is a misunderstanding. Wilbert signed but is confused. His memory. I pulled out my phone. Let me clarify my memory. This recording is from 2 days ago. I tapped the screen twice. Euphemia's voice filled the room. Clear and damning. If he challenges anything, we cite cognitive decline. Edwin's voice. 3 more days, then we're clear. Euphemia again. Then we're free. I stopped the playback. The silence was absolute. Does that sound like someone who innocently believed I signed documents? I removed the third folder, black tab labeled evidence. Opened it so everyone could see. Surveillance photographs, timestamps, your midnight meeting with Mr. Chavez on July 2nd. The document spread across my dining table. Edwin signing papers. Euphemia presenting my private files from my broken safe. I swiped through photos on my phone, then projected them on my laptop screen for everyone to see. Each image time-stamped, each one undeniable. Thompson leaned forward, studied the photos, then turned to Chavez with disgust. This is fraud. I'm calling my attorney. I was provided falsified documents. Chavez's voice rose. They misrepresented. We didn't know. Edwin started. You broke into my safe. My voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Forged my signature, met with Mr. Chavez at midnight while you thought I was away. You knew exactly what you were doing. Euphemia's face hardened into defiance. You can't prove. I opened the fourth folder. Green tab. Comparative signature analysis. My genuine signature versus the forgery. Note the pressure differences. The loop formation on the L and Lawrence. The ink age discrepancy. I laid it on the table where everyone could see. What can I prove? Martinez closed her file folder with finality. This closing cannot proceed. I'm required to report suspected fraud to authorities. Thompson was already gathering his things. Chavez, you assured me the documentation was verified. I'll be speaking with my attorney about your negligence. Edwin found his voice finally. Dad, please. We can fix this. Just talk to us. I began collecting my folders, returning them to my briefcase in perfect order. I spent 30 years determining consequences for people who broke the law. That doesn't change because you're my son. I'm still your family. I paused, looked at him directly across the table, Held his gaze until he looked away. You stopped being my family when you tried to steal my home. Now you're just defendants. I closed my briefcase with the same decisive click as opening. Looked at Martinez. You'll have my cooperation with any investigation. To Thompson, I apologize. You were drawn into this. Morrison opened the door. I walked through it without looking back. Behind us, voices erupted. Recrimination, panic, blame shifting. Edwin called my name once. I didn't turn around. In the elevator, Morrison spoke quietly. That was devastating. That was justice. What's next? Police station to file criminal complaints, then the bank to secure new accounts, then home to change the locks. I watched the floor numbers descend. They're not welcome anymore. The elevator doors opened to the lobby. Bright Arizona sunlight poured through the glass walls. I walked out into it, Morrison beside me, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. The house was mine again. The battle was won. Now came the consequences they had earned. I climbed into my truck, set the briefcase on the passenger seat, and pulled out of the parking lot. In my rear-view mirror, I could see the office building receding. Inside that conference room, their world was collapsing, plans destroyed, money gone, criminal charges looming. I'd spent 30 years on the bench teaching that actions have consequences. That justice, while sometimes slow, eventually finds its mark. That betrayal of trust, especially family trust, carries the heaviest penalties. Today, Edwin and Euphemia had learned that lesson in the hardest way possible. I drove toward the police station, my evidence folders organized and ready. This wasn't revenge. This was accountability. This was the law working as designed, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves, punishing those who thought they were clever enough to escape consequences. They'd underestimated a judge. That was their first mistake. Thinking I wouldn't fight back was their second. Now they'd spend years learning from both. Detective Maria Rodriguez sat across from me at the Scottsdale Police Department reviewing my evidence folder. Catherine Morrison waited beside me as I laid out the case. Forged power of attorney. I slid the document across. Signature analysis shows inconsistencies. Surveillance photos from the midnight meeting with Chavez. Audio recordings of them discussing how they'd claim I was cognitively impaired. I played Euphemia's voice. If he challenges anything, we cite cognitive decline. Rodriguez's expression hardened. Mr. Lawrence, you're accusing your own son of felony fraud. I'm reporting a crime that happens to involve my son. Some fathers would let this go. Some fathers didn't spend 30 years upholding the law. I'm not that father. Over the following week, Edwin confessed during interrogation, admitted knowing participation. Euphemia denied everything until shown her California emails, then blamed Edwin entirely. They were turning on each other. She filed for divorce this morning. Rodriguez informed me she was planning to leave him anyway. Morrison filed civil suits simultaneously. $100,000 for damages. They'll likely never pay it, she warned. The judgment follows them forever. That's the point. The eviction hearing came July 29. Judge Sarah Chen, my former clerk, heard the evidence and ruled swiftly. Eviction granted. 10 days to vacate. August 1st, moving day. I watched from my study as they loaded a rental truck. When nearly finished, Edwin came to the door alone. Dad, please give me another chance. I studied the man who'd broken into my safe. Forged my signature. You made calculated choices, Edwin. You chose this path. You're my father. I was your father. You made me a victim instead. I closed the door, locked it, changed all the locks. That afternoon, the criminal case moved toward sentencing. 18 months probation for Edwin, 2 years for Euphemia. Permanent records, certain consequences. August 28 arrived. I dressed in my courtroom suit and drove downtown to watch my son receive his judgment. Maricopa County Superior Court felt different from the public side. For 30 years, I'd entered through judicial corridors. Now I passed through metal detectors, found courtroom 4B, took a seat in the gallery. Edwin and Euphemia sat at separate defense tables. Neither turned to acknowledge me. Judge Michael Harrison entered. All rise. The clerk called the case. Edwin stood first, voice barely audible. Guilty, Your Honor. Euphemia followed. Stronger but defiant. Guilty. Harrison read portions of my victim impact statement aloud. For 30 years, I upheld the law from this bench. They broke into my safe, forged my signature, attempted to steal my home while I slept under its roof. The relationship doesn't excuse the crime. It makes it worse. The silence was absolute. This court takes family fraud seriously, Harrison continued. You exploited trust, forged documents, attempted to steal from someone who'd given you shelter. He consulted his notes. Edwin Lawrence, 18 months supervised probation, 200 hours community service, $15,000 fine, $50,000 restitution. Euphemia Lawrence, 2 years probation, 300 hours community service, $25,000 fine, $50,000 restitution, 5-year ban from real estate. The gavel came down. I walked out without looking back on the courthouse steps. Georgiana waited. Justice prevailed. As it always does, sometimes it just needs assistance. What's next? Volunteer work, legal advice for seniors, making sure this doesn't happen to someone else. I drove home through familiar Scottsdale streets, past landmarks that had become chapters in this story. The bank, Morrison's office, the escrow building, where everything collapsed. In my driveway, I sat quietly before getting out. 30 years on the bench. Never thought my own son would stand where defendant stood. He'd had every advantage. Education, support, integrity modeled daily. He chose greed instead. I'd chosen justice. That was the difference between us. Some fathers would have forgiven him, preserved the relationship at any cost. But that would have made me a victim. I hadn't survived 30 years in courtrooms by accepting victimhood. I walked to my door. New locks, empty rooms, peace restored. Would Edwin contact me again? Probably not. I'd lost my son. That hurt. It would always hurt. But I'd kept my dignity, my home, my self-respect. Justice isn't always kind, but it's always right. I made coffee and opened my laptop to research volunteer legal programs for seniors. Transforming pain into purpose. Turning betrayal into protection for those more vulnerable. They'd tried to make me a victim. I'd refused. That refusal, that was the real victory. Some bonds are sacred. Some betrayals are unforgivable. And that's okay. The house was quiet, mine alone now. Safe, defended, home. Story 2. At my wife's family house party, my wife's sister cracked a joke. If your wife cheats on you with her true love, her high school lover, will you whimper? Everyone laughed except me. He's impotent in bed anyway. My wife smirked. I just raised my hot dog and said message received. I moved out that night, cut contact, and vanished. A year later my name is Jack Carter, and at 29 years old, I thought I had this whole marriage thing figured out. See, for 8 long years, I bought into this romantic that marriage was like cement. You know, mix all the right ingredients together, give it time to cure, and boom, you've got something unbreakable that'll last forever. What a load of crap that turned out to be. But hey, hindsight's 20/20, right? Clara and I had been through the ringer more times than I could count. We'd scraped through those brutal early years when we were broker than a joke. Living off instant ramen like it was some kind of gourmet cuisine. I'm talking the cheap stuff, too. None of that fancy cup noodles nonsense. We'd stretch a pack of top ramen into 2 meals if we had to, adding whatever sad vegetables we could afford from the discount bin at the grocery store. Our first apartment was a shoe box with paper-thin walls where we could hear our neighbors' entire life stories whether we wanted to or not. We slept on this mattress that was thinner than a pancake. Probably picked up from some sketchy thrift store that smelled like mothballs and broken dreams. But here's the thing that really gets me now. I thought we were a team back then. I mean, we'd have these knockdown drag-out fights that would go on until the sun came up. Voices hoarse from yelling, throwing around accusations like confetti at a divorce party. Then we'd collapse from exhaustion, make up with desperate kisses and whispered apologies, swearing we'd never let it get that bad again. Rinse and repeat because apparently we were glutton for punishment. Clara used to call me her rock. And man did I eat that up with a spoon. She'd tell people at parties how I was the steady one. The reliable guy who kept her grounded when her head floated off into the clouds with all her big dreams and wild schemes. I wore that badge like it was some kind of medal of honor. Puffing out my chest whenever she'd introduce me as Jack, my anchor. What a naive idiot I was, never realizing that being someone's rock also meant I was about as exciting as watching paint dry. And just as easy to ignore when something more interesting came along. The signs started creeping in so slowly, I almost convinced myself I was imagining things. You know how it goes. Little things that seem insignificant until you string them all together and realize you're looking at a damn tapestry of neglect. Her hand stopped brushing my shoulder when she'd walk past me in the hallway. Used to be this automatic thing, this casual touch that said, "Hey, I see you. I love you." Then one day, I realized it had been weeks since I'd felt that gentle contact. And suddenly, I'm standing there like some kind of pathetic ghost, hoping for scraps of affection. She started smiling more at her phone than at me. And isn't that just a kick in the teeth? I'd walk into a room and catch her grinning at that damn screen. Thumbs flying across the keyboard, completely absorbed in whatever digital conversation was apparently more fascinating than anything I had to say. When I'd ask who she was texting, she'd give me this dismissive wave and mutter something about work or her sister or some friend I'd never heard of. But the smile would disappear the second she looked at me, like someone had flipped a switch, and all the joy just drained right out of her face. The worst part was watching our laughter slowly transform into silence. We used to crack each other up over the stupidest stuff. Bad movies, weird neighbors, inside jokes that probably weren't even that funny, but sent us into hysterics because we were young and in love, and everything seemed hilarious when you had someone to share it with. Those moments became rarer and rarer until our conversations consisted of logistics and grocery lists. And did you remember to pay the electric bill? That silence wasn't just quiet. It was this living, breathing wall that grew thicker every day. I'd try to break through it with jokes or stories about my day, but they'd fall flat against this invisible barrier Clara had constructed around herself. She'd nod politely, make the appropriate noises, but her eyes would be somewhere else entirely. It was like talking to a beautiful mannequin that occasionally moved its mouth to say, and that's nice, honey. I started analyzing every interaction, replaying conversations in my head like some kind of forensic investigator, trying to figure out where it all went wrong. Was it something I said, something I didn't say? Was I too boring, too predictable, too much of that steady rock she used to claim she loved? The harder I tried to reconnect, the further she seemed to drift away, like I was trying to grab smoke with my bare hands. Friends would ask how married life was treating us, and I'd plaster on this fake smile and give them the standard answer. Great. Couldn't be better. Meanwhile, I was dying a slow death inside, watching the woman I'd promised to love and cherish gradually transform into a polite stranger who happened to share my bed and my Netflix password. The really twisted part, I kept believing we could fix it. I kept thinking that if I just tried harder, loved better, became more interesting somehow, I could win her back. Like she was some kind of prize I temporarily misplaced rather than a person who'd simply decided I wasn't worth the effort anymore. I was so busy being her reliable rock that I forgot rocks don't feel pain when people step all over them. Looking back now, I can see I was already becoming invisible in my own life, fading into the background like wallpaper nobody notices until it starts peeling at the edges. But at the time, I just kept mixing that cement, convinced that with enough patience and the right formula, I could build something unbreakable. What a joke that turned out to be. You know what's funny? Everyone thinks yelling and screaming means a marriage is circling the drain. Hollywood's got us all convinced that the moment couples start throwing dishes and slamming doors, it's game over. But let me tell you something I learned the hard way. Silence is 1,000 times worse than any shouting match you could imagine. At least when Clara and I used to fight, there was passion behind it. Fire. Even if we were pissed off and saying things designed to hurt, we were still engaged with each other. We still cared enough to get worked up, to let our emotions spill out all over the place like some kind of messy human train wreck. But when she stopped fighting with me altogether, that's when I should have known I was truly screwed. The transition was so gradual, I almost missed it entirely. One day, we're having these epic battles that shake the walls, and the next thing I know, Clara's responding to everything with this infuriating smirk that made me want to punch something. Not her, obviously. I'm not that kind of guy, but maybe a wall or a pillow or one of those inflatable punching bags they sell at sporting goods stores for exactly this kind of situation. It started with the little disagreements first. I'd mentioned that maybe we should try a different restaurant for date night. Something other than that overpriced Italian place where the portions are smaller than a toddler's fist and the waiters act like they're doing you a personal favor by bringing you water. Instead of her usual, "But I love their tiramisu," followed by a playful argument about food preferences, I'd get this weird half smile and a shrug that said absolutely nothing and everything at the same time. When I'd ask her opinion on bigger stuff, should we repaint the living room? What did she think about maybe getting a dog? Did she want to visit my parents for Thanksgiving? She'd give me these responses that weren't really responses at all. Whatever you think is best, Jack, I'm sure you'll figure it out. You're the responsible one. Each answer delivered with that same maddening smirk, like she was in on some joke that I wasn't clever enough to understand. The worst part was when I finally worked up the courage to ask the big question, the one that had been eating at me for months like some kind of emotional parasite. We were sitting on our couch. Well, my couch, since she'd claimed the recliner as her personal throne, and I just blurted it out during a commercial break. "Claire, are you happy? I mean, really happy with us?" She didn't even pause the TV. Didn't turn to look at me. Just kept staring at some stupid commercial for car insurance while that smirk spread across her face like she'd been waiting for this moment her entire life. Why ask questions you already know the answers to? That sentence hit me like a freight train loaded with broken dreams and expired warranties. It hollowed me out from the inside, scooped out everything that used to be confident and hopeful, and left behind this empty shell that looked like Jack Carter but felt like a cheap knockoff. Because the thing is, I didn't know the answer. I was asking because I genuinely had no clue what was going on in her head anymore. But apparently, my ignorance was so obvious that even asking the question was pointless. But did I give up? Hell no. Because I'm Jack Carter, reliable to a fault. And quitters are for people who don't understand the value of hard work and determination. So, I doubled down on trying to fix whatever was broken between us. I planned date nights like I was organizing a military operation, researching restaurants, checking movie times, even buying her flowers from that fancy place downtown that charges $20 for what you can get at the grocery store for $5. She'd brush off every gesture with excuses that got more creative as time went on. I'm too tired tonight. I've got that early meeting tomorrow. Sabrina and I already made plans. That last one became her go-to. Actually, once her sister moved in, and suddenly everything revolved around whatever drama was currently consuming Sabrina's life, I started talking less around the house, partly because every conversation felt like walking through a minefield, and partly because Clara had made it pretty clear that my thoughts and opinions ranked somewhere below the weather forecast in terms of importance. My jokes fell flat. My observations about work or current events got met with distracted nods. And my attempts at deeper conversations were deflected with the skill of a professional volleyball player. The silence that filled our house wasn't peaceful. It was thick and oppressive, like trying to breathe through wet concrete. I catch myself holding my breath sometimes just to see if anyone would notice. But Clara was always absorbed in her phone or her laptop or some conversation with Sabrina that apparently required whispering and giggling like they were plotting to overthrow a small government that I became a ghost in my own home, floating from room to room without making much impact on anything. In the mornings, I'd make coffee for both of us out of habit, but she'd already be gone or rushing out the door with a travel mug she'd filled herself. In the evenings, I'd ask about her day and get monosyllabic responses delivered without eye contact. Fine, busy, tired. To everyone else, I was still reliable Jack, the guy who showed up on time, paid his bills, remembered birthdays, and could be counted on to help you move furniture or fix your computer. But inside, I felt like I was disappearing one piece at a time. Like someone was slowly erasing me with one of those big pink erasers we used to use in elementary school. The crazy part was that I kept thinking it was temporary. Like maybe Clara was going through some kind of phase, dealing with stress at work or hormonal changes, or just needing some space to figure things out. I made excuses for her behavior the way you'd make excuses for a friend who keeps canceling plans. Maybe next time will be different. Maybe she'll remember why she used to enjoy my company. But deep down in that part of your brain that knows the truth, even when the rest of you is still clinging to hope, like a life preserver on a sinking ship, I was starting to understand that this wasn't a rough patch we were going through. This was who we'd become. This was our new normal. And it sucked worse than anything I could have imagined. The silence had won, and I didn't even know we were fighting a war. Just when I thought things couldn't get any more awkward in my own damn house, the universe decided to throw me a curveball that would make a major league pitcher jealous. Enter Sabrina, Clara's younger sister. Stage left with enough drama to power a small theater district. Sabrina was 26, fresh out of what she dramatically called the worst breakup in human history. Though, from what I could piece together, it sounded more like her boyfriend got tired of funding her lifestyle and decided to cut his losses. She showed up at our door on a Tuesday evening with 3 oversized suitcases, a house plant that looked half dead, and enough emotional baggage to sink a cruise ship. "I just need somewhere to crash for a few weeks," she announced, breezing past me like I was the doorman instead of the guy whose name was actually on the lease. "Just until I get back on my feet." Famous last words right there. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't completely heartless about the situation. Family is family and everyone goes through rough patches. Hell, Clara and I had been through our share of disasters, so I understood the need for a safety net. What I didn't understand was how quickly my own house would stop feeling like mine. Within the first week, Sabrina had somehow managed to colonize every inch of our modest 2-bedroom place. My home office, the tiny spare room where I actually worked to pay for the roof over all our heads, became her personal yoga studio. I'd come home from a long day of staring at code, looking forward to unwinding in my own space, only to find her contorted into some impossible position on a mat that took up the entire floor. "Oh, hey, Jack." She'd chirp upside down and downward dog or whatever the hell that pose was called. Just finishing up my evening flow. The energy in this room is absolutely perfect for my practice. Perfect for her practice, maybe. Terrible for my sanity. My desk got buried under her collection of essential oils, crystals, and self-help books with titles like Manifesting Your Best Life and Healing Your Inner Goddess. My filing cabinet became her dresser overflow. My comfortable office chair, the one I'd saved up for months to buy, was now draped with her sports bras and leggings that apparently needed to air dry in what used to be my sanctuary. But the office takeover was just the beginning. Sabrina's presence spread through our apartment like some kind of invasive species. The bathroom became a war zone of beauty products that I couldn't even pronounce. Where Clara and I used to have maybe 6 bottles total: shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and the basics. Suddenly, every surface was covered with serums, masks, exfoliants, and mysterious potions that promised to do everything from detoxifying your pores to realigning your chakras. I go to brush my teeth and have to move 17 different bottles just to reach the toothpaste. My razor got buried behind some kind of jade roller that Sabrina swore was essential for lymphatic drainage, whatever the hell that meant. The shower looked like a Sephora had exploded in it. And don't even get me started on the laundry situation. Suddenly, every load became an archaeological expedition. Sabrina's clothes were everywhere, draped over chairs, hanging from doorwork knobs, spread across our couch like some kind of fabric installation art. She had this habit of doing laundry, and then just leaving it. What clothes would sit in the washer for days until they started to smell, then she'd rewash them and repeat the whole cycle. "I'm just so busy with my healing journey," she'd explain when Clara would gently suggest maybe putting clothes away. "I can't be bothered with mundane tasks when I'm working on my spiritual growth, right?" Spiritual growth. That must be what they're calling unemployment these days. But here's where things got really twisted. Clara absolutely lit up around her sister. It was like someone had flipped a switch that I didn't even know existed. The woman who could barely muster enthusiasm for a conversation with her own husband suddenly became this animated, laughing, energetic person. Whenever Sabrina was around, they'd spend hours talking about everything and nothing. Sabrina's ex-boyfriend, who was apparently a narcissistic energy vampire. Their childhood memories, celebrity gossip, astrology, you name it. Clara would hang on every word like Sabrina was dispensing ancient wisdom instead of recycled pop psychology she'd picked up from Instagram influencers. The inside jokes started almost immediately. They'd reference things that happened before I came into the picture, or they developed new running gags that somehow always seemed to exclude me. They had this weird sisterly shorthand where one of them would start a sentence and the other would finish it, then they'd dissolve into giggles like they were still teenagers sharing secrets at a sleepover. "Remember when we convinced Mom that Clara would start, that aliens had rearranged her garden gnomes?" Sabrina would finish and they'd both crack up like it was the funniest thing in human history that I'd sit there on my own couch in my own living room feeling like I was watching a show I wasn't invited to be part of. Every shared glance, every burst of laughter, every inside reference drove home the same message. "You're not part of this club, Jack." The morning routine became particularly brutal. I'd stumble into the kitchen looking for coffee. That sacred ritual that made me functional enough to face another day, only to find Sabrina already there, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, chatting Clara's ear off about her dreams or her chakras, or whatever mystical nonsense was on her mind that day. Clara would be making elaborate coffee drinks for both of them. Fancy stuff with whipped cream, flavored syrups, cinnamon sprinkles, the whole 9 yards. These weren't just cups of coffee. They were Instagram-worthy works of art that probably took 20 minutes to construct. Meanwhile, my coffee maker, the simple, reliable machine that had served me faithfully for years, would be pushed to the back of the counter, unplugged and forgotten. My usual morning coffee would sit there getting cold while Clara fussed over Sabrina's complex beverage requirements. "Good morning, Jack." Sabrina would sing out like she was the hostess of this household instead of the unexpected guest who'd been temporarily crashing here for what was now going on 2 months' mourning. I'd mumble, reaching for my neglected coffee and trying not to let the bitterness show. And I'm not just talking about the coffee. The living room became their domain, too. Sabrina's friends started showing up for impromptu wine nights that nobody bothered to run by me first. I'd come home expecting a quiet evening, maybe catch up on some shows with Clara, only to find our living room had been transformed into some kind of support group. Meeting. 5 or 6 women would be scattered across our furniture, glasses of wine in hand, discussing their journeys and growth in toxic relationships, while our coffee table disappeared under a spread of cheese, crackers, and whatever expensive wine they decided was necessary for their healing circle. "Oh, Jack's home," Clara would announce like I was some kind of interesting visitor instead of the guy who lived there. "Ladies, you remember my husband, Jack?" They'd all turn and give me these polite smiles that somehow managed to be welcoming and dismissive at the same time, like I was a friendly dog who'd wandered into their important conversation. "Hi, Jack." They'd chorus, then immediately turn back to whatever earth-shattering discussion I'd interrupted that I realized standing there in my own living room with my cheap work clothes and my tired face that I had officially dropped a rung on the ladder in my own marriage. Hell, I dropped several rungs. Sabrina got the fancy coffee, the attention, the laughter, the late-night conversations. I got the leftovers of Clara's energy if there were any leftovers at all. And the worst part, I could feel myself slipping further down that ladder every single day. And I had no idea how to climb back up. The breaking point came at Clara's family house party. And let me tell you, when the universe decides to kick you in the teeth, it doesn't mess around with subtlety. This wasn't going to be some quiet moment of realization. Oh no. This was going to be a full-blown public execution disguised as a backyard barbecue. Every year, the Doyle family threw this massive get-together at Clara's parents' house. Picture your typical American suburban nightmare. A sprawling backyard with a deck that had seen better days, picnic tables covered in checkered tablecloths, and enough folding chairs to seat a small army. Mrs. Doyle would spend weeks preparing like she was hosting the freaking United Nations, making sure there was enough potato salad and coleslaw to feed half the county. This particular Saturday was one of those perfect late summer days that make you forget how much you hate everything. The sun was shining. There was a gentle breeze that kept things from getting too sticky. And the smell of charcoal and lighter fluid hung in the air like some kind of suburban incense. Under normal circumstances, I might have actually enjoyed myself. But these weren't normal circumstances, were they? The whole extended Doyle clan was there. And when I say extended, I mean extended. We're talking about Mr. and Mrs. Doyle, of course, along with Clara's aunts and uncles, cousins I'd met maybe twice in 8 years, old family friends who'd known Clara since she was in diapers, and neighbors who'd somehow earned permanent invitation status through years of borrowing lawnmowers and returning casserole dishes. I should have seen the warning signs from the moment we walked through the back gate. Clara immediately gravitated towards Sabrina, who was already holding court near the drink table, regaling a small crowd with what I assumed was another thrilling installment of her post-breakup spiritual awakening saga. They fell into their usual sister act, finishing each other's sentences, sharing meaningful looks, laughing at jokes that apparently required a secret decoder ring to understand on me. I did what I always did at these things. I grabbed a beer from the cooler, loaded up a paper plate with whatever Mrs. Doyle had deemed acceptable barbecue food, and found a quiet spot where I could blend into the background like suburban camouflage. That's where I was when it happened. Sitting on a folding chair that was definitely not designed for long-term comfort, working my way through a hot dog that had seen better days. When Sabrina decided to provide the evening's entertainment at my expense, she was already half in the bag, which wasn't exactly shocking considering she'd probably started drinking around noon. Sabrina had this way of getting progressively louder and more dramatic as the alcohol kicked in, like someone was slowly turning up the volume on a really obnoxious radio station. The conversation had been flowing around me. Something about someone's new job, someone else's vacation plans, the usual family party small talk that you participate in just enough to be polite. I was actually starting to relax, thinking maybe I could get through this whole thing without any major incidents. That's when Sabrina's voice cut through the background chatter like a rusty knife. "Hey, Jack," she called out loud enough for half the neighborhood to hear. The entire backyard seemed to pause like someone had hit the mute button on a TV remote. "If Clara cheats on you with her true love, her high school boyfriend, will you whimper?" The silence that followed was deafening. I'm talking about the kind of quiet that makes you suddenly aware of every sound. The hiss of the grill, someone's beer bottle clinking against the table, a dog barking 3 houses over. Every single person in that backyard was staring at me, waiting to see how I'd react to being publicly humiliated by my sister-in-law. But Sabrina wasn't done. Oh no, she was just getting warmed up. I looked at Clara hoping, praying for some sign that she was going to shut this down, that she was going to stand up for her husband of 8 years and tell her sister to knock it off. Instead, what I got was something so much worse that Clara's face lit up with this twisted kind of glee, like Sabrina had just handed her the perfect opportunity she'd been waiting for. She looked directly at me and with that same smirk I'd been seeing for months, she delivered the killing blow. "He's impotent in bed anyway." The backyard erupted. I'm not talking about polite chuckles or awkward laughs. This was full-blown hysteria. Uncle Bob nearly choked on his beer. Cousin Sarah was doubled over, wiping tears from her eyes. Mrs. Doyle was covering her mouth with her hand, but I could see her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Even Mr. Doyle, who usually tried to stay above the family drama, was grinning like he'd just heard the joke of the century. They were all laughing at me. Every single person in that yard, people I'd known for years, people I'd helped move furniture and fix computers and remember birthdays for, they were all having the time of their lives watching me get destroyed. That I sat there frozen, my face burning like someone had set it on fire. The hot dog in my hand suddenly felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. My beer had gone warm and tasteless. Everything around me seemed to be happening in slow motion. The laughter getting louder and more vicious, Faces twisted with amusement at my expense. Clara looking absolutely delighted with herself. For a moment, I felt like I was drowning, like I was underwater. And all that laughter was just noise from the surface, distorted and cruel. Part of me wanted to shrink into that folding chair until I disappeared completely. Part of me wanted to run for the gate and never look back. Part of me wanted to scream at all of them to tell them exactly what I thought of their twisted idea of entertainment. But then something shifted inside me. Something went perfectly crystallinely still. I looked at Clara, really looked at her. I saw the satisfaction in her eyes. The way she was savoring this moment like fine wine. I saw how proud she was of her little performance. How much she was enjoying watching me squirm. And in that moment, I understood something fundamental about our relationship that I'd been too blind or too stubborn to see before. This wasn't a woman who loved me, but was going through a rough patch. This wasn't someone who was temporarily lost and would find her way back to us. This was someone who had actively chosen to humiliate me in front of her entire family, who had weaponized our private life for public entertainment, who thought my pain was hilarious. I raised my hot dog slightly like I was making a toast. My voice came out calm and steady, cutting through the laughter like a blade through silk. Message received. Those 2 words hit the backyard like a bomb. The laughter died instantly, cut off so abruptly it was almost violent. Suddenly, everyone was looking uncomfortable, shifting in their chairs, finding fascinating things to stare at in their drinks. The only sound was the grill hissing and popping in the background. I stood up slowly, placed my warm beer down on the nearest table with deliberate care, and walked toward the side gate. I didn't run, didn't storm off in a dramatic huff. I just walked steady and purposeful like a man who had finally figured out exactly where he stood, that I didn't look back. Not once, but I could feel every eye in that yard watching me leave. And I could practically hear their collective realization that the joke had suddenly stopped being funny. Behind me, the silence stretched on, heavy and awkward, like a funeral where nobody knew quite what to say. Perfect. That night, I didn't sleep. Hell, I didn't even try. Sleep was for people who had something to wake up for. And I'd just discovered that everything I thought I was waking up for had been a lie wrapped in 8 years of self-deception. That I sat in my car in the driveway for what felt like hours, engine off, just staring at the house that was supposed to be my home. Through the living room window, I could see Clara and Sabrina on the couch, probably dissecting the evening's events like a couple of vultures picking over roadkill. Every so often, one of them would laugh, and I'd wonder if they were still getting mileage out of their public execution of my dignity. Around midnight, I finally went inside. They'd moved their little post-mortem party to Clara's bedroom. I could hear their voices through the door, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter that felt like nails on a chalkboard. I stood there in the hallway for a moment listening to my wife and her sister bond over my humiliation. And something inside me just broke. Not in a dramatic explosive way, but more like a dry branch that's been under pressure too long. One final stress and snap. Clean break. No going back. That I made my way to the bathroom and stared at myself in the mirror. The guy looking back at me was a stranger. Red-rimmed eyes, shoulders slumped like he was carrying the weight of the world. The kind of defeated expression you see on people waiting in unemployment lines. When had I become this pathetic? When had I turned into the kind of man who would sit there and take that kind of abuse in front of an audience? But here's the thing about rock bottom. It gives you perfect clarity about exactly how far you've fallen. And sometimes, if you're lucky, it also shows you the way back up. I spent the next few hours in a weird kind of focused trance, like I was operating on autopilot while my conscious mind watched from somewhere outside my body. I moved through our apartment systematically, gathering everything that mattered, everything that was actually mine rather than ours. 2 duffel bags was all it took. 8 years of marriage and my entire independent existence fit into 2 pieces of luggage. Clothes obviously enough for a couple weeks. Nothing fancy. My laptop and all the work files I'd need to keep the freelance gigs going. Important documents, birth certificate, social security card, passport, insurance papers, all the bureaucratic proof that Jack Carter existed as something more than just Clara's disappointing husband. The emergency cash was hidden in a shoe box in the back of our bedroom closet. $3,000 in 20s and 50s that I'd been squirreling away for years. Originally intended for a surprise vacation or maybe a down payment on a better place. Clara knew about the savings account, but she'd never known about this little stash. Good thing, too, because it was about to become my lifeline. I moved quietly, careful not to wake the dynamic duo, who were probably still in there planning my next public humiliation. Every item I packed felt like a small declaration of independence. My favorite coffee mug, the one Claire always rolled her eyes at because it had a stupid joke about programmers on it. My collection of paperback sci-fi novels that she'd always called boy books. The camping gear I'd bought years ago when I still had fantasies about weekend adventures that never materialized. At 3 a.m. I sat down at the kitchen table with a piece of paper and a pen. The note I left was short and sweet. Hope the joke was worth it. That was it. No long explanation, no emotional goodbye, no list of grievances or demands for better treatment. Just 7 words that said everything that needed to be said. I placed it in the exact center of the table where Clara would be sure to see it when she came out for her morning coffee. Then I did something I'd been planning for weeks, but never had the guts to follow through on. I pulled out the envelope I'd been carrying around like a talisman, the one that contained divorce papers. I'd quietly prepared during my lunch breaks. I told myself I was just being practical, just covering my bases in case things got worse. Turns out things could always get worse than you imagined. I placed the envelope right next to the note. Let her explain that to Sabrina over their fancy coffee with whipped cream and sprinkles. By 4 a.m. I was loading my bags into my car. The neighborhood was dead quiet. The kind of pre-dawn stillness where every sound seems amplified. My car door closing sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I half expected lights to start coming on, neighbors peering out their windows to see what was happening, but the world stayed dark and peaceful that I drove out of that subdivision like I was escaping from prison, which wasn't far from the truth. Every mile between me and that house felt like shedding another layer of the pathetic person I'd become. The radio was playing some melancholy late-night song about lost love and second chances, but I turned it off. I didn't need a soundtrack for this moment. The silence was perfect. I'd done my homework during all those sleepless nights when Clara was busy ignoring me. I'd researched remote locations, places where a guy could disappear without anyone asking uncomfortable questions. The mountains had always called to me anyway back when I was young enough to think adventure was something that happened to people like me. The cabin I'd found was perfect in its simplicity. I'd contacted the owner, an old-timer named Franklin, through a series of emails where I'd been deliberately vague about my circumstances. All he cared about was that I could pay in cash and that I wasn't planning to burn the place down or turn it into a meth lab. Privacy guaranteed, no questions asked, he promised. And something in his voice told me he understood exactly what kind of privacy I was looking for. The drive took 4 hours through increasingly winding mountain roads. As the sun started to come up, I found myself climbing through forests that seemed to stretch on forever, past lakes that looked like mirrors reflecting the sky, through small towns that probably hadn't changed much since the 1950s that I stopped for gas and coffee at a little station that looked like it had been transported from another era. The guy behind the counter nodded at me like we were old friends, asked if I was heading up to do some fishing, and didn't seem to think there was anything strange about a guy in business casual clothes buying supplies at dawn on a Sunday morning. "Good fishing weather," he said, handing me my change. "That's what I'm hoping for," I replied, and realized it was the first honest thing I'd said to another person in months. It'd be why the time I reached Franklin's cabin, the sun was fully up and painting everything in shades of golden green that made the whole world look like a postcard. The cabin sat in a clearing surrounded by pine trees so tall they seemed to touch the clouds with a little stream running behind it that sounded like nature's own white noise machine. Franklin was waiting for me on the porch, coffee cup in hand, looking exactly like Central Casting would order if they needed someone to play Wise Mountain Man. Gray beard, flannel shirt, boots that had seen some serious miles. "You, Jack?" he asked. "That's me." "Good. Keys are on the kitchen table, propane's full, firewood stacked on the side. Nearest neighbor's about 5 miles that way," he pointed toward a gap in the trees. "And they mind their own business, same as I do." He finished his coffee, set the cup down on the porch railing, and headed for an old pickup truck that looked like it had been through a few wars. "Anything else you need to know?" he asked. "I think I've got it figured out," he nodded approvingly. "Most folks who come up here do, and just like that, I was alone. Completely, utterly alone for the first time in years. I stood on that porch breathing air that actually smelled clean. Listening to nothing but wind in the trees and water running over rocks and felt something I hadn't experienced in so long I'd almost forgotten what it was called. Peace. Life at the cabin became something I'd never experienced before. Beautifully, gloriously simple. No schedules dictated by someone else's moods. No walking on eggshells wondering if I'd accidentally said something that would earn me another dose of silent treatment. No competing for attention in my own damn home. Just me, the mountains, and the kind of quiet that actually lets you hear yourself think. The first week was rough, I'll admit. Not because I missed Clara. Hell no, but because I'd forgotten how to exist without constantly monitoring someone else's emotional temperature. I kept catching myself listening for footsteps in the hallway, bracing for the sound of a door slamming somewhere in the house. It took my nervous system about a week to figure out that the only drama happening here was whether I wanted coffee or tea with breakfast. My days developed their own rhythm. The kind of natural flow that happens when you're not constantly adapting to someone else's chaos. I'd wake up when my body felt like waking up. Usually around sunrise, which up here meant being greeted by light filtering through pine trees like nature's own cathedral. No alarm clock, no scrambling to get ready while someone hogged the bathroom. No starting my day already stressed about what mood I'd be walking into. Coffee became a ritual instead of a necessity. I'd make a pot using water from the well behind the cabin. Water that actually tasted like water instead of the chlorinated stuff we got in the suburbs, and sit on the front porch watching the mist rise off the little stream that ran behind the property. Sometimes deer would wander through the clearing and we'd eye each other with mutual respect. They minded their business. I minded mine. The freelance programming work was easier than I'd expected. Turns out when you're not constantly interrupted by passive-aggressive comments and household drama, you can actually focus on code for hours at a time. I'd set up my laptop on the kitchen table by the window and lose myself in the logical, predictable world of algorithms and databases. Problems had clear solutions here. If something was broken, you fixed it. If code didn't work, you debugged it until it did. No hidden meanings, no emotional landmines, no wondering if your attempts to help were actually making things worse. The money situation worked out better than I'd hoped without Clara's expensive coffee habits. Sabrina's endless stream of Amazon packages and the general financial bleeding that came from supporting two adults who treated money like it was infinite. My modest freelance income actually stretched pretty far. The cabin rent was cheap, groceries were basic, and my entertainment budget consisted mainly of library books and hiking boots. Speaking of hiking, Jesus, I'd forgotten what it felt like to actually use my body for something besides sitting in front of a computer and absorbing emotional punishment. The mountains around here were laced with trails that ranged from easy walks to serious climbs that left me gasping but satisfied in ways I hadn't felt in years. That I started small, following the marked trail that wound along the stream for a couple miles before looping back. But as my legs got stronger and my lungs adapted to the altitude, I got more ambitious. There were peaks up here that offered views that made you understand why people write poetry about nature. Standing on a rocky outcrop at 8,000 feet, looking out over valleys that stretch to the horizon, you start to get some perspective on how small your problems really are. The physical work was a revelation. Franklin had left behind a decent pile of seasoned firewood, but I could see I'd need more to get through the winter if I planned to stay that long. So, I learned to split wood, which turned out to be incredibly therapeutic. There's something primal and satisfying about swinging an axe, feeling it bite into the wood, watching a log split clean down the middle. Each swing was like chopping away another piece of the passive, beaten down version of myself I'd become at him. My hands got tough and calloused from the axe handle and from stacking wood. My shoulders broadened from hauling logs and water buckets. I dropped weight without trying, partly from all the physical activity, partly because I was actually eating real food instead of stress eating my way through whatever Clara had deemed acceptable for our kitchen. Hank, who ran the little general store about 10 miles down the mountain, became my main connection to the outside world. He was the kind of guy who'd probably seen every type of person who came up to these mountains looking for something or running from something. He never asked questions beyond you finding everything you need and how's that cabin treating you? I'd drive down once a week for supplies and we'd have these comfortable conversations about practical things, weather patterns, which trails were in good shape, whether the old logging road was passable after the recent rain. Hank had opinions about everything but kept them to himself unless asked directly. He'd nod approvingly when I started buying actual food instead of just canned goods and instant meals. Man's got to eat real food if he's going to do real work, he'd say, ringing up my purchase of fresh vegetables and decent meat. The evenings were when the real healing happened. I'd built up a routine of cooking an actual dinner. Nothing fancy, but real food prepared with attention instead of just fuel to get through another day. I'd eat by lantern light because there's something about electric lights that feels too harsh when you're trying to decompress from civilization. After dinner, I'd read by the fire. Franklin had left behind a collection of books that ran the gamut from classic literature to survival guides to philosophy. I worked my way through authors I'd always meant to read, but never had time for when my evenings were consumed by navigating Clara's moods and Sabrina's drama. There's a particular kind of silence you get in the mountains at night. It's not the absence of sound. There are owls calling, wind moving through the trees, the stream babbling in the background, but it's the absence of human noise, human conflict, human. You realize how much energy you've been spending just processing other people's chaos. That I'd sit there by the fire, book in my lap, and actually think about things, not worry about them or stress about them, just think. I thought about who I'd been before I met Clara, back when I had opinions and preferences and plans that weren't filtered through someone else's approval. I thought about what I wanted from life beyond just surviving each day without getting emotionally beaten down. For the first time in years, I remembered what it felt like to be content. Not ecstatically happy, not in love, not chasing some dramatic high, just quietly satisfied with where I was and what I was doing. I wasn't Jack the disappointing husband, or Jack, the convenient target for someone else's frustrations. I was just Jack, a guy who split wood and wrote code and hiked trails and read books and went to bed when he was tired instead of when someone else decided the evening was over. The best part was the complete absence of performance anxiety. I didn't have to be charming or entertaining or useful to anyone. I didn't have to monitor my words for potential offense or gauge someone else's mood before speaking. I could just exist without commentary or criticism or passive-aggressive suggestions for improvement point. One evening about 2 months in, I was sitting on the porch after a particularly good day. I'd finished a coding project that paid well. Hiked to a new lake I'd been meaning to explore and made a dinner that actually tasted like something a competent adult would prepare. The sun was setting behind the mountains, painting everything in shades of orange and purple that no camera could capture that I realized I was smiling. Not the forced performative smile I'd gotten used to wearing around Clara, but an actual genuine expression of contentment. I couldn't remember the last time that it happened. That's when I knew I wasn't just hiding out up here. I was actually building something. A life that was mine, shaped by my choices, lived at my pace. For the first time in years, I was exactly where I wanted to be. 3 months into my mountain exile, curiosity finally got the better of me. I'd been living in this blissful bubble of digital silence. But let's be honest, even the most dedicated hermit eventually wonders what kind of storm they left behind. It was like having a scab you know you shouldn't pick at. But the temptation becomes irresistible. The drive down to town felt longer than usual, probably because I was dreading what I might find. I'd gotten comfortable with my new reality where the only emails I received were work-related and the only drama in my life involved whether to take the North Trail or the South Trail for my afternoon hike. But reality has this annoying habit of tracking you down, even when you're doing your best to avoid it. The public library in town was one of those small-town institutions that looked like it hadn't been updated since the Carter administration. And I'm talking about Jimmy Carter, not me. Fluorescent lights that hummed like angry bees, computers that took about 5 minutes to boot up, and that particular smell of old books mixed with industrial-strength cleaning products that all libraries seem to have. That I found an empty terminal in the back corner as far from the librarian's desk as possible. Not that I was doing anything illegal, but something about logging into my old email felt vaguely illicit, like I was sneaking back into a house I'd already moved out of. My inbox was a digital crime scene. 67 unread messages, most of them from Clara, with subject lines that told the whole story of her emotional journey over the past 3 months. It was like reading the stages of grief played out in Gmail notifications. The first batch sent within hours of my disappearance were pure rage. Where the hell are you? This is ridiculous, Jack. You can't just run away like a child. Call me now. I could practically hear her voice through the screen. That particular tone she used when she was pissed off, but trying to maintain some semblance of moral high ground. The messages themselves were masterpieces of deflection and blame shifting. According to Clara's version of events, I was being overly sensitive and dramatic. The party incident was just a joke that I'd blown completely out of proportion because I couldn't take a little teasing. Everyone thinks you're being ridiculous, she wrote in one particularly charming message. Sabrina feels terrible about the whole thing, but you're making it into this huge deal when it was just family having fun. Right. Family having fun. Because nothing says fun like publicly humiliating your spouse in front of 30 people. As the days passed and I didn't respond, the tone shifted from anger to manipulation. Clara had always been a master at this particular art form. The subtle guilt trip disguised as concern. I'm worried about you, Jack. This isn't like you. Whatever's going on, we can work through it together. I miss my husband. Please come home so we can talk. These messages were particularly nauseating because they were written like she was the victim in the situation. Like I was the one who'd done something wrong by refusing to stick around and be her emotional punching bag. She'd managed to completely rewrite history in her own mind, transforming herself from the aggressor into the abandoned wife whose husband had inexplicably vanished without cause. But it was the third phase that really showed me who Clara had become, or maybe who she'd always been. And I'd just been too blind to see it. When emotional manipulation didn't work, she moved on to practical concerns. I can't pay the mortgage alone. The insurance company needs both our signatures. Your student loan payment bounced. Please at least call me. I need your help with the finances. There it was laid out in black and white. After 3 months of radio silence, after all the anger and guilt trips and fake concern, what Clara really missed about me wasn't my companionship or my love or even my presence. What she missed was my wallet and my organizational skills. That I kept scrolling through the messages, watching her desperation increase with each passing week. The grammar got sloppier, the tone more frantic. She'd clearly figured out that I wasn't just taking a weekend to cool off. I was actually gone and I wasn't coming back to clean up her messes. Mixed in with Clara's increasingly unhinged messages were a few emails from Maya, our mutual friend, who'd somehow managed to stay neutral during our relationship's slow-motion car crash. Mia's messages were refreshingly honest and gave me the outside perspective I needed on what was happening back in civilization. According to Maya, my disappearance had created a domino effect that was still toppling pieces 3 months later. Turns out I'd been the invisible glue holding together more than just my marriage. I'd been managing Clara's father's construction accounts, keeping track of the Byzantine mess of invoices and payments that kept his small business afloat. I'd been running the books for Clara's mother's online boutique, handling everything from inventory tracking to tax preparation. Hell, I'd even been auto-paying Clara's student loans because she could never remember when they were due. Without me quietly handling all the behind-the-scenes financial stuff, their whole family's economic ecosystem had started collapsing like a house of cards in a hurricane. Mr. Doyle's construction business lost 3 major contracts because nobody could find the paperwork for ongoing jobs. Invoices went out late, payments got missed, and clients started looking for more reliable contractors. The man who'd laughed the loudest at my public humiliation was now scrambling to save a business he'd built over 20 years. Dumb Mrs. Doyle's boutique was even worse. Without my inventory management system, she'd been ordering duplicate items while running out of bestsellers. Her bookkeeping was such a disaster that she'd missed several tax deadlines and was now dealing with penalties and interest charges that were eating into what little profit she had left. Maya mentioned that Mrs. Doyle had actually asked Clara if there was any way to get Jack to help with the books, just temporarily. The irony was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The same people who'd found my humiliation so entertaining were now discovering exactly how much work I'd been doing behind the scenes. Work they'd taken for granted because I'd never made a big deal about it. But the real kicker was Clara herself. According to Maya, my dear wife was drowning in debt and bureaucracy. The mortgage payments were behind, the utilities had been shut off twice, and she'd maxed out both credit cards, trying to keep everything afloat. She'd tried to take over the financial management herself, but quickly discovered that staying organized requires more than just good intentions. She keeps asking me if I've heard from you, Maya wrote. I think she's finally starting to understand how much you were doing that she never noticed. She's definitely not the same person who was making jokes at that party. I leaned back in the uncomfortable library chair and stared at the screen. Part of me, a very small, petty part, felt a certain satisfaction at learning that my absence had consequences. For years, I'd felt invisible and unappreciated, like I could disappear tomorrow and nobody would notice. Turns out, I was half right. They hadn't noticed my contributions until they were gone. But boy, they were noticing now. The bigger part of me, though, just felt tired. Tired of being angry. Tired of carrying around resentment like a heavy backpack. Tired of defining myself by what other people had done to me. I'd spent 3 months building a new life. And dwelling on the wreckage of the old one felt like a step backward that I closed the browser without responding to any of the messages. Whatever was happening back in the suburbs wasn't my problem anymore. I'd filed the divorce papers. I'd left the note. I'd made my position clear. If Clara wanted to reach me, she had my lawyer's contact information. The drive back up the mountain felt like returning to sanity after visiting a psychiatric ward. With each mile of elevation, the weight of other people's drama lifted off my shoulders. By the time I reached the cabin, I'd already started forgetting the details of Clara's messages. I had firewood to split and code to write and trails to explore. The past could take care of itself. A year later, I was splitting firewood behind the cabin when I heard a car engine struggling up the gravel road. The sound was wrong. Too much grinding, not enough power, like someone was pushing an old sedan way beyond its comfort zone on mountain terrain. I paused mid-swing, axe suspended above my head, listening to the engine cough and whee its way closer. Nobody came up here by accident. The road to Franklin's cabin wasn't on any GPS system, and you had to make several deliberate turns off increasingly sketchy back roads to find it. Whoever was driving up here knew exactly where they were going, which meant they were looking for me specifically. My first thought was that maybe it was Franklin coming to check on his property or collect rent. But Franklin drove a pickup truck that sounded like it could climb mountains in its sleep. Not whatever piece of automotive desperation was currently struggling up my driveway. The car that finally emerged from the tree-in was a beat-up Honda Civic that looked like it had seen better decades. The paint had faded to that particular shade of gray that used to be some other color, and I could hear something rattling in the engine that definitely wasn't supposed to be rattling. It pulled up next to my truck and sat there for a moment, engine ticking as it cooled down. Then the driver's door opened and Clara stepped out that I almost didn't recognize her. This wasn't the put-together woman who used to spend an hour getting ready for a trip to the grocery store. This version of Clara looked like she'd been through a blender set on rough year. Her hair was longer and less styled, pulled back in a simple ponytail that suggested function over fashion. She was wearing jeans that actually looked worn from use rather than purchased pre-distressed, and a jacket that had clearly seen some serious mileage. But it was her face that really told the story. The smugness was gone, replaced by something I'd never seen there before. Genuine humility mixed with exhaustion. She looked like someone who'd been carrying a heavy load for a long time and was finally ready to set it down. It was starting to rain. One of those mountain storms that comes out of nowhere and immediately soaks everything in sight. Clara stood next to her car for a moment, getting drenched like she wasn't sure she had the right to approach my porch without permission. "Jack," she said, and her voice was different, too. Smaller, less certain. None of the edge I'd gotten used to over the last years of our marriage. I stuck the axe in the chopping block and walked over to the porch, not exactly inviting her up, but not telling her to leave either. She followed, water dripping from her hair, clutching a manila envelope that was getting soaked in the downpour. "I brought the signed divorce papers," she said, holding up the envelope like a peace offering. "Everything's finalized. I'm not here to beg you to come back." That caught me off guard. I've been preparing for some kind of emotional manipulation. Maybe another attempt to guilt me into fixing her financial disasters. But this Clara seemed different, deflated in a way that suggested she'd already accepted defeat. "Then why are you here?" I asked, settling into one of the wooden chairs Franklin had left on the porch. After a moment's hesitation, Clara took the other chair, still clutching the wet envelope. "I'm here to say I'm sorry," she said, and the words came out like they'd been stuck in her throat for months. "I destroyed the best thing in my life. And I need you to know that I know that." I didn't say anything, just waited. In my experience, when someone finally decides to tell the truth, the best thing you can do is let them get it all out without interruption. "I've been in therapy," she continued, staring out at the rain instead of looking at me. "For about 6 months now, Dr. Martinez. She's helped me understand some things about myself that I didn't want to face." She was quiet for a long moment, gathering her thoughts or maybe her courage. "I let Sabrina poison me against you," she said finally. "That's not an excuse, just an explanation. She was jealous of what we had, of how stable you were, how reliable. She couldn't stand that I had something she didn't, so she started picking at it, making little comments about how boring you were, how you never did anything exciting." Clara wiped rain from her face, though it was hard to tell if it was just rain. "I should have shut her down. I should have defended you. Instead, I started seeing you through her eyes. Started focusing on everything you weren't instead of everything you were. And the more I pulled away, the more you tried to fix things, which just made me more irritated because I thought you were being needy." She let out a bitter laugh that had no humor in it. "God, Jack, you were trying to save our marriage, and I was annoyed that you cared enough to try. What kind of person does that make me?" I could have answered that question, but I didn't. She was doing fine figuring it out on her own. "That night at the party," she continued, "when Sabrina made that comment about you whimpering, I had a choice. I could defend my husband of 8 years, or I could go for the cheap laugh, and I chose the laugh." She finally looked at me then, and I could see she was crying, though. The rain made it hard to distinguish tears from raindrops. "I chose the laugh, Jack. I threw away 8 years of marriage for a 30-second joke that wasn't even funny. And the worst part is, I felt proud of myself afterward, like I'd won something." The rain was coming down harder now, drumming on the porch roof and creating a curtain of water around us. We sat there in our bubble of sound. Two people who used to share everything now sharing one last honest conversation. Dr. Martinez helped me understand that I'd been treating you like my emotional dumping ground for years. Clara said, every time I was frustrated or scared or feeling small, I'd take it out on you because I knew you'd absorb it without fighting back. I mistook your kindness for weakness, your stability for boring predictability. She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. I turned you into my punching bag and then I resented you for letting me hit you. How up is that? Pretty up. I agreed, speaking for the first time since she'd started talking. I know apologies don't erase scars, she said. I know I can't undo the damage I did, but I needed you to know that I understand what I lost. Not just the financial support or the household management or all the practical stuff you did that kept our lives running smoothly. I lost the only person who ever loved me enough to put up with my worst impulses. She stood up, the signed divorce papers still in her hand. I won't insult your intelligence by asking you to forgive me, she said. I just wanted you to know that the woman who smirked at you that night, who thought your pain was entertaining, that wasn't who I really am. Or maybe it was who I'd become, but it's not who I want to be anymore. She set the envelope on the small table between our chairs. "You deserve better than what I gave you, Jack. You always did. I hope you find it." She walked back to her car through the rain, moving like someone who'd finally set down a burden they've been carrying for too long. I watched her drive away, the sound of her struggling engine fading into the distance until all I could hear was rain on the roof and water running in the gutters. That I sat there for a long time after she left, holding the divorce papers, thinking about closure and forgiveness and the strange relief that comes from finally hearing someone acknowledge the truth. Clara was right about one thing. Apologies don't erase scars, but sometimes they help you understand that the scars have already healed and you're stronger than you thought. The storm passed the way mountain storms do, leaving everything clean and new. I went back to splitting firewood, and for the first time in over a year, I wasn't angry anymore. I was just free. The full scope of the fallout didn't become clear until Maya decided to spill the tea about 6 months after Clara's rain-soaked confession visit. Maya had always been the kind of friend who stayed connected to everyone's drama without getting personally invested in it. Sort of like a war correspondent for suburban disasters. She'd drive up to the cabin every few months with groceries, local gossip, and updates on the civilized world that I'd left behind. This particular visit, she came bearing news that was so satisfying I almost felt guilty about enjoying it. Almost. "You're not going to believe what's happened to the Doyle family," she said, settling into her usual spot on the porch with a beer and the gleeful expression people get when they're about to share particularly juicy gossip. According to Maya's intelligence network, which was basically every hairdresser, grocery store clerk, and coffee shop employee in a 20-meter radius, my strategic disappearance had triggered a domino effect that was still toppling pieces a year and a half later. Clara had officially declared bankruptcy about 3 months after her cabin visit. Turns out when you're used to having someone else manage all the adult responsibilities in your life, learning to do it yourself while drowning in debt is a pretty steep learning curve. The mortgage went into foreclosure. The credit cards got maxed out and defaulted. And she'd even managed to get her car repossessed, which explained the beat-up Honda she'd driven up the mountain. But Clara's financial collapse was just the appetizer. The main course was what had happened to her parents' businesses. Mr. Doyle's construction company, the one he built over 20 years of early mornings and weekend work, was basically finished. Without my meticulous record-keeping, he'd lost track of project timelines, material orders, and client payments. The chaos had started small but snowballed quickly. "Remember the Henderson renovation?" Maya asked, referring to a big job that Mr. Doyle had been working on when I vanished. "Jack. He ordered the wrong windows 3 times because nobody could find the original specifications. By the time they figured it out, the Hendersons had hired a different contractor and sued for the deposit. It got worse. A commercial job at the new shopping center had fallen apart when Mr. Doyle couldn't provide the insurance documentation on time. Another client fired him when they discovered he'd double-ordered materials and tried to charge them for the mistake. Word travels fast in the construction business, and pretty soon, nobody wanted to hire a contractor who couldn't keep his paperwork straight. He's basically down to small handyman jobs now, Ma said, fixing leaky faucets and painting bedrooms. The man who used to have 6 guys working for him is now working alone out of his garage. Mrs. Doyle's boutique had suffered an even more spectacular collapse. Without my inventory management system, she'd managed to create a retail nightmare that would have been impressive if it weren't so completely avoidable. She ordered 50 summer dresses in January and no winter coats until March. Maya laughed. Then she forgot to track returns, so people were bringing back items she didn't even remember selling. The IRS got involved when she missed quarterly payments because she couldn't figure out how much tax she owed. The boutique had officially closed its doors about 8 months after I'd left. Mrs. Doyle had tried to sell the remaining inventory at a massive loss, but even that had backfired when she discovered half of it was damaged from poor storage. The final insult came when she found out she owed the shopping center 3 months of back rent because she'd been calculating the lease payments wrong. "She's working at Target now," Maya said, shaking her head. "Customer service. The woman who used to talk about her entrepreneurial spirit is asking people if they found everything they were looking for." But the real cherry on top of this disaster Sunday was what had happened to Sabrina, the architect of my public humiliation. After the party, when word had spread about how spectacularly the Doyle family's finances had imploded following my departure, Sabrina had quickly become the family scapegoat. Everyone remembered her drunk commentary about my potential whimpering, and they'd started connecting dots between her influence on Clara and the subsequent destruction of their little empire. "Nobody wants to be around her anymore," Maya explained. "She's like a walking reminder of how badly they screwed up. CL's cousins won't return her calls. The neighbors avoid her. Even her old friends have distanced themselves." Sabrina had bounced around for a while, crashing on couches and burning through the goodwill of anyone willing to help her. But her dramatic personality and tendency to treat other people's homes like her personal drama stage had worn thin quickly. One by one, her options had disappeared until she'd been forced to move back in with her parents. "She's 35 years old and sleeping in her childhood bedroom," Maya said with obvious delight. "Same room, same furniture, same live, laugh, love poster on the wall from when she was 16. Mr. and Mrs. Doyle barely talk to her. She's like the ghost of their family's former success." The family gatherings that used to be celebrations had turned into tense affairs where everyone blamed everyone else for their collective downfall. Maya had heard through the grapevine that last Thanksgiving had been a complete disaster, with multiple arguments breaking out over who was responsible for driving Jack away. "Clara actually defended you," Maya said. "Can you believe that? She told everyone that they'd treated you terribly and that you'd had every right to leave. It caused a huge fight with her dad, who apparently said something about how you'd been too sensitive, and Clara lost it on him." The irony was beautiful in its completeness. The same people who'd found my humiliation so entertaining were now turning on each other as their world crumbled around them. The party that was supposed to be a fun family gathering had become the moment that marked the beginning of their collective downfall. "The best part," Maya continued, clearly saving the most delicious detail for last, "is that they keep talking about you like you're some kind of criminal mastermind who planned this whole thing. Like you somehow orchestrated their financial collapse from your secret mountain lair." She gestured around at the simple cabin, the chopped firewood, the basic setup that represented my new life. "They can't accept that they just took you for granted and didn't realize how much you were holding together behind the scenes. They'd rather believe you're some kind of vengeful genius than admit they treated their most reliable family member like garbage." I leaned back in my chair, watching the sun set behind the mountains, and tried to summon some sympathy for the people who'd made my life miserable for years. I came up empty. "You know what the funny thing is?" I said to Maya. "I didn't plan any of this. I just left. Everything that happened after that was entirely their own doing. That's what makes it so perfect." Maya replied. "You gave them exactly what they said they wanted. A life without boring, reliable Jack. Turns out boring and reliable were the only things keeping their house of cards from collapsing." We sat there in comfortable silence, watching the day fade into evening. Somewhere down in the valley, the Doyle family was probably having another tense dinner, stepping carefully around the wreckage of their former lives, trying not to mention the elephant in the room that used to manage their finances and keep their world running smoothly. Up here in the mountains, I was grilling a simple dinner and planning tomorrow's hike. I'd never felt more content in my life. Sometimes the best revenge is simply living well while your enemies destroy themselves. 2 years have passed since I walked through that side gate at the Doyle family barbecue. And I'm sitting here on my porch watching the morning mist rise off the mountains, thinking about how one moment of clarity can change everything. It's funny how the worst day of your old life can become the doorway to the best chapter of your new one. I bought Franklin's cabin when he decided to retire to Arizona. "Too many winters up here for these old bones," he'd said. But I suspected he'd been planning this transition all along. Maybe he saw something in me that first day that told him I was going to be more than just a temporary renter. The paperwork was simple. Franklin wasn't the type of guy who believed in complicated legal maneuvers when a handshake and a fair price would do the job. "Oh, now I'm a homeowner again. But this time it's different. This place belongs to me in ways that suburban house never did. Every improvement I make, every piece of firewood I split, every trail I clear, it's all mine, shaped by my choices and my labor. There's something deeply satisfying about owning something you've actually earned rather than something you're just making payments on." The freelance programming work evolved into something more substantial over time. Word gets around in the tech world when you're reliable and good at what you do. And apparently living in the mountains doesn't hurt your reputation when your clients are scattered across 3 time zones. Anyway, I've got a steady roster of companies that send me projects, and the work is interesting enough to keep me engaged without being so demanding that it takes over my life. The best part is that I control my schedule completely. If I want to take a Wednesday off to hike to the lake, I do it. If I feel like working until midnight because I'm in the zone with a particularly challenging piece of code, there's nobody around to complain about the keyboard clicking or the extra coffee I'm making. It's amazing how much more productive you can be when you're not constantly managing someone else's emotional needs. But the real change in my life came about 8 months ago when I met Leah on the trail to Bear Creek Falls. I'd been hiking alone for over a year by then, perfectly content with my own company. When I came around a bend and nearly collided with this woman in park ranger gear who was examining something on the ground. "Sorry," I said, stepping aside to give her room. "Didn't mean to interrupt whatever scientific thing you're doing there." She looked up with this smile that was part amusement, part curiosity. "Scientific thing? I'm trying to figure out if this is bear scat or just a really unfortunate pile of berries." "That's definitely bear scat," I said, and she laughed. A real laugh. Not the polite social noise people make when they're being nice. "Well, look at you, mountain man. Got yourself a degree in wildlife biology while I wasn't looking." Nope. Just common sense. In a year and a half of living up here, you learn to recognize the signs pretty quickly when your nearest neighbor is 5 miles away and doesn't carry pepper spray. That was the beginning of something I hadn't expected to find again. A connection with another person that felt natural instead of exhausting. Leo was stationed at the ranger office about 15 miles down the mountain, responsible for trail maintenance and wildlife monitoring across a territory that included my little corner of the wilderness. She started stopping by every few weeks, initially just to check on the cabin and make sure I wasn't doing anything that would get her in trouble with the Forest Service. But those official visits gradually turned into longer conversations, then shared meals, then overnight stays that felt comfortable rather than complicated. Leah thinks my quiet strength is attractive, not boring. She appreciates that I can fix things that break, that I know how to be alone without being lonely, that I don't need constant entertainment or validation to feel content. The qualities that Clara had found so insufferably dull are exactly what Leah values in a partner. "You're like a Swiss Army knife," she told me one evening as we were cooking dinner together. "Practical, reliable, always useful, but not in a boring way. This guy actually knows how to handle life way." It's amazing how different a relationship feels when the other person actually likes who you are instead of tolerating you while hoping you'll change into someone more exciting. Leah and I cook simple meals and take long hikes and read books by the fire. And none of it feels like settling or compromising. It feels like living that we don't live together. She's got her own place closer to town. And we both value our independence too much to rush into cohabitation. But she's here most weekends and I stay at her place sometimes when I need to be closer to civilization for work meetings or supply runs. It's a relationship built on choice rather than convenience, which makes it feel solid in ways my marriage never did. Sometimes, usually when I'm doing something completely ordinary like splitting wood or updating code or planning a hiking route, I remember that party. I can still see Clara's smirk, still hear the laughter that followed her cutting remark, still feel the heat in my face as I sat there absorbing their collective amusement at my expense. But instead of anger or humiliation, what I feel now is something close to gratitude. That moment of public humiliation gave me perfect clarity about exactly where I stood in my own marriage. It stripped away all the self-deception and wishful thinking and showed me the raw truth. I was married to someone who found my pain entertaining. Walking through that side gate was the beginning of everything good in my current life. If Clara hadn't shown me exactly who she was that night, I might have spent years more trying to save something that was already dead. I might never have discovered what it feels like to be genuinely appreciated rather than merely tolerated. The divorce was finalized months ago without any drama. Clara signed the papers. We split what little assets remained after her financial collapse. And that was it. 8 years of marriage reduced to a legal document and a forwarded mail address. I felt nothing when it was done. No sadness, no relief, just the mild satisfaction of completing a necessary task. I heard through Maya that Clara eventually got her life together, more or less. She's working as a bookkeeper for a small accounting firm, living in a modest apartment, and apparently doing well in therapy. I'm genuinely glad she found some stability, though I have no desire to be part of it. The Doyle family has largely faded into irrelevance as far as I'm concerned. They're still dealing with the consequences of their collective choices. Still probably wondering how their stable family structure collapsed so completely after one party. I don't think about them much anymore, except occasionally when Maya brings news that reminds me how much better my life is now than it was when I was trying to earn their approval. I've learned the difference between being useful and being valued. And I'll never confuse the two again. I've learned that some bridges are worth burning if they're leading to places you don't want to go. Most importantly, I've learned that the worst thing that can happen to you sometimes turns out to be the best thing that could have happened to you. These days, I wake up in a place I chose with work I enjoy next to a woman who thinks I'm exactly who she wants to be with. I make my own coffee, plan my own days, and go to bed when I'm tired instead of when someone else decides the evening is over. I never looked back through that gate, and I never will. The peace I found on the other side was worth every moment of humiliation it took to find it. Story 3. My son-in-law invited everyone on a family vacation except me. He said, "We only have enough money for tickets for us and my parents." My daughter added, "And we need a break from you." I just smiled and said, "Okay, enjoy your vacation." When they checked into the hotel, I was already there, but not as a guest, but as the owner. I set the table with the good dishes, the ones Margaret and I received as a wedding gift 40 years ago. White porcelain with a thin gold rim. Only 3 pieces chipped after all this time. The evening light came through the curtains. Same ones we'd hung in 1998, casting everything in amber. I'd made Jennifer's favorite pot roast with carrots and potatoes. The recipe her mother perfected before the cancer took her. The name card sat at each place setting, carefully printed. Small touches mattered. They arrived 20 minutes late. Kevin pushed through the door first. Jennifer trailing behind with her phone already out. His parents followed. Patricia in a silk blouse that probably costs more than my monthly electric bill. Dennis in a blazer with gold buttons. They looked around my dining room like tourists in a museum of poverty. Robert. Kevin's handshake was brief, dismissive. Thanks for having us. Of course. Please sit. Dinner's ready. I'd positioned everyone carefully. Jennifer to my right, Kevin beside her, his parents across. The head of the table remained mine at least. I brought out the roast on Margaret's serving platter, steam rising, the smell filling the small room. This looks quaint, Patricia said, her eyes scanning the walls, the dated wallpaper, the framed photos of Jennifer at various ages. I'm glad the promotion came through, Jennifer. You worked hard for it. She barely glanced up from her phone. MHM. These things happen when you network properly. The word stung more than she knew. I'd made 3 calls to former business associates, spent 2 hours on the phone with a hotel chain executive who owed me a favor, all to ensure her application reached the right desk. She thought it was her networking. Kevin reached for the wine bottle I'd brought, a 2015 Napa Cabernet I'd selected specifically for tonight. $60 I probably shouldn't have spent. He examined the label, eyebrows raised, and what might have been approval. Now, this is a decent vintage. Finally, something worth drinking in this place. He poured for Patricia first, then Dennis, then Jennifer. The bottle moved around the table in a careful circle, skipping my glass entirely before Kevin set it down at the far end, well out of my reach. Jennifer watched this happen. She said nothing. Kevin has such refined taste, Patricia said, sipping. We raised him to appreciate quality. Dennis leaned back in his chair, studying my dining room with the expression of an appraiser at an estate sale. Robert, have you considered updating? We just redid our kitchen. Granite countertops, stainless appliances, the resale value alone. These are wonderful curtains, Patricia interrupted, reaching out to touch the fabric between her thumb and forefinger like she was testing its thread count. They must be 20 years old? They work fine, I said. Kevin shifted his chair, the legs scraping against the hardwood. He repositioned himself to create more distance between us, angling toward his parents, forming a wall with Jennifer in the middle. She turned her body to match his orientation, her back partially to me now. I passed the potatoes. Kevin took the bowl without looking at me. So big announcement, he said, grinning at his parents. We're doing a family vacation, St. Thomas, week long. Me, Jen, Mom, Dad, leaving the 21st. My fork paused halfway to my mouth. That sounds wonderful. What resort? Paradise Cove, 5-star private beach, the works. He was animated now, gesturing with his wine glass. My wine. We only had budget for 5 tickets. Us and my parents. The mathematics of that statement hung in the air. 5 tickets. 4 people listed. The exclusion was deliberate, calculated. I can cover my own expenses, I said, keeping my voice level. I'd love to join the family. Jennifer's phone slid across the table toward Patricia. Vacation photos loading on the screen. Jennifer turned further away from me, leaning in to point at resort amenities. When she spoke, she didn't look at me. We need a break from you, Dad. The room contracted. Patricia and Dennis suddenly found their plates fascinating. Kevin jumped in quickly, his tone falsely apologetic. It's not personal, Robert. Just you know how it is. Quality time with the immediate family. My hand had been reaching for the serving dish. I watched it freeze midair, detached like it belonged to someone else. Slowly, I lowered it to my lap. The pot roast sat untouched on my plate, congealing in its own juices. Of course, I heard myself say, I understand. I stood, the chair scraping back. Let me get dessert. Nobody protested. Kevin was already refilling the wine glasses, everyone's but mine. As I walked to the kitchen, my plate was still full. Through the doorway, I heard Patricia asking about spa packages. Dennis suggesting golf excursions. Jennifer's laugh, light and easy, the way it used to sound when she was 12 and I'd take her for ice cream after school. I didn't get dessert. I walked past the kitchen, down the hall, up the stairs to my bedroom. Behind me. The conversation continued without pause, without my absence even registering. I closed the door and sat on the edge of my bed, still wearing the same jacket I'd worn to Jennifer's wedding, the same one I'd worn to her promotion dinner last month, The same jacket Kevin's family had just mocked. Through the floor, I heard more laughter, the clink of glasses, my wine, my table, my home, their celebration. Something shifted then, precise and cold, like tumblers falling into place inside a lock. The house settled into silence around 10 o'clock. I heard doors closing downstairs. They were staying in the guest rooms, of course. Too much wine to drive home safely. My wine. I sat on the bed's edge, jacket finally removed, draped over the chair. The same chair where I'd laid out my clothes that morning, hopeful this dinner would bring us closer. Sleep wasn't coming. I knew that already. I removed my reading glasses, cleaned them with my shirt hem, put them back on. The bedroom looked the same as it had for 20 years. Margaret's jewelry box still sat on the dresser, empty now, everything inside sold to pay for her final hospital bills that insurance wouldn't cover. Jennifer had been 23 then, fresh out of college, crying at the funeral. I'd held her hand through the entire service. When did her hand let go of mine? The memories came in fragments, non-linear, each one sharp. The wedding, $35,000. Most of my savings at the time. Jennifer in her dress, radiant. Kevin beside her, looking vaguely uncomfortable in his tuxedo. I'd written the check, thinking, this is what fathers do. This is love made tangible. The car. $15,000 for the down payment on their Tesla. The one they drove past me last Christmas without stopping, heading to Kevin's parents for dinner. Just a loan, Dad. We'll pay you back. That was 4 years ago. I'd stopped asking about repayment after the first year. The furniture for their first apartment. The emergency roof repair they couldn't afford. The credit card bill $8,000 that Kevin explained away as temporary cash flow issues. Every time I'd written the check. Every time Jennifer would hug me and say, "You're the best, Dad." I stood restless, and walked to my home office down the hall. The laptop sat on the desk, password protected, containing a life my daughter knew nothing about. I opened it, entered the code, watched the screen illuminate. 4 properties. The hotel in Tampa bought in 2008 when the market crashed, renovated, turned profitable within 18 months. The boutique inn in Sarasota, acquired in 2012. 2 bed and breakfasts in St. Augustine, purchased as a pair in 2019. All managed through Wilson Holdings LLC, all generating steady income, all completely invisible to my family. Current total value, $3.2 million. I'd built this empire quietly, deliberately after Margaret died. Working double shifts at the hospital where I'd been a facilities manager, saving every extra dollar, learning real estate investment through night classes and weekend seminars. The LLC was registered under my middle name, Thomas, to keep it separate, private. I told Jennifer I was taking on extra work to stay busy. She'd never asked for details. I opened my spreadsheet. $70,000. That was the conservative estimate of what I'd given them over 12 years, not counting tonight's dinner, not counting the phone calls I'd made to secure her promotion. $70,000. And they needed a break from me. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I walked to Jennifer's childhood bedroom. The guest room now stripped of most personal items, but a few photos remained on the wall. Jennifer at 8, gap-toothed hugging me at Disney World. Jennifer at 16, holding her first place debate trophy, my arm around her shoulders. Jennifer at 21, college graduation. Her smile genuine and proud. I touched the frame. The glass was cool under my fingertips. When had that girl disappeared, dawn came slowly, gray light creeping through the windows. Around 7, I heard voices downstairs. Low, conversational. Jennifer and Kevin awake early talking in the kitchen. I moved to the hallway barefoot, staying close to the wall. The old house had good acoustics if you knew where to stand. At the top of the stairs, their voices carried clearly. We just need to approach it right. Jennifer's voice, that careful tone she used when manipulating situations at work. Make him think it's his idea. He's sitting on equity he doesn't need. Kevin, dismissive as always. This house is way too big for one person. I pressed my back against the wall, listening. He's stubborn about it, Jennifer continued. But if we frame it as simplifying his life, the old man doesn't have expensive taste anyway. Probably be happier in a 1-bedroom. Jennifer's laugh, small, complicit. He did wear that same jacket to my promotion dinner and my wedding. I looked back toward my room where that jacket hung on the chair. Same one. She was right. Once we get the house sold, Jennifer said, her voice gaining confidence. We can pay off the cards and maybe look at that bigger place in Winter Park. Your dad won't even notice the difference. He'll just be happy to help the family. Kevin's tone twisted the phrase into mockery. Help the family. The family that needed a break from me. The family planning to convince me to sell my home, Margaret's home, so they could upgrade theirs. I returned to my bedroom with the same careful precision I'd used to approach the stairs. Closed the door silently, sat at my desk, opened the laptop again. My hands didn't shake. That surprised me. They should have shaken. Instead, they typed Paradise Cove Resort, St. Thomas for sale. The listing loaded. Luxury beachfront property, 80 rooms, private marina, established clientele. Asking price $1.85 million. The photos showed pristine beaches, infinity pools, couples drinking cocktails at sunset, the same resort where my daughter planned to vacation without me, funded by my wine money, my dinner hospitality, my endless forgiveness. I opened my leather journal, the one where I tracked my hotel acquisitions, wrote financial notes, planned expansions. On a fresh page, I wrote the number, $1850,000. Then I wrote August 16th. Then I wrote Paradise Cove. My handwriting was steady, precise. I stared at those words for a long moment, then checked the property details again. Owner retiring, motivated to sell. Closing possible within 60 days. Contact Martin Reeves, Commercial Properties International. Downstairs, Jennifer and Kevin were probably making coffee now, planning their pitch to get me to downsize, to simplify, to free up money for the family. I looked at my laptop screen at that resort glowing in Caribbean sunshine and something crystallized in my chest. Not rage. Rage was too hot, too chaotic. This was colder, sharper. This was clarity. I pulled up my business bank account, the one Jennifer didn't know existed. Available liquid assets after reserving operating capital. $2.1 million. Paradise Cove Resort, St. Thomas, I said aloud to my empty room. For sale $1.85 million. I wrote it again in my journal, underlining it twice. The sun was fully up now, light streaming through those old curtains Patricia had mocked. Downstairs, my daughter was planning to take my home. In 10 days, she'd be lying on a beach I was forbidden to visit, drinking cocktails I was deemed unworthy to share. I smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. The laptop screen still glowed with Paradise Cove's listing when dawn broke fully. I'd been at this desk for hours, coffee growing cold in the mug beside me. Sleep seemed irrelevant now. My body ran on something sharper than caffeine. Purpose maybe, or the clarity that comes when you finally stop pretending. I heard movement downstairs around 8. Jennifer's footsteps. Familiar rhythm after 35 years, heading toward the kitchen. I waited 3 minutes, then followed. She stood at the counter pouring coffee, still in her pajamas, hair pulled back. I'd set out her preferred creamer earlier. French vanilla, the expensive kind. Small details. I still knew them all. Morning, I said, reaching for a mug. Hey. She didn't look up from her phone. I poured slowly, measuring my tone. Kevin mentioned you're taking a trip soon somewhere tropical. St. Thomas, Paradise Cove Resort. We leave next week. Sounds lovely. How long week? The 21st through 28th. She sipped her coffee, scrolling through something on her screen. She didn't ask if I'd reconsidered joining. The exclusion was settled fact not worth revisiting. Well, enjoy it, I said. You've been working hard. Thanks. She glanced up briefly, almost surprised by the sentiment, then returned to her phone. Kevin Unk's voice carried from upstairs. He was on a call. Something about quarterly projections. Jennifer finished her coffee, rinsed the mug, and headed back toward the guest room. I listened to her footsteps fade, then returned to my office, Paradise Cove Resort, August 21st through 28th. 7 nights, I pulled up satellite imagery. The property sat on the northwest coast of St. Thomas, tucked into its namesake cove. 25 rooms arranged in a horseshoe around a central pool, single road access. Nearest competitor marked 15 miles north. Boutique operation independent ownership recently listed due to I scrolled through the realtor's description. Owner's urgent financial situation. Motivated seller, my favorite words. I opened my locked drawer and extracted the files I'd need. LLC documentation for Wilson Holdings. 3 years of tax returns showing legitimate business income. Bank statements proving liquid assets. Evidence of capacity. Then I reached for my phone. Robert Wilson calling for account services. The banker picked up on the second ring. I'd been with this bank for 20 years. Moved enough money through their hands to warrant immediate attention. Mr. Wilson, how can I help? I paced to the window, watching Jennifer and Kevin load their cars outside. Workday routine. They had no idea. I need access to $1.9 million within 48 hours. Combination of liquid accounts and the credit line against the Tampa and Sarasota properties. Silence then. That's aggressive timing, Robert. May I ask? Investment opportunity. Time sensitive. Can you do it? I'll have preliminary approval by end of business today. Good. I'll wait for your call. I hung up before he could ask questions. Through the window, Jennifer's car pulled out of the driveway. Kevin's followed. 30 seconds later, the house settled into quiet. I spent the next 4 hours researching everything about Paradise Cove. Ownership history, revenue patterns, guest reviews, mostly positive, some complaints about data decor, and slow Wi-Fi. Staffing structure, lean operation, general manager named Amanda Parker, running day-to-day, owner increasingly absent. Current occupancy rate 62%. Plenty of room for improvement, but the bones were solid. The bones were perfect. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I drafted my approach. I called David Richardson's office, got his secretary, scheduled an emergency consultation for 4 o'clock. Then I drove downtown 20 minutes through Orlando traffic, rehearsing my explanation with each stoplight. Keep emotion out. Present this as business with personal motivation, not revenge. Strategic acquisition. David's office occupied the 14th floor of a glass tower on Orange Avenue. He met me in the conference room, tie loosened, reading glasses perched on his head. Robert, your message said urgent. I spread documents across his polished table, the Paradise Cove listing, my financial statements, a handwritten timeline showing I needed ownership by August 20th. He studied them, expression shifting from curiosity to concern. You want to buy a hotel in the Virgin Islands in 72 hours? Yes. May I ask why the impossible timeline? My daughter is vacationing there August 21st. She doesn't know I'm buying the property. I need to own it before she arrives. David removed his glasses completely. Set them down with care. That's Robert. I understand there's personal motivation here, but acquiring commercial property in the Virgin Islands with 72 hours of due diligence is professionally inadvisable. The property is already listed. The owner is motivated. I have the capital. What's the actual legal risk? He sighed. The sound of a lawyer recognizing a client who won't be deterred. Title issues, undisclosed liens, structural problems. You're buying sight unseen. I'm buying strategically in this. He tapped my notes about the house. You want your Orlando property in an irrevocable trust? With me as sole trustee and beneficiary, no one can force a sale without my consent. You understand this means Jennifer can't inherit it in the standard way if something happens to you. I understand perfectly. David studied me across the table. Whatever he saw there, and I knew what he saw, the same cold clarity I'd felt since dawn, made him nod slowly. I'll need to bring in a Virgin Islands attorney, someone local who knows the territory. Do it. Bill me whatever it costs. Robert. He leaned forward. What did she do? I met his eyes. She needed a break from me. I'm giving her one. He didn't press further. Smart man. I left his office at 5:30, drove home through rush hour, called Michael Thompson from the car. Thompson Notary Services. Michael, it's Robert Wilson. I need trust documents prepared. My residential property transferred to a personal trust. How quickly can you draft them? Standard timeline is a week for review. I need them in 3 days. Silence stretched. Then that's possible. My expedited rate is whatever it is, fine. Send the paperwork tonight. I'll have it by email within 2 hours. Back home, the house felt different. I walked through rooms I'd lived in for 26 years, seeing them as Jennifer and Kevin saw them, dated, small, beneath their aspirations. The curtains Patricia had mocked. The dining room where I'd served pot roast while they poured my wine for everyone but me. This was still my home. They would never take it. My phone rang at 7. The banker. Mr. Wilson, your credit line is approved. 1.9 available Monday morning. Perfect. The purpose of loan is listed as commercial property acquisition. Is that correct? Yes. Very good. We'll have documents ready for signature. I made one more call that evening. Martin Reeves, Commercial Properties International, the listing agent for Paradise Cove. Mr. Reeves, my name is Robert Wilson. I'm interested in the Paradise Cove Resort property in St. Thomas. Is the owner accepting offers? His voice brightened immediately. Absolutely. When would you like to schedule a viewing? Tomorrow. I can be there by afternoon. That's very soon. You're flying in from Orlando. I'll book tonight. This is a serious inquiry, Mr. Reeves. I have proof of funds and can close within 48 hours. I'll contact Mr. Clark immediately. He'll be very pleased. Good. I'll call when I land. I hung up and opened my laptop to airline bookings. The screen showed flights to St. Thomas, departure times, prices. My finger hovered over the purchase button for American Airlines Flight 1847, departing 9:30 tomorrow morning. Across town, Jennifer and Kevin were probably having dinner somewhere nice, celebrating their upcoming vacation. Paradise Cove, their private week, their break from me. I clicked purchase. The confirmation email arrived instantly. Boarding pass attached. Departure 9:30 a.m. Arrival 3:15 p.m. accounting for the time change. Plenty of daylight left to see the property. Meet the owner. Start negotiations. I forwarded the flight details to David Richardson with a simple message. I'll need that via attorney's contact info before I land. His reply came back within minutes. Already arranged. William Clark expects you at 4 p.m. tomorrow. His attorney will have preliminary documents ready. Robert, be careful. I closed the laptop and looked around my office. The hotel files, the trust documents Michael would send, the proof of funds letter from the bank, everything in order, everything aligned. In 3 days, my family would board a plane to Paradise, excited about their exclusive vacation, their break from the old man who embarrassed them with his dated curtains and worn jackets. They had no idea what was waiting for them. I allowed myself a brief nod, not a smile, nothing so obvious, and began packing my briefcase for tomorrow's flight. The flight landed in late afternoon heat, the kind that hits you like a wall when the cabin door opens. Cyril E. King Airport was smaller than I expected. Tourists everywhere in bright shirts and straw hats, families dragging roller bags toward rental car counters. I carried only my briefcase. This wasn't vacation. The taxi driver knew Paradise Cove without needing the address. Nice place, he said, pulling away from arrivals. You staying there? Business meeting? He nodded, navigating through Charlotte Mall's narrow streets, past cruise ship terminals and duty-free shops, then up into the hills. The road wound along the coast, occasional glimpses of turquoise water between palm trees and resort developments. 15 minutes later, we turned onto a private drive marked by a weather-worn sign. Paradise Cove Resort. The property was smaller than the photos suggested. A horseshoe of 2-story buildings painted pale yellow, arranged around a central pool that needed resurfacing. The lobby sat at the horseshoe's base, worn tile floor, ceiling fan clicking unevenly, furniture that had been expensive once but showed its age now. Beautiful bones beneath the neglect. A man waited in the lobby, late 50s. Shoulders slumped in a way that spoke of defeat before we even shook hands. Mr. Wilson. William Clark. His grip was weak. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Thank you for meeting me on short notice. When someone says they can close in 48 hours, I make time. He gestured toward the grounds. Would you like a tour? We walked the property slowly. William pointed out features, the renovated kitchenettes in each room, the private beach access down a stone stairway, the small restaurant that served breakfast included with roommate. His voice carried the tone of a man reciting facts he'd repeated too many times, hoping they'd sound better with repetition. I built this place 20 years ago, he said as we reached the pool. Poured everything into it. Market changed, big resorts moved in, and I understand business is timing. He looked at me with something like gratitude. You're not going to tear it down, turn it into condos. I'm keeping it as a hotel. I have plans for it. Relief washed across his face. We continued walking past rooms with ocean views, standard rooms facing the garden, the small gym with equipment that hadn't been updated this decade. Everything functional, nothing failing, just tired. A woman emerged from the office building, tablet in hand, professional despite the heat. Early 40s, dark hair pulled back, efficient movements. Mr. Clark, the Johnsons checked out early. They're requesting a partial refund for she stopped seeing me. Amanda, this is Robert Wilson, potential buyer. Amanda Parker, my general manager. She extended her hand without hesitation. Firm grip, direct eye contact. Will you be keeping the current staff? We're small but efficient. I'm evaluating everything. What's your role here? General manager. I handle daily operations, bookings, guest services. How long? 8 years. I nodded. 8 years meant she knew every system, every guest complaint, every vendor relationship. That knowledge had value. Good. I'll need that. We left her returning to her office and continued to William's space, a cramped room behind the front desk, paperwork stacked on every surface, computer showing an outdated reservation system. He gestured to a chair and I sat, briefcase across my lap. Your listing says 1.85, I said. I can close in 48 hours at 1.72. All cash. Minimal contingencies. William's fingers drummed the desk once. That's acceptable. When can we start paperwork? Today. Now. I opened my briefcase, pulled out the offer David's office had prepared. William read it slowly, lips moving slightly. When he looked up, something had shifted in his expression. Hope maybe, or just exhaustion ending. You're serious? Completely. I slid my bank letter across his desk. Proof of funds, ability to close immediately. He read it twice, then set it down with the careful precision of someone handling something precious. I'll call my attorney. We can have preliminary documents by tonight. I'll be at the Marriott if you need me. I stood, extended my hand. We'll close this, William, by Friday. His handshake was firmer this time. I spent that evening with David's Virgin Islands contact, a sharp-eyed attorney named Sarah Chen, who walked me through title documents, inspection reports, and existing bookings with the speed of someone who'd done this too many times. She flagged minor issues, permits needing renewal, vendor contracts transferring with ownership, staff employment agreements. The property is sound, she concluded around midnight. Financially distressed, but structurally solid. If you're comfortable with the accelerated timeline, I see no reason not to proceed. Draw up closing documents. I want to sign Friday morning. She nodded, already making notes. By Thursday afternoon, we sat in William's office again. Him, me, Sarah, and William's attorney handling the final review. Numbers aligned, documents signed. I wired the deposit. $172,000, 10% down. William's hand trembled slightly when we shook on it. You're saving my life, he said quietly. I didn't respond. This wasn't about saving anyone. Friday morning, the final closing took 3 hours. Wire transfers, title transfers, keys exchanged, ownership documents filed with the Virgin Islands Recorder Office. By noon, Paradise Cove Resort belonged to Wilson Holdings LLC. I sat alone in what was now my office, reviewing the paperwork with the strange detachment of someone who just executed a plan that still felt surreal. Then I opened Amanda's reservation system, scrolling through August bookings there. August 21st through 28th. Morgan Party, 4 guests, Deluxe Ocean View Suite, prepaid deposit, balance due at checkout. I took a photo of the screen with my phone, then called Amanda to my office. She arrived within minutes. Professional weariness in her expression. New ownership meant uncertainty, and she was smart enough to be cautious. Amanda, thank you for coming. Please sit. She sat, tablet ready, prepared to take notes or defend her position. I wasn't sure which. I'm keeping you on as general manager. Your salary increases 15%. Effective immediately. Her eyes widened slightly. Thank you. You'll earn it. I have specific instructions regarding operations. First, I pulled out the handwritten list I'd prepared. These room reassignments and pricing adjustments take effect August 21st. She scanned the list, frown deepening. These are significant changes. Some guests have already confirmed reservations at current rates. Ownership changed. Terms changed. Virgin Islands booking law allows modifications with 72 hours notice. That's technically correct, but guests won't be happy. There's one reservation in particular. August 21st, Morgan Party for guests. She checked her tablet. Yes. Deluxe Ocean View. Week-long stay. Change it. Standard room. No ocean view. Apply new pricing structure. 40% increase across all services. Amanda looked up slowly, but they've already confirmed at the old rate. New ownership, new terms. They'll be notified Monday. That gives them 74 hours. She studied me for a long moment. This is personal. I held her gaze. This is business. Will you follow these instructions? Another pause. Then she nodded. Yes, sir. When they arrive and express surprise about the changes, you will inform them that I am the owner. Not before. Understood? Understood. Good. I'm flying back to Orlando tomorrow. You have my contact information for anything urgent. Otherwise, I trust your judgment on daily operations. She stood still holding the list, clearly processing what this meant. May I ask the Morgan Party? Who are they to you? Family, I said. They wanted a break from me. I'm ensuring they get exactly what they asked for. Understanding dawned in her expression, followed by something that might have been sympathy or might have been respect. She didn't ask further questions. I'll make the changes today. Thank you, Amanda. After she left, I sat in the quiet office reviewing staff files, vendor contracts, operational procedures. This wasn't just revenge theater. I bought a real business, and I intended to run it properly. The hotel would succeed. That was important, not for the money, but for the principle. I'd built something from nothing before. I could do it again. That evening, I stood on Paradise Cove's beach, feet in sand, still warm from the day's sun. The cove curved around me in both directions, private and pristine, waves lapped gently against the shore. 2 days from now, Jennifer and Kevin would stand in this exact spot, expecting their exclusive paradise vacation. They would find something very different waiting. I slipped the ownership deed into my briefcase and closed it with a quiet click. Tomorrow I'd fly home. I'd maintain normal behavior. I'd wave goodbye when they left for the airport on Sunday, wish them a wonderful trip, play the role of the excluded father accepting his fate. Monday morning, they'd receive Amanda's email about the ownership change and policy updates. By the time they understood what had happened, they'd be mid-flight, unable to cancel, and I would be home, sitting in my dated house with my old curtains, waiting for the phone call I knew would come. The sunset painted the cove in shades of orange and gold. Paradise indeed. I turned and walked back toward the hotel, my hotel, to pack for tomorrow's flight. I'd return to Orlando before dawn, my suitcase hidden in the back of my closet before the sun rose. The flight from Street and Thomas had landed just after midnight, and I'd taken a taxi home through empty streets, rehearsing normally with each passing mile. By morning, there was no evidence I'd ever left. Jennifer appeared in the kitchen around 9, already making lists on her phone. Vacation mode had settled over her. That distracted excitement I remembered from when she was younger, planning trips with Margaret. Different now, though. This time, I wasn't invited. "Dad, have you seen my blue beach bag?" I appeared from the hallway with it. "Hall closet. I cleaned it after last summer." She took it without meeting my eyes. "Oh, thanks." I'd made coffee, set out her preferred creamer. Small gestures that cost nothing. Meant everything once. Now they barely registered. "Weather looks perfect," I said, pulling up the forecast on my tablet. Low 8s, sunny all week. "Great." I helped her pack through the morning, finding her favorite swimsuit, checking that her phone charger would work with Virgin Islands outlets, folding clothes the way Margaret had taught me 40 years ago. Each movement was methodical, familiar, bitter. I placed the swimsuit in her luggage with the same care I'd used later to dismantle her expectations. Kevin arrived around noon, hauling their shared luggage like he owned the place. He surveyed my assistance with a smirk. "Playing bellhop now, Robert." I continued folding a beach towel, just helping Jennifer. He dropped into my recliner, the one Patricia had judged during dinner, and checked his phone. "Travel is expensive. We're already stretched thin with this trip," the opening I'd anticipated. I pulled 5 $100 bills from my wallet, counted them deliberately, and held them toward Jennifer. "Here, 500. Pocket money." She took them without thanks, stuffing them in her purse. Kevin watched the exchange, then muttered just loud enough for me to hear, "At least the old man's good for something." I smiled faintly, said nothing. They left around 2 to handle last-minute errands. I continued my performance, washing lunch dishes, straightening the living room, acting like a man resigned to a quiet weekend alone. Through the window, I watched Kevin's car disappear down the street. Then I went to my closet and pulled out the overnight bag I'd packed that morning. Jennifer called around 6 o'clock from Dennis and Patricia's house where they'd gather before tomorrow's early departure. "Dad, we're leaving at 10 tomorrow morning. Just wanted to let you know. Have a wonderful time." A pause, almost guilty. "We'll send photos." "I'd like that." After hanging up, I picked up my bag. My expression hardened. By 7 o'clock, the street was quiet. I carried my bag to the corner, 3 houses down, where I'd arranged for a different taxi service to pick me up. No chance of Jennifer or Kevin driving past, seeing me leave. I was covering tracks they didn't know existed. The evening flight to St. Thomas departed at 8:15. I sat in coach, briefcase on my lap, going over final details. Amanda's protocols, staff assignments, the precise moment of revelation. This was theater, and I was directing every scene. We landed at 11 o'clock. The humid night air hit me as I descended the stairs to the tarmac. That tropical weight fragrant with salt and vegetation. A taxi carried me back to Paradise Cove through darkness, past shuttered shops and sleeping resort towns, my hotel, my property, my stage. I slept 4 hours in a small staff apartment Amanda had prepared, then rose at 6. While I showered in St. Thomas. Jennifer was probably waking in Orlando, checking her flight details one more time. While I dressed in business slacks and a pressed blue shirt, Kevin was likely making coffee in Dennis and Patricia's kitchen, eager to start their exclusive vacation. While I reviewed staff assignments in my office, they were loading luggage into Dennis's SUV. 2 stages, 2 performances about to collide. At 8, I gathered the staff in Paradise Cove's small conference room. Amanda sat at the front, tablet ready. Marcus, our security coordinator, leaned against the wall. 2 housekeepers, the restaurant manager, the front desk clerk, everyone who'd interact with the Morgan party. I distributed printed instruction sheets, professionally formatted, leaving nothing to interpretation. The Morgan party checks in at 3:00 p.m., I said. Party of 4. They're currently assigned to rooms 12 and 14. Amanda confirmed on her tablet. Standard rooms, not the deluxe ocean view suite they originally booked. Correct. I made eye contact with each staff member. They will complain. You will explain the room reassignment was necessary due to ownership transition. You will be professional and firm. The younger housekeeper raised her hand. Is there a problem with these guests? Just follow the protocols exactly. After the meeting dispersed, Amanda lingered. You're really doing this. Every word of those protocols exactly as written. She studied me for a long moment. And when they see you, I checked my watch. 11 a.m. local time. The Morgan family was boarding their flight in Orlando right now. Dennis probably telling nearby passengers about their exclusive boutique resort. Patricia showing photos on her phone. They were walking down the jetway into a plane that would bring them here to me completely unaware. They'll see the owner of this property, I said. Nothing more, nothing less. Amanda nodded slowly. She'd chosen her side. I spent the next hours inspecting preparations. Walked through rooms 12 and 14. Standard accommodations with parking lot views. Tested the water pressure. Functional but weak. Nothing like the rainfall shower in the deluxe suite they'd expected. Checked the air conditioning. Worked but noisy. Humming loudly enough to interfere with sleep. Everything was adequate. Nothing was wrong. Nothing was right. At 2, I changed into my business attire. Checked my reflection in the office mirror. Composed, professional, the owner of a Caribbean resort conducting normal operations. No hint of the father they'd excluded, mocked, planned to manipulate. At 2:30, I reviewed Amanda's screen one final time. Flight 1847 from Orlando landed on schedule. They'd be collecting luggage now, finding a taxi heading this way. At 2:47, I heard gravel crunch in the driveway. I straightened my collar and walked toward the lobby. Through the window, I could see a taxi pulling into the circular drive, doors opening, familiar figures emerging into afternoon sunlight. Jennifer stepped out first, shading her eyes. Kevin followed, already surveying the property with proprietary assessment. Dennis and Patricia emerged from the other side. Patricia immediately photographing the entrance. They had no idea what waited inside. I stepped back from the window, positioned myself in the office hallway where I could observe the reception desk. Amanda moved to her station. Marcus took his customary position near the entrance, and I checked my watch one final time. 3 o'clock. The front doors opened, and my family walked into my hotel. The lobby air conditioning met them with a gentle rush. I watched from the hallway as they took in the space, smaller than they'd expected, probably, but beautiful in its tropical simplicity. Ceiling fans turned lazily overhead. Potted palms flanked the reception desk. Through the far windows, the pool glittered turquoise against ocean blue. Kevin approached the desk first, assertive confidence in every step. He slapped his credit card on the polished wood. Morgan, party of 4. We have the deluxe ocean view suite reserved. Amanda took the card with professional courtesy, began typing. Her screen showed the reassignments I'd implemented. She paused exactly as we'd rehearsed. Yes, Mr. Morgan. I have your reservation. There's been a slight adjustment due to ownership transition. Adjustment? Kevin interrupted. We booked months ago. If you'll just wait in the lobby area, I'll have everything ready shortly. She gestured toward the seating area. Wicker furniture with tropical cushions. A coffee table displaying resort brochures. Kevin sighed with exaggerated patience and turned away. Jennifer settled onto the sofa, pulling out her phone. Dennis and Patricia remained standing, photographing the decor. Patricia touching a potted orchid to see if it was real. I stepped from the hallway, tablet in hand, accompanied by Marcus, who'd been briefed to follow my lead. I walked with the measured authority of someone reviewing daily operations, checking my screen, seemingly absorbed in resort business, professional, unhurried, in control. I was 10 feet from them when Jennifer glanced up. Her face went through a rapid sequence. Casual attention, recognition, confusion. Her mouth opened slightly. Dad. The word hung in the air. Kevin's head snapped around. Dennis and Patricia froze mid-photograph. I looked up as if just noticing them showed no surprise whatsoever. Dad, what are you doing here? Jennifer's voice carried genuine bewilderment. Kevin Unk's confusion shifted to anger in an instant. Are you serious? You followed us. I met his gaze evenly. I work here. That stopped him. His expression cycled through incomprehension, then settled into contempt. He laughed, a harsh, incredulous sound that echoed off the tile. You work here? What? You got a job at our resort to spy on us? Dennis moved closer to Patricia, whispering too loudly. This is inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. This is harassment, Kevin said, voice rising, taking an aggressive step forward. I want you out of here now. Other guests in the lobby turned to watch. A couple at the opposite sofa exchanged glances. An elderly man reading a newspaper lowered it slowly. I didn't move. I'm conducting business. Your business is ruining our vacation. Get out. Jennifer stood, trying to insert herself between us. Kevin, maybe we should know. He cut her off, then turned to Amanda. Get your manager. Get security. I want this man removed from the property. Amanda signaled Marcus, who moved smoothly forward, not threatening, just present. Professional hospitality industry de-escalation, positioning himself, creating space, radiating calm authority. Sir, please lower your voice, Amanda said. You're disturbing other guests. Kevin's face wrinkled. I'm disturbing. He's the one stalking his own daughter. Marcus stepped closer, voice quiet but firm. Gentlemen, let's keep things calm. Kevin rounded on him. Tell this man he needs to leave. We're paying guests. Amanda stood, drawing every eye in the lobby. When she spoke, her voice carried perfect clarity, each word distinct. Mr. Wilson is the owner of Paradise Cove Resort. As of August 19th, you are his guests. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the ceiling fans seemed to quiet. The couple on the sofa stared openly now. The elderly man had abandoned all pretense of reading. Kevin Unk's mouth worked soundlessly. Owner? Jennifer looked at me, color draining from her face. You bought this hotel? I met her eyes. I did. Patricia's phone clattered to the tile floor. Dennis grabbed his wife's arm, steadying them both. Kevin recovered first, aggression surging back. This is insane. You can't. I can, I said, cutting him off with the same calm I'd maintained throughout. I did. Now, Miss Parker will finish your check-in. Your rooms are ready. Kevin Unk's fist clenched at his sides. His breathing had quickened, face still flushed. This is we booked in good faith. This is our vacation. You can't just your reservation stands, Amanda interjected smoothly. Paradise Cove Resort honors all existing bookings. There have been some adjustments due to the ownership transition, which is standard practice. If you'd like to review, I don't want to review anything with him here. Kevin Unk's voice had dropped to something dangerous. This is a setup. This whole thing is a setup. For the first time, I allowed myself a small smile. This is a hotel. You made a reservation. You're checking in. Everything is entirely standard. Jennifer sank back onto the sofa, still staring at me like I was someone she'd never met, which I suppose was accurate. How long have you? She couldn't finish the question. I closed the purchase on Friday. That's 2 days ago, Dennis said faintly. We booked 3 months ago. Ownership changes happened, I said. The property was listed. I made an offer. Business. Kevin turned to Amanda, ignoring me completely. Fine, we'll check in and then we'll be filing the complaint with the tourism board with consumer protection. This is fraud. You're welcome to file whatever complaints you wish, Amanda replied. Your confirmation number is in our system. Everything is documented. Shall I continue with check-in? She slid the registration form across the desk. Kevin snatched a pen and signed with violent strokes. Jennifer sat motionless, phone forgotten in her lap. Patricia had retrieved her phone from the floor, but seemed uncertain what to do with it. Dennis kept glancing between me and Kevin, calculating something. Amanda typed efficiently, then reached beneath the desk for key cards. She set 2 on the counter. You're in rooms 12 and 14, second floor. The porter will help with your bags. Wait. Kevin Unk's eyes narrowed. 12 and 14. We booked the deluxe ocean view suite. Due to ownership transition and property updates, some reassignments were necessary. You were notified via email 72 hours prior to check-in. We received no email. Amanda turned her monitor to show him. Sent Monday morning at 9 a.m. to the email address on file. morgan@outlook.com. Kevin pulled out his phone, scrolled violently through his inbox. His face changed as he found it. He read, his jaw tightening with each line. This says the rates increased 40% across all services. That's correct. New ownership implemented updated pricing again. You were notified within the legal window for modification. This is, he looked at me, understanding finally dawning in full. You did this deliberately. I said nothing. Didn't need to. Jennifer stood slowly, moving to the desk, taking one of the key cards with a hand that visibly trembled. She still hadn't looked at me again. Couldn't maybe. Your rooms are on the second floor, Amanda repeated. Breakfast is included. Served 6 o'clock to 10 a.m. in the restaurant. Checkout is 11 a.m. on the 28th. Do you have any other questions? Kevin opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. No, he finally said, wonderful. Enjoy your stay at Paradise Cove Resort. The porter approached with their luggage cart. Jennifer followed him toward the stairs like someone in a dream. Patricia held Dennis's arm as they trailed behind. Kevin remained at the desk a moment longer, staring at me with undisguised hatred. You'll regret this, he said quietly. Perhaps, I acknowledged. But not today. He grabbed the second key card and followed his family toward the stairs. I watched them climb, Jennifer's shoulders rigid, Kevin's posture radiating fury, Dennis and Patricia whispering urgently between themselves. Marcus moved to stand beside me. That went exactly like you planned, he observed. It did. What happens when they see the rooms? I checked my watch. In approximately 3 minutes, they'll discover that standard rooms have parking lot views, lower water pressure, and older air conditioning units. They'll realize the mini bar prices have doubled. They'll notice the bathroom amenities are basic rather than premium. And then they'll come back down here to complain. I straighten my tablet and Miss Parker will politely explain that everything meets the stated accommodation standards and no refunds are available for bookings made under previous ownership. Through the second floor windows, I could see movement in room 12. A door opening, Jennifer stepping inside, Kevin behind her, stopping abruptly in the doorway. I heard the muffled sound of raised voices. Amanda caught my eye from behind the desk. I nodded once. The show had just begun. The porter left us in the hallway. Jennifer slid her key card into room 12's lock, the green light blinking permission. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, then stopped. I watched from the lobby's security camera feed in my office. Amanda had positioned the monitor where I could observe without being obvious. Jennifer stood motionless in the doorway, taking in the standard room with its parking lot view, the dated furniture, the narrow bathroom visible through the half-open door. This wasn't the Ducks Ocean View suite shown in their booking photos. She walked to the window like someone underwater, movement slow and dreamlike, pulled the curtain aside, stared at the parking lot, the dumpster enclosure, a maintenance shed with peeling paint. Kevin pushed past her into room 14. His parents assigned space, already complaining. I couldn't hear the words through the camera, but his gestures were clear enough, arms spread wide, pointing at the window. Dennis appeared behind him, face sagging with comprehension. Patricia sank onto the bed, still clutching her purse. Within 10 minutes, my desk phone rang. Amanda's voice professional. Ms. Morgan online, too, regarding her room assignment. I listened to the recorded call later. Jennifer's voice tight with restrained anger. We booked a deluxe ocean view suite. This is a standard room with a parking lot view. Amanda's response exactly as scripted. I apologize for the confusion, Miss Morgan. During the ownership transition, we had to reassign several reservations due to renovation scheduling. Your rate remains the same. Can we upgrade? Pay the difference? I'm afraid the Ducks rooms are fully booked through your checkout date. Jennifer hung up without responding. That evening, they attempted dinner at our restaurant, the only dining option within walking distance. I positioned myself at a corner table with paperwork spread before me, reviewing actual operational reports while remaining visible, professional, untouchable, the owner conducting business. When their menus arrived, Kevin's expression shifted. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through screenshots he'd saved of our old pricing. His jaw tightened. The server approached his summons with practiced patience. These prices don't match your website. New management implemented updated pricing yesterday, sir. All platforms were updated simultaneously. Kevin looked across the restaurant at me. I didn't acknowledge his gaze, just signed the document Amanda had brought for approval. He approached my table a moment later, Dennis trailing reluctantly behind. I looked up with mild attention. The prices on this menu don't match what's on your website. New management, new pricing. Updated yesterday across all platforms. That's convenient timing. That's business, Kevin. If the rates don't suit you, I'm sure other properties would welcome your reservation. His face colored. The nearest hotel is 15 miles away. I returned to my paperwork. Then I suppose our rates are competitive. He stood there another moment, breathing through his nose before returning to his table. Their simple dinner, nothing extravagant, just entree and drinks, cost them $180 before tip. I watched Patricia's face when the bill arrived. She looked like she'd bitten something sour. The next morning brought new complications. At precisely 6 a.m., maintenance began work on the hot water system. The pipes ran through the walls adjacent to rooms 12 and 14. The sound was impressive, hammering, clanging, water rushing through old plumbing. Perfectly legal, perfectly timed. I conducted my morning property walkthrough at 6:15, clipboard in hand, happening to pass their rooms just as Dennis emerged in his bathrobe, hair standing at angles, looking haggarded. Morning. Sorry for the noise. Necessary repairs should wrap up by 7 o'clock. He blinked at me, too tired to form a response. I continued my inspection, noting items on my clipboard that had nothing to do with him. By the third day, the pattern was undeniable. Wi-Fi became unstable. Functional in the lobby and restaurant, mysteriously dropping in their specific rooms. Our technician shrugged apologetically. Island infrastructure. Sometimes signals don't reach certain areas. Room service orders were delayed. Not excessively, nothing actionable, but 60 to 90 minutes instead of the promised 30 to 45. Kitchen backup during peak hours happens sometimes. Pool hours were adjusted for cleaning. The announcement went to all guests. Routine maintenance 2 to 4 p.m. daily. Prime afternoon hours. Dennis and Patricia had planned to spend those hours poolside. Each incident alone was minor. Together they were suffocating. Kevin documented everything. I saw him through the window photographing his parking lot view, timing his room service order with his phone stopwatch, recording the Wi-Fi disconnection. He was building a case, collecting evidence. For what exactly, I wasn't sure, but it didn't concern me. Everything I'd implemented fell within acceptable hotel operations. Maintenance happened. Wi-Fi had outages. Kitchens experienced delays. There was no violation of any standard or law, just consistent inconvenience. On August 23, Kevin confronted me near reception. Laptop open, showing documentation. The Wi-Fi in our rooms doesn't work. I glanced at his screen. Amanda mentioned connectivity issues. We've contacted the service provider. When will it be fixed? I checked my watch. They indicated 24 to 48 hours for technician availability. The business center and lobby have stable connections if you need internet access. This is ridiculous. This is island infrastructure. I don't control the telecommunications provider's schedule. He slammed his laptop closed and walked away. By August 24th evening, the family was fragmenting. I observed from my office window as Jennifer sat alone by the pool. During the brief hours, it remained open. Kevin paced nearby, phone pressed to his ear, probably researching alternatives, finding none in their price range. Dennis and Patricia huddled under an umbrella, whispering with tight urgency, occasionally glancing toward Jennifer with expressions that weren't sympathetic. They were blaming each other, assigning fault. The pressure was working exactly as designed. That night, I saw lights burning late in room 14. Dennis and Patricia were awake, proudly discussing their options, finding none acceptable. In room 12, Jennifer's silhouette moved past the window repeatedly, pacing, unable to settle. Kevin's light stayed on past midnight. Through the thin walls, maintenance staff reported hearing keyboard clicks, rapid, aggressive typing. I made a note on my tablet. Monitoring required, then returned to actual operational business. Vendor contracts that needed review. A staffing issue. Amanda had flagged quarterly projections for my other properties. Paradise Cove was a real hotel. I was running it properly. Improving systems, addressing genuine maintenance needs that the Morgan family happened to be experiencing. The transitional growing pains of new ownership was simply unfortunate timing or perfect timing depending on perspective. The next morning, Amanda called my cell at 8. "Sir, you should know the family posted several negative reviews overnight." I wasn't surprised. "How bad?" 1 star across 3 platforms. Language is aggressive. Accusations of discrimination and harassment. Are any allegations factually accurate? No. Everything we did was within policy and law. Draft professional responses. Acknowledge dissatisfaction. Reference ownership transition. Offer general commitment to service improvement. Don't engage with specific accusations. Already started. I'll send them for your approval. I pulled up the reviews on my laptop. Dennis and Patricia's was venomous. Owner engages in targeted harassment. After discovering personal connection, systematically degraded our experience. Unethical business practices. Discriminatory treatment. Avoid at all costs. Kevin's used legal-sounding language. Breach of contract regarding room assignments. Unauthorized price increases. Owner has clear conflict of interest. Consumer rights violations. Will be pursuing legal recourse. I read them twice, analytical rather than emotional. They were angry, desperate, grasping for weapons they didn't have. My responses, drafted carefully and reviewed by Amanda, went live by noon. We regret this guest's dissatisfaction. Ownership transitions occasionally require operational adjustments as we work to improve service standards. We appreciate all feedback and remain committed to providing quality hospitality, professional, unassailable, untouchable. In room 14, I imagined Kevin refreshing the review sites, seeing my response, realizing it gave him nothing to attack. 3 more days until checkout. 3 more days until they'd face the bill, calculated at new rates, including all service charges, resort fees, and incidentals. 3 more days until they'd return to Orlando and discover what I'd done with the house. I smiled briefly, alone in my office, then returned to work. Kevin's response appeared online at 7 the next morning, detailed, methodical, citing specific statutes he'd researched about consumer protection in the Virgin Islands. He'd spent hours on it. I could tell from the precise timestamps, the legal citations, the desperate professionalism of someone grasping for leverage. It was impressive. It was also useless. By 9 a.m., he was sitting in a local attorney's office. I learned this later from Amanda, who heard it from our restaurant server, who'd overheard Kevin making the appointment by phone. Small island, small resort, information traveled. The consultation cost him $350. I knew because he complained about it loudly to Jennifer in the hallway afterward, voice carrying through their open door. The attorney had found nothing actionable. Price changes were legally implemented with required notice. Room reassignments during ownership transitions were within hotel rights. Maintenance was routine. Wi-Fi failures were infrastructure issues, not intentional service denial. He said, "We can leave negative reviews or find alternative accommodation," Kevin told Jennifer, voice tight with barely contained fury. "That's it. That's our legal recourse." Jennifer's response was too quiet to hear, but Kevin's follow-up wasn't. $350 to be told we're screwed. An hour later, my phone rang. Jennifer's name on the screen. I answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello, Jennifer." Breathing, ragged, unsteady. Then, "How could you do this to us?" Her voice was breaking. She'd been crying. I could hear it in the thickness of her words, the way they came in gasps. "How could you do this to your own daughter?" I kept my tone measured, calm. "I'm conducting business. You wanted a vacation without me. You have one. You're punishing us. This is cruel. This is what you chose. I'm simply providing the service you're paying for. When we get back," her voice rose to something near hysteria. "When we get back, we're evicting you from our house. We'll sell it whether you like it or not." Ice crystallized in my chest. This was the moment I'd anticipated, prepared for. "Try it." 2 words delivered flat. "Final." She sobbed once, loud and harsh. Then the line went dead. I sat in my Paradise Cove office, phone still in hand, and considered the conversation. Jennifer was unraveling. Good. Kevin was desperate, throwing money at attorneys who couldn't help him. Better. Dennis and Patricia were humiliated. Their bragging to neighbors now a source of mortification. Perfect. But the house threat required immediate attention. I booked an afternoon flight to Orlando. Michael Thompson's office was exactly as I remembered, modest, professional, paperwork organized in precise stacks. He had the trust documents ready, printed and tabbed with colored flags marking where I needed to sign. "This makes the property untouchable without your explicit authorization," he explained, sliding the first page across his desk. "Your daughter cannot force sale, cannot claim inheritance rights while you're living, cannot even contest the arrangement without significant legal expense." "That's exactly what I need," he studied me briefly. "May I ask what prompted this level of protection?" "Family complications." Michael nodded wisely, asking nothing further. "Sign here, here, and initial the final page." I worked through the documents methodically. Each signature, each initial, another lock on something Jennifer thought she could take from me. When Margaret and I bought this house in 1999, Jennifer was 11 years old, running through the empty rooms before we'd even moved furniture in. She'd claimed the bedroom with a window seat, made us promise it would always be hers. I'd kept that promise for 26 years. Now she wanted to sell it to pay off credit cards. Speaking of which, at Michael's desk, I pulled up my credit monitoring service on my phone. I'd co-signed on 2 of Jennifer's cards years ago when she was establishing credit. The linked accounts showed in my report. $48,000 in debt. I scrolled through the details. Multiple credit cards, all opened or significantly increased within the last 6 months. A personal loan from a predatory lender at 18% interest. Cash advances, balance transfers, the pattern of people juggling, desperate, counting on money they didn't have yet, counting on my house. I took a screenshot, then another of the timeline. The debt accumulation had accelerated in June, around the time Kevin had announced the vacation, around the time they'd started planning to pressure me into selling. They'd spent money they expected to get from my equity. Everything looks in order, Michael said, applying his notary seal to the final page. I'll file these with the county recorder this afternoon. You'll have complete protection. I slid one copy into my briefcase, left another with Michael, and carried the third to my car. The flight back to St. Thomas didn't leave until the next morning, so I spent the night in my own home, my legally protected, completely controlled home. I walked through the rooms Jennifer wanted to sell, touching the walls Margaret had helped paint, standing in the kitchen where we'd made breakfast for 30 years. Jennifer could threaten all she wanted. This house was mine. I returned to Paradise Cove on the morning of August 26. Amanda met me in the office with updates. The Morgan family was subdued, spending minimal time in their rooms, avoiding the restaurant where prices hurt too much. They discovered a food truck 3 miles down the road and were walking there for cheaper meals. The heat is getting to them, Amanda reported. Mrs. Morgan, the older one, looked sunburned and exhausted yesterday. And the reviews, your responses are posted. Professional, brief. We've had 3 new bookings since yesterday. Guess who read the reviews and our responses and appreciated our transparency about the transition period? Good. The negative reviews were actually helping. People understood that ownership changes created temporary disruption. My measured responses demonstrated professionalism. Kevin's attacks were backfiring. I pulled up the reviews again, reading them with fresh perspective. All that rage, all those accusations, all that desperate legal language, it made him look unreasonable, especially against my calm acknowledgement of temporary difficulties. One more thing, Amanda said. Mr. Morgan asked about early checkout. He wanted to know if leaving a day early would reduce their bill. I looked up. What did you tell him? That our cancellation policy requires full payment for reserve dates regardless of early departure. He'd still owe for 7 nights. Good. She hesitated. He asked what the final bill would total. I calculated it for him. With the updated rates, all meals and services, resort fees, incidentals. It's approximately $4,200. More than double what they'd budgeted for, I imagined. More than they'd expected when Kevin had smugly poured my wine at my dining table. When Jennifer had said they needed a break from me. When he heard the amount, Amanda continued, he went pale. Said, there must be an error. Is there? No. Everything is accurate according to current pricing and their usage. Then there's no error. I spent the rest of August 26 reviewing actual business operations. Paradise Cove had guests besides the Morgans, after all, and they deserve proper service. I approved Amanda's staffing schedule, reviewed the quarterly maintenance budget, and met with our food vendor about supply chain improvements. By evening, I was genuinely tired from legitimate work. Through my office window, I saw the Morgan family sitting separately around the pool, not together, separately. Jennifer on one lounge chair, Kevin on another 10 feet away, Dennis and Patricia at a table, Dennis reading something on his tablet, Patricia staring at nothing. They'd stopped talking to each other. The vacation they'd been so excited about, the exclusive boutique resort experience they'd bragged about to neighbors had become a prison sentence they were enduring in isolated silence. One more day until checkout. One more day until they'd face that $4,200 bill. One more day until they'd return to Orlando and discover the house was beyond their reach. I opened my briefcase, pulled out the trust document copy, and read through it one final time. Every clause, every protection, every guarantee of my absolute control. The house was mine alone. And from Amanda's report, they had no idea what waited for them at checkout. I allowed myself a moment of satisfaction. Not joy, not cruelty, just the cold satisfaction of pieces falling into place exactly as designed. Then returned the document to my briefcase and locked it. Tomorrow would bring the final moves. Tonight I'd let them sit with their expensive mediocrity, their shattered vacation dreams, their fragmenting family unity. Tonight, I'd let them wonder what else I'd planned. They'd find out soon enough. I spent August 26 reviewing final details with Amanda. The Morgan family, she reported, had requested early checkout, departing the 27th instead of the 28th. Trying to escape a day early, as if leaving sooner would somehow erase what had happened. They seem eager to get home, Amanda said diplomatically. I imagine they are. She pulled up their account on her screen. The final bill is ready for review. I studied the itemization, room charges at current rates, restaurant meals, room service orders, resort fees, incidentals, every charge legitimate, every price legally posted, the mathematics of consequence calculated down to the last dollar. Process it exactly as shown, I said. No adjustments. Morning of the 27th, I watched from my office window as they carried luggage to the reception area. Dennis moved slowly, looking older than he had a week ago. Patricia kept her sunglasses on despite being indoors. Kevin's posture was rigid, controlled fury in every movement. Jennifer walked last, shoulders curved inward, diminished. Amanda greeted them with professional courtesy. Good morning. Checking out. Kevin placed his key cards on the counter with precision. Yes. Early departure. Of course. Amanda's fingers moved across the keyboard. The printer hummed to life, producing the final bill. She placed it face down on the counter, slid it toward Kevin with practiced grace. He picked it up confidently, flipped it over. His hand froze midair. I couldn't hear his exact words from my office, but I saw his mouth form them. This says $4,200. Amanda's response was calm, rehearsed. She gestured to the itemized breakdown, explained each section. Updated rates, dining expenses, resort fees, all documented, all legal. Kevin's voice rose. Other guests in the lobby glanced over. Amanda maintained her professional composure, referencing terms and conditions, ownership transition clauses, email notifications sent August 19th. Kevin pulled out his credit card, tapped it against the terminal, declined. He tried again, entering the PIN manually this time. Declined. He yanked out a different card. The terminal beeped rejection. His face was white now, a sheen of sweat visible on his forehead despite the air conditioning. He turned to Dennis. I couldn't hear the exchange, but Dennis shook his head slowly, looking at the floor. Patricia pulled her purse closer to her body, protective. Jennifer stepped forward. She didn't speak, didn't meet Kevin's eyes, just handed Amanda her credit card and stared at the wall while the transaction processed. Approved. She took the receipt, folded it without looking, and put it in her purse. The family moved toward the exit like people leaving a hospital after bad news. Slow, silent, defeated. I didn't watch them drive away. They were no longer my concern. Amanda came to my office an hour later. They're gone. Thank you for handling that professionally. It was difficult to watch, she paused, even knowing the context. Consequences are always difficult. That's what makes them effective. I flew back to Orlando that afternoon. While they traveled in heavy silence, I could imagine it. The four of them unable to look at each other. Kevin staring out the airplane window. Jennifer with her eyes closed. Dennis and Patricia sitting in a different row. I reviewed Amanda's operational reports for the week. Paradise Cove had functioned well. Other guests had left positive reviews. The Morgan family's negative reviews had actually increased bookings. People appreciated my transparent, professional responses. The business was solid. The revenge was complete. I'd timed everything precisely. While they were in S. Thomas, David Richardson had delivered the trust documents to my house. Left in a legal envelope on the kitchen table where they couldn't miss it. They'd arrive home exhausted. Financially devastated, emotionally fractured, and they'd find that envelope waiting. I landed in Orlando that evening, but didn't go home. Stayed at one of my hotels instead. The boutique property in Winter Park, nice, but not ostentatious. I wanted them to discover the documents without me there. Wanted them to read the rental terms, the trust structure, the reality that the house they'd planned to sell was completely beyond their reach. The next morning, August 28th, I returned to my house. The kitchen showed evidence of Kevin's rage. Mail scattered on the floor, a decorative bowl broken, a dent in the wall near the counter. The legal envelope lay torn open. Documents strewn across the table. They'd been here. They'd discovered the truth, and they'd left. I cleaned up the broken bowl, stacked the mail, left the dent in the wall. Evidence was useful sometimes. My phone rang that evening. Dennis, Robert. His voice was careful, measured. I wanted to apologize for the condition we left your kitchen in. Kevin was upset. I noticed Patricia and I had no idea about the house situation. If we'd known you'd have what? Not taken the vacation you bragged about to your neighbors. Silence, then quietly. The Hendersons asked how the exclusive resort was. They'd seen the reviews online. Someone posted photos. I'm sure that was awkward. Patricia is mortified. We told everyone this would be a luxury vacation. It was a vacation at a resort. The luxury was your assumption. He exhaled slowly. Kevin and Jennifer are staying with us temporarily, just until they figure things out. That's generous of you. Not really. We can barely afford it. The lawyer consultation, the meal expenses, changing our flights were tapped out, too. I said nothing. What was there to say? They'd aligned themselves with Kevin and Jennifer's plans. They'd participated in my exclusion. Enjoyed the idea of a vacation I wasn't worthy to attend. Now they were experiencing the aftermath. Robert, is there any way no? You don't know what I was going to ask. Yes, I do. And the answer is no. You made choices. These are the consequences. He hung up without goodbye. 3 hours later, Jennifer called. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail. Broken. Sobbing, barely coherent. Something about $1,800 a month. Something about debt. Something about Kevin blaming her for not controlling me. I listened to it once, then deleted it. This was exactly what needed to happen. They needed to sit with what they'd done. Understand the full weight of their choices. Jennifer's tears weren't repentance yet. They were self-pity. She was crying because of consequences, not because she genuinely understood her failures. That night, alone in my house with its dated curtains and worn furniture, I walked through rooms that had raised Jennifer from childhood to adulthood. Her bedroom still had the window seat where she'd read for hours. The kitchen still had the step stool I'd built so she could help Margaret cook. This house was filled with memories of a daughter I'd loved unconditionally. That daughter had disappeared somewhere along the way. Maybe she could come back. Maybe not. But I'd done what I needed to do, shown her that respect matters, that people aren't resources, that fathers, even ones with modest houses and old jackets, have dignity that shouldn't be casually trampled. Whether she learned from this was up to her now. I'd taught the lesson. The rest was hers to figure out. 2 days passed before she knocked on my door. I opened it to find Jennifer diminished. No makeup, simple clothes, exhausted beyond words. Dad, can we talk? I stepped aside. She sat on the sofa's edge, hands folded. I was a terrible daughter. You were always there, and I treated you like you were invisible. I'm so sorry. I kept my expression neutral. I didn't do this for revenge. I did it to show you what respect looks like. She nodded, tears falling. I didn't comfort her. She needed to sit with this. She returned September 2nd. Kaller and I are divorcing. He blamed me for not controlling you. She showed me divorce papers, credit counselor appointments, job applications. I'm taking responsibility. I wrote 2 options on paper. 1, you and Kevin pay what you owe. Then we're done. 2, you stay alone, pay rent, rebuild independently. Maybe we repair things. She pointed to option 2 without hesitation. No money from me, no shortcuts. I'm certain. September 5th, she brought cheap sandwiches. We ate on the terrace. I showed her my hotel portfolio, 4 properties, millions in assets. This was always you? Her voice broke. I didn't want money to change you, but I changed anyway. I became someone who saw you as a resource, not a father. We sat as evening settled. Not forgiveness yet. That required time, but not war anymore either. Same time next week? She asked. Same time after she left, I stayed on the terrace, thinking about what I'd built. Not the modest existence they'd assumed, but the successful life I'd been living all along. They'd never bothered to see it. Now Jennifer was beginning to. I'd set boundaries, demanded respect, shown her that consequences weren't cruelty, they were clarity. This was never about destroying her. It was about restoring my own dignity, teaching her that people deserve basic consideration, that respect isn't automatic, especially not from family. Jennifer knocked again the following week and the week after. Each visit she was more grounded. I remained guarded, offered no financial help, but I showed up. Because revenge isn't about destroying others. It's about restoring your own dignity, showing consequences, and then, if they prove worthy, offering the possibility of redemption. Jennifer was working for hers. Whether she'd earn it remained to be seen, but she was trying, and I was willing to let her try. That was enough for now. Story 4. My son's commanding officer beat him in the base as a concerned father. The colonel said, "Your son is a liar. I have 40 witnesses. Get out before I have you arrested." I said, "You have 15 minutes to confess the truth." He called security. 12 minutes later, Pentagon called him. "Sir, the man you threatened is." Chapter 1, The Quiet Before. Dalton Larson had spent 23 years in military intelligence before retiring to what most people would call a quiet life. Most people didn't know that retirement meant consulting directly with the Secretary of Defense on matters that never made it to briefings or reports. They didn't know that the modest house in Alexandria, Virginia, contained a secure communication room that connected him to some of the most powerful people in the Pentagon. His wife, Melissa, knew she'd been a Marine Corps logistics officer when they met, and she understood the weight of secrets. Their son, Mitch, knew his father had served, but like most 22-year-olds, he was more focused on building his own path. The kid had joined the army against Dalton's initial wishes. Not because Dalton didn't respect the service, but because he knew exactly what kind of hell could hide behind polished brass and patriotic rhetoric. On a Tuesday evening in October, Dalton was reviewing classified documents about contractor fraud in Afghanistan when his encrypted phone buzzed. Not the regular cell phone, the other one. "Larson," he answered. "Dad." Mitch's voice was wrong. Tight. Pain wrapped around every syllable. Dalton's entire body went rigid. "What happened?" "I need you to listen. Don't react, just listen." A wet cough. "I'm okay. Mostly okay. Mitch. Colonel Gonzalez beat the hell out of me during training today. Said I showed him disrespect. Broke my ribs, Dad. Maybe my jaw. They took me to the base clinic and the doctor, Colonel Johnson, he wrote it up as a training accident. Fall from an obstacle course." Dalton's hand tightened around the phone until his knuckles went white. His voice remained perfectly calm. "Where are you right now?" "My barracks. They told me to keep my mouth shut or it gets worse. Said I'm a troublemaker. That I can't handle military discipline." Another pause. "Dad, there are 40 guys watching. Not one of them will back me up. Gonzalez has them terrified. Tell me everything. Start from the beginning." Mitch's story came out in fragments. Morning PT had been brutal. Gonzalez had been on edge all week, screaming at everyone. Mitch had asked a question about proper hydration protocol during a ruck march. A simple by-the-book question. Gonzalez had taken it as insubordination, told him to drop and give him 50. Standard stuff. But then after the company dispersed, Gonzalez had ordered Mitch to stay behind. The colonel had circled him like a predator, asking if he thought he was smarter than his commanding officer. Before Mitch could answer, the first punch had landed in his solar plexus, then his ribs, his face. When Mitch went down, Gonzalez kicked him twice more. He said, "This is what happens to smart asses who think they know better," Mitch whispered. Then he called over Captain Glenn and Lieutenant Johnson. They dragged me to the clinic. Doctor looked at me, looked at Gonzalez, and wrote up the accident report. No questions. Dalton's mind was already working through scenarios, protocols, chains of command. Who else saw it? My whole unit, 42 guys. But Turl Duffy pulled me aside after. He said he wanted to report it, but Gonzalez threatened everyone. Said anyone who talked would find themselves in Afghanistan on the worst details imaginable and that his reach went further than we could imagine. Turl Duffy, Dalton repeated, filing the name away. He sounds like he has some integrity. He's solid, Dad. But he's scared. We all are. Mitch's voice cracked. What do I do? Dalton stood up, already walking to his secure room. You do nothing. You recover. You keep your head down for exactly 48 hours. Can you do that? Yeah, but no, buts, Mitch, I know you want to fight this yourself. I know you're thinking about going to the Inspector General or filing a formal complaint. Don't. That paper trail will get buried or twisted against you. Trust me on this. What are you going to do? Dalton unlocked the secure room, his fingers already pulling up files on his computer. I'm going to remind some people that there are still consequences in this world. I'll call you in 2 days. Stay safe. After hanging up, Dalton sat in silence for exactly 60 seconds. It was an old habit from his intelligence days. 60 seconds to let rage pass, to let emotion drain away, to let the calculating, ruthless part of his mind take control. Then he went to work. Chapter 2, Building the Arsenal. By Wednesday morning, Dalton had read Colonel Charles Gonzalez's entire military file. It wasn't the official file that was sanitized garbage meant for promotion boards. This was the real file, the one that intelligence kept on everyone above a certain rank. The one that listed every allegation, every whisper complaint, every suspicious incident that never quite made it to official channels. Gonzalez was a cancer. 3 separate incidents at previous postings involving excessive force. 2 formal complaints that had been withdrawn after the complainants were suddenly reassigned to career-ending positions. A pattern of behavior that screamed abuse of power, protected by a network of officers who either feared him or benefited from his brutality. The file also showed Gonzalez's protectors, Captain Juan Glenn, his executive officer and loyal enforcer. Lieutenant Colonel Orville Johnson, the base medical officer who'd been covering for Gonzalez for 6 years. Both had their own buried skeletons. Melissa appeared in the doorway with coffee. She learned long ago not to ask questions about the secure room. How bad? Bad enough. Dalton took the coffee, kissed her cheek. He put his hands on her son. Her expression didn't change, but her eyes went cold. Melissa Larson had commanded supply convoys through hostile territory in Iraq. She'd lost friends to IEDs and ambushes. She knew exactly what kind of evil could wear a uniform. "What do you need from me?" she asked. "Keep things normal here. If I'm not back in 3 days, call Douglas Flowers at the Pentagon." His direct line. She nodded. Douglas Flowers was the Deputy Under-Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. He and Dalton had worked together on operations that would be classified for the next 50 years. "You're going to the base tomorrow morning." "I'm going as concerned father, just a civilian who wants answers about his son's training accident." Dalton's smile was cold. "I want to see how far they'll take the lie." Wednesday passed in a blur of encrypted calls and careful research. Dalton contacted 3 separate sources inside the Pentagon. People who owed him favors from his intelligence days. He didn't tell them what he was planning. He just asked them to be ready. He also reached out to Dominic O'Connor, a military investigator with the Inspector General's office who'd worked several cases with Dalton. O'Connor was one of the few genuinely honest people in military law enforcement. "I need you to tell me about Fort Carson's command climate," Dalton said when O'Connor called him back. "That's a specific question. You're looking at someone." "Colonel Charles Gonzalez, training commander." A long pause. "Jesus, Dalton. What's your interest?" "Personal. Very personal." "Then you should know that Gonzalez is untouchable. 3-star general named Berman thinks he walks on water. We've tried to investigate him twice. Both times the general made it disappear. You're walking into a brick wall. Thank for the warning." Dalton hung up and added General Berman to his list. The rot went higher than he'd thought. That evening, Dalton called Mitch again. His son sounded better. "Probably painkillers helping with the ribs. How are you holding up?" "Angry, but I'm keeping quiet like you said." A pause. "Dad, I heard Gonzalez bragging today. Said he broke another weak recruit. That the army needs to weed out the soft ones. He doesn't even think he did anything wrong. Men like him never do. That's going to be his weakness." Dalton kept his voice gentle. "I'm coming to the base tomorrow. I'll be there as just your father. No rank, no titles. I want you to hear how they handle a civilian complaint. They'll shut you down hard. I'm counting on it. Mitch, I need you to do something for me. That soldier, Terrell Duffy, is he someone you trust completely with my life?" "Good. I need you to tell him to document everything he saw. Written statement, dated, signed. He keeps it hidden. Doesn't file it anywhere. Doesn't tell anyone else. Just writes it down exactly as he remembers it. Can he do that? I'll ask him tonight. And Mitch, no matter what happens tomorrow, no matter what you hear, trust that I know what I'm doing." Thursday morning, Dalton dressed in civilian clothes, jeans, a button-down shirt, work boots. He looked like any blue-collar father coming to sort out a problem with his kids' training. He drove his personal truck, not the government-issued sedan that sat in his garage. Everything about his appearance said ordinary, powerless, forgettable. The drive to Fort Carson took 4 hours. Dalton spent them listening to music and mentally preparing. He'd learned long ago that the key to intelligence work wasn't just gathering information. It was understanding human nature. Pride, arrogance, the certainty that power made you invulnerable. These were the weaknesses he'd exploit. Chapter 3. Walking into the lion's den. The guard at Fort Carson's main gate checked Dalton's ID and waved him through with minimal interest. Just another visitor. Dalton followed the signs to the base headquarters, parked in the civilian lot, and walked inside like he'd done it 1,000 times before. The corporal at the reception desk looked up with practiced boredom. "Help you, sir. I'm here to see Colonel Charles Gonzalez. My son is in his training unit. Do you have an appointment?" "No, but I think the colonel will want to see me. My son had a training accident earlier this week, and I have some questions about how it was handled." The corporal's expression shifted slightly. "Sir, if you have concerns about your son's training, you should submit a formal inquiry through. I prefer to speak with Colonel Gonzalez directly." "Dalton Larson. My son is Private Mitchell Larson." The name didn't register with the corporal, which was perfect. The kid picked up the phone, spoke quietly for a moment, then hung up. "Colonel Gonzalez says he can give you 10 minutes. Building C, 2nd floor." Dalton thanked him and headed across the quad. The morning sun was bright. Soldiers moving in organized formations. The everyday machinery of military life grinding forward. Beautiful and terrible order built on discipline and trust. When that trust was betrayed, the whole structure became a cage. Colonel Gonzalez's office was exactly what Dalton expected. Awards and commendations on the walls, a large desk positioned to put visitors in a psychologically inferior position, photos of the colonel with various dignitaries. A shrine to ego. Gonzalez himself was a compact man. His late 40s, fit, but with the beginning of a gut that suggested too much desk time. His handshake was unnecessarily firm, his smile manufactured. "Mr. Larson, I understand you have concerns about your son." "I do." Dalton sat without being invited. A subtle power play. "Mitch called me Tuesday night. Said he'd been beaten by you during training and that the incident was covered up as an accident." Gonzalez's smile never wavered. "Your son is confused, Mr. Larson. Private Larson had an unfortunate fall during obstacle course training. He was treated by our medical staff and cleared to return to duty. If he told you something different, I'm afraid he's either misremembering due to his injuries or he's fabricating a story to avoid responsibility for his own clumsiness." He described the beating in detail. "Said you punched him repeatedly after the morning formation, then had your officers file a false report. Mr. Larson, I understand you're concerned about your son, but I have to tell you that Private Larson has shown some disciplinary issues since arriving here. Nothing major, but a pattern of questioning authority, thinking he knows better than his instructors." Gonzalez leaned back in his chair. Sometimes young men who struggle with military discipline create elaborate stories to justify their failures. Dalton let the insult hang in the air for a moment. "You're saying my son is a liar?" "I'm saying he's struggling with the transition to military life. It happens. Some recruits simply aren't cut out for the Army." "Were there witnesses to this training accident?" "The entire company was present during morning PT. I have 42 soldiers who can confirm that Private Larson fell during the obstacle course. Not one of them saw anything resembling what your son described." There it was. The lie delivered with absolute confidence. Dalton showed no reaction. "I like to speak with some of those witnesses." "That's not possible. My soldiers have training schedules to maintain. I'm not going to disrupt unit cohesion because one recruit can't handle the reality of military service." Gonzalez's tone sharpened. "Mr. Larson, I've been patient with you out of respect for your concern as a father, but I think we're done here. I'd also like to see the medical report. That's confidential military information. You have no right to access it." Dalton stood slowly, his expression calm. "Colonel Gonzalez, I'm going to give you 15 minutes to tell me the truth about what happened to my son. 15 minutes to admit what you did, to file a proper incident report and to face the consequences of your actions." Gonzalez stood as well, his face flushing red. "Excuse me? You beat my son. You had your officers cover it up. You've created an environment of fear where 42 soldiers are too terrified to tell the truth. I'm giving you 15 minutes to fix it. Are you threatening me?" Gonzalez's voice rose. "Let me make something very clear, Mr. Larson. I am a colonel in the United States Army. You are a civilian with no authority on this base. Your son is a liar and a troublemaker. And if you continue to make these baseless accusations, I will have you arrested for harassment and removed from this installation." Dalton checked his watch. 14 minutes. Gonzalez hit a button on his phone. "Security, this is Colonel Gonzalez. I need an escort to remove a civilian from my office." Immediately, within 90 seconds, 2 military police officers appeared. Dalton recognized the sergeant, Bud Robertson, according to his name tape. A career MP probably seen 100 difficult situations. "This man is making threatening statements," Gonzalez said. "I want him escorted off the base and barred from re-entry." Robertson looked uncomfortable but professional. "Sir, if you'll come with us, please." Dalton didn't move. 13 minutes, "Colonel, remove him." Now, Robertson stepped forward. "Sir, I don't want to make this difficult." "It won't be difficult," Dalton said quietly. He turned to face Gonzalez directly. "I'm going to wait outside this building. 12 minutes from now, the truth about what you've done is going to come crashing down on you. You have that long to get ahead of it. Get him out of here." Robertson and his partner guided Dalton out of the office, down the stairs, and toward the parking lot. They weren't rough, just firm. Robertson said quietly. "Sir, I don't know what this is about, but you need to let it go. Colonel Gonzalez doesn't tolerate challenges to his authority." "I know exactly what kind of man Colonel Gonzalez is," Dalton replied. "That's why I'm here." They left him at his truck with a warning not to return to the building. Dalton leaned against the hood, checking his watch. 9 minutes. Chapter 4, The Countdown. Inside the headquarters building, Colonel Gonzalez paced his office, still furious. Captain Juan Glenn stood near the door, having arrived moments after the civilian was removed. "Who the hell was that?" Glenn asked. "Some nobody, Private Larson's father." Gonzalez dropped into his chair. "Came in here making insane accusations. Said I beat his son, though we covered it up." Glenn's expression tightened. "What did you tell him?" "The truth. That his son fell during training, that we have 42 witnesses, and that if he continues harassing us, he'll face legal consequences." Gonzalez waved dismissively. Another desperate parent who can't accept that their precious child isn't special. He seemed pretty confident for someone making baseless accusations. They always are. These people watch too many movies, think they can come onto a military base and demand answers like they're entitled to them. Gonzalez pulled up his email. I'm going to file a report with the Provost Marshal's office. Create a record of his harassment in case he tries to escalate. Outside, Dalton watched the second hand sweep around his watch face. 7 minutes. He'd spent his entire intelligence career understanding timing, knowing when to push, when to wait, when to let someone hang themselves with their own arrogance. Gonzalez was following the script perfectly, dismissing a civilian complaint, hiding behind military authority, confident that his position made him untouchable. 5 minutes, a text message appeared on Dalton's phone. From Douglas Flowers, ready on your signal. Dalton replied, 3 minutes. Inside the Pentagon, Flowers sat in his office reviewing the package Dalton had sent him the previous day. Everything documented, everything verified. Gonzalez's history, Johnson's complicity, the pattern of abuse that had been buried under official silence, and most importantly, the evidence that this wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a systemic failure in command accountability. Flowers had been waiting for someone like Dalton to bring him something like this. The Department of Defense had been hemorrhaging credibility over abuse scandals, and the Secretary had made it clear that the next verifiable case would result in immediate public consequences. No more quiet reassignments. No more protecting bad officers. 3 minutes. Gonzalez was typing an email to General Berman complaining about the civilian intrusion when his desk phone rang. Internal line unfamiliar extension. Colonel Gonzalez. Colonel, this is Sergeant Robertson, Northern Mariana Islands duty desk. The civilian we removed from your office. Do you want us to file formal trespassing charges? No, just keep him off the base. If he returns, then we'll pursue charges. Gonzalez hung up, satisfied. The situation was contained. 2 minutes. Dalton's phone buzzed. A text from Mitch. Turl wrote everything down. Says he's ready to testify if you need him. Another text, this one from Melissa. Whatever you're doing, I trust you. Come home safe. 1 minute. Dalton walked away from his truck, moving to a bench with a clear view of the headquarters building. The autumn air was crisp, leaves turning gold and red. A beautiful day, the kind of day that made you believe the world was fundamentally good, that justice existed, that monsters couldn't hide forever. 30 seconds inside Gonzalez's office. The colonel was reviewing duty rosters when his desk phone rang again. Different tone. This was an outside line. The caller ID showed a Pentagon prefix. He answered with practiced professionalism. Colonel Gonzalez. Colonel, this is Deputy Under-Secretary Flowers calling from the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We need to discuss Private Mitchell Larson's training incident from Tuesday. Gonzalez froze. The Pentagon didn't call about individual training accidents ever. Sir, I'm not sure I understand. Private Larson had a fall during obstacle course training. It's been documented. And stop talking, Colonel. Flowers' voice was ice. 12 minutes ago. A man named Dalton Larson visited your office. He gave you 15 minutes to tell the truth about what happened to his son. You chose to call security instead. Do you know who Dalton Larson is? Gonzalez's mouth went dry. A civilian, the private's father. Dalton Larson is a senior advisor to this office with top secret/SEC clearance and direct access to the Secretary of Defense. He spent 23 years in military intelligence with operational authority that exceeded yours by several orders of magnitude. When he retired, we kept him on retainer because his expertise is invaluable to national security. The room seemed to tilt. Gonzalez gripped his desk. More importantly, Flowers continued, he's a father whose son was beaten by a commanding officer and then had that assault covered up by corrupt medical personnel. You have exactly 60 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't have you arrested immediately. Chapter 5. The walls close in. Gonzalez's mind raced through possibilities, excuses, escape routes. His instinct was to deny everything, to rely on the same protection that had shielded him for years. Sir, I don't know what Mr. Larson told you, but Private Larson had an accident during I'm going to stop you there, Flowers interrupted. Before you commit yourself to that lie, I want you to know what we have. We have Private Larson's medical records showing injuries inconsistent with a fall, specifically knuckle pattern, bruising, and defensive wounds. We have a sworn statement from a witness who saw you beat Private Larson. We have your service record showing 3 previous allegations of excessive force. We have Lieutenant Colonel Johnson's falsified medical report. And we have a pattern of command climate issues at Fort Carson that suggests systematic abuse being covered up at multiple levels. Gonzalez felt his chest constrict. Sir, I am not finished. In approximately 90 seconds, I'm going to conference in the base commander, the inspector general, and JAG. They're going to place you under immediate investigation. Your command authority will be suspended. Every soldier in your unit will be interviewed separately. Every report you filed in the last year will be audited. Do you understand what's happening? Yes, sir. Gonzalez's voice was barely a whisper. Then I'm going to ask you one question, and your answer will determine whether you spend the rest of your life in prison or merely lose your career and pension. Did you physically assault Private Mitchell Larson on Tuesday morning? The silence stretched for 5 eternal seconds. Yes, sir, I did. Outside, Dalton saw the exact moment it happened. Through the second-floor window, he could see Gonzalez slump in his chair, head in hands. The colonel's entire world was collapsing, and it had taken exactly 12 minutes from the time he called security. Dalton's phone buzzed. Flowers, he confessed. Moving to Phase 2. Phase 2 was where things got interesting. Inside the office, Gonzalez was still on the phone when Captain Glenn burst through the door. "Colonel, I just had a call from the Provost Marshal. They're sending investigators." Gonzalez held up a hand to silence him, still listening to Flowers. "You will remain in your office," Flowers was saying. "You will not contact Lieutenant Colonel Johnson, Captain Glenn, or any other officer involved in this cover-up. You will not access any files or computers. You will not leave the base. Investigators will arrive within 2 hours to take your formal statement. Is this clear?" "Yes, sir." "Put me on speaker." Gonzalez pressed the button. Glenn's face had gone pale. "This is Deputy Under-Secretary Flowers speaking to everyone in that office. As of this moment, Colonel Gonzalez has been relieved of command authority pending investigation. Captain Glenn, you are ordered to report to the base legal office immediately. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not attempt to contact witnesses or alter any documents. Failure to comply will result in criminal charges. Acknowledge." Glenn's voice shook. "Understood, sir. You have destroyed the trust that is fundamental to military service. You have betrayed the soldiers under your command, and you have learned the hardest lesson there is. That rank does not make you invulnerable and that eventually someone more powerful will hold you accountable." Flowers paused. "Mr. Larson is still on that base. If anything happens to him or his son, if they experience even the slightest retaliation, I will personally ensure that every officer involved spends the maximum time in Leavenworth. Get out of my army." The line went dead. Gonzalez sat in his chair, stunned. Everything he'd built. 24 years of service, his reputation, his authority. Gone in 12 minutes because he'd underestimated a civilian in jeans and work boots. Glenn stood frozen. "What do we do?" "Nothing. There's nothing we can do." Gonzalez looked up, and for the first time in years, he looked genuinely afraid. He knew. Larson knew exactly what would happen. "He gave me 15 minutes to confess because he'd already put everything in motion. The phone call, the investigation, all of it. He set a timer and watched me walk into it. Who is he? Someone we should never have with." Chapter 6. The reckoning spreads. Within the hour, the base was in controlled chaos. Military investigators from the Inspector General's office arrived with sealed orders. The base commander, a 2-star general, made an emergency call to the Pentagon and emerged from his office looking shaken. Every soldier in Gonzalez's training company was separated and interviewed individually. Dalton remained on the base, now with official authorization. The Provost Marshal himself apologized for the earlier removal, explaining that he hadn't been briefed on the situation. Dalton accepted the apology with grace, but his focus was elsewhere. He went to find his son. Mitch was in the barracks when Dalton arrived. The kid stood quickly, wincing from his ribs, and Dalton saw the full extent of the damage for the first time. Yellow-purple bruising across Mitch's jaw, the way he held his left side, the split lip that was still healing. "Dad," Mitch said quietly. "I heard what happened. The whole base is talking about it." Dalton pulled his son into a careful hug, mindful of the injuries. "How are you holding up?" "Better now. Scare before, but better now." Mitch pulled back. "What you did? I don't even know what to say." "You don't have to say anything. No one hurts my son and gets away with it." Dalton guided Mitch to sit on his bunk. "The investigators are going to want to interview you. Tell them everything exactly as it happened. Don't minimize it. Don't exaggerate it. Just the truth. What's going to happen to Gonzalez? Court-martial at minimum. Probably prison time. His career is over." Dalton's expression hardened. "But he's not the only one. Johnson falsified medical records. Glenn helped cover it up. And there's a 3-star general named Berman who's been protecting Gonzalez for years. They're all going down." Mitch shook his head in disbelief. I thought I'd have to just take it, live with it. Maybe get reassigned and try to forget. Never. You should never have to live with injustice, especially not from people who were supposed to lead you. Dalton squeezed his son's shoulder. The Army is built on values. Honor, integrity, duty. When officers violate those values, they destroy everything the uniform represents. What happened to you wasn't just assault. It was a betrayal of everything military service is supposed to mean. There was a knock on the door. Dominic O'Connor stood there in his investigator's uniform looking apologetic. "Mr. Larson, Private Larson, I'm here to conduct the formal interview." Dalton stood. "Dominic, glad it's you handling this. I wish we caught it earlier," O'Connor said grimly. "But we're catching it now, Private Larson. If you're ready, I need you to walk me through everything that happened Tuesday morning." As Mitch gave his statement, Dalton stepped outside to take call. It was Turl Duffy, Mitch's friend. "Mr. Larson, they just interviewed me. I told them everything I saw." Duffy's voice was steady but emotional. "I should have spoken up sooner. I should have. You're speaking up now. That's what matters." Dalton kept his tone gentle. "You were in an impossible situation. Gonzalez had created an environment where speaking the truth meant destroying your career. That's not on you. Still feels like I failed. Mitch, you didn't. You're standing up now when it counts. That takes courage." After the call, Dalton walked back toward the headquarters building. He saw Gonzalez being escorted out by 2 MPs. His service pistol already confiscated, his bearing no longer that of a confident commander, but of a man who knew his life was over. Their eyes met for a moment. Gonzalez looked away first. Chapter 7. The Dominoes Fall. The investigation moved with brutal efficiency. Within 48 hours, the full scope of Gonzalez's pattern of abuse became clear. He'd been systematically terrorizing soldiers for 6 years, using fear and the cover of tough training to mask what amounted to criminal assault. 17 soldiers came forward with their own stories, incidents that have been buried or explained away. Lieutenant Colonel Orville Johnson cracked under questioning. The base medical officer admitted to falsifying at least a dozen reports covering up Gonzalez's violence. He'd done it because Gonzalez had dirt on him. Johnson had been having an affair with a subordinate officer and Gonzalez had threatened to expose it unless Johnson cooperated. The confession was damning, pathetic, and sealed Johnson's fate. Captain Juan Glenn tried to lawyer up, but his involvement was too clear. He'd witnessed multiple assaults and not only failed to report them, but actively intimidated soldiers who wanted to come forward. His military career ended with a dishonorable discharge recommendation, but the real prize was General Berman. The 3-star had been Gonzalez's protector, the power behind the throne, who'd made previous investigations disappear. Dalton's contacts and Pentagon intelligence pulled Berman's communications, and what they found was worse than anyone expected. Berman hadn't just protected Gonzalez. He'd actively cultivated a network of abusive officers across multiple bases, believing that hard men made better soldiers. His philosophy was that modern army had gone soft, that political correctness had weakened military effectiveness, and that officers like Gonzalez were necessary to maintain proper discipline. It was a cancer that had metastasized throughout an entire command structure. Douglas Flowers personally delivered Berman's termination notice. The general was given a choice: retire immediately with reduced rank and a letter of reprimand in his file, or face court-martial for dereliction of duty and conduct on becoming an officer. He chose retirement, but the damage to his legacy was permanent. Dalton watched these dominoes fall with cold satisfaction. This wasn't just about his son anymore. It was about cutting out rot that had been poisoning the Army for years. On Friday afternoon, he sat with Mitch in the base coffee shop. His son looked better, the swelling in his jaw going down, moving with less pain. "Dad, they're offering me a transfer to a different unit. Said I could leave Fort Carson, start fresh somewhere else." Mitch wrapped his hand around his coffee cup. "What do you think I should do?" "What do you want to do?" "I want to stay. I want to finish my training here with my unit. I don't want Gonzalez to have driven me out." Dalton smiled. "Then stay. Show them what kind of soldier you really are." "But what about the other guys? The ones who didn't speak up? They're saying I'm a snitch, that I broke the code. Some of them will think that. Some of them will respect you for having the courage they didn't. And some of them will realize that there's no honor in protecting monsters." Dalton leaned forward. "Mitch, you're going to have a choice every day of your military career. You could be the kind of soldier who looks the other way when bad things happen. Or you could be the kind who stands up for what's right even when it's hard. That choice defines who you are. You made it look easy. It wasn't easy. It was necessary. There's a difference." Dalton's expression softened. "I had resources most people don't have. I had connections, experience, Authority. Most soldiers in your position wouldn't be able to do what I did. That's why the system has to work. So that people without power can still get justice. Did the system work this time? Yes, because I forced it to. But that's the problem. It shouldn't require someone like me to make the system function. It should work on its own. Dalton sighed. That's what we're trying to fix now. New policies, better oversight, protections for whistleblowers. It won't be perfect, but it'll be better than what you went through. Chapter 8. The Trial. 6 months later, Dalton sat in the courtroom at Fort Leavenworth for Gonzales's court-martial. The proceeding was open to the public, a deliberate choice by the Judge Advocate General's office to demonstrate transparency. Gonzales sat at the defense table looking smaller than Dalton remembered. Prison time awaiting trial had aged him, stripped away the arrogant bearing. He was facing 12 charges. Assault, battery, conduct on becoming an officer, dereliction of duty, falsifying official documents, and witness intimidation. The prosecution was methodical and devastating. They presented Mitch's testimony, Terrell Duffy's eyewitness account, medical evidence, and statement from 16 other soldiers Gonzales had abused. They showed the pattern of behavior, the cover-ups, the systematic betrayal of trust. Gonzales's defense attorney tried to argue that his client had been enforcing legitimate military discipline, that soldiers today were too soft, that a certain level of physical confrontation was normal in training environments. The argument fell flat. This wasn't discipline. It was sadism with a uniform. Dalton testified as well, not about the incident itself, but about his investigation and what he'd found. He kept his testimony factual, clinical, devastating. He detailed how he'd built the case, contacted the Pentagon, and given Gonzales the chance to come clean. He described the colonel's arrogance, his certainty that rank made him untouchable. "Did you intend for this case to go public?" the prosecutor asked. "Absolutely," Dalton replied. "Not for revenge, but for accountability. If we'd handled this quietly with a simple reassignment and a sealed file, the message would have been that officers who abuse their power can still walk away. I wanted every soldier in the Army to know that there are consequences, that the system can work, that speaking up matters." The verdict came after 3 days of deliberation. Guilty on all counts. Sentencing was harsh. Gonzales received 8 years in military prison, dishonorable discharge, loss of all rank and benefits. He'd entered the Army as an idealistic lieutenant and left it as a convicted felon in his 50s with no pension, no prospects, and a criminal record that would follow him forever. Johnson got 4 years and a dishonorable discharge. Glenn got 2 years and was stripped of his commission. General Berman wasn't prosecuted criminally, but his retirement was at reduced rank, his legacy destroyed. He'd been mentioned by name in the Secretary of Defense's public statement about the case, identified as a failed leader who'd enabled abuse through neglect and misguided loyalty. After the sentencing, Dalton met Mitch outside the courthouse. His son was in dress uniform now, a specialist's rank on his shoulders. He'd finished his training, excelled in his follow-on schooling, and was about to deploy with a Ranger unit. "It's really over," Mitch said. "This part is, but the work continues." Dalton looked at his son with pride. "You're going to see a lot in your career. Good leaders and bad ones, systems that work and systems that fail. Remember this. Remember that one person standing up can change everything." "I will. And Dad." Mitch's voice was thick with emotion. "Thank you for believing me, for fighting for me. Always, son. Always." Chapter 9. Aftermath and Legacy. 1 year after Gonzales's conviction, Dalton sat in a Pentagon briefing room with Douglas Flowers and a team of military reform advocates. They were presenting a new training initiative based on the Larson case, mandatory reporting systems, independent investigations for all abuse allegations, protections against retaliation, and a complete overhaul of how command climate was assessed. The Larson case became a turning point, Flowers told the assembled officers. Not because of the abuse itself. Tragically, we've had too many of those. But because it demonstrated that transparency and accountability could work, that we could excise rot without destroying the institution. Dalton listened, but didn't speak. This wasn't his show anymore. He'd done what he needed to do. Protected his son, exposed corruption, forced the system to work. Now, it was up to others to make sure the changes stuck. After the briefing, he drove home to Alexandria. Melissa was in the kitchen making dinner. The smell of garlic and herbs filling the house. She kissed him when he walked in. "How was it?" "Productive. They're actually listening." Dalton loosened his tie. "Maybe something good comes out of all this." "It already has." Mitch called earlier. His unit commander praised him in front of the whole company. Said he was the kind of soldier the Army needed. Someone with both courage and integrity. Dalton smiled. That was worth more than any medal or accommodation. That evening, he sat in his study going through emails when one caught his attention. It was from Terrell Duffy, now a sergeant and working as a military instructor himself. Mr. Larson, I wanted you to know that I tell your son's story to every class I teach. Not the whole thing, but the important parts. That speaking up matters. That one person can make a difference. That rank doesn't make someone right. Some of the instructors don't like it. They think I'm undermining the chain of command. But the students get it. They understand that real leadership means protecting the people who serve under you, not abusing them. Thank you for showing us what that looks like, Terrell. Dalton read the email twice, then forwarded it to Mitch with a simple message. You started something important. Proud of you. 3 years later, Dalton was invited to speak at West Point's Ethics Symposium. He stood in front of 300 future officers and told them the story of what happened when his son was beaten by a colonel who thought he was untouchable. Leadership isn't about rank or authority. Dalton told them it's about character. It's about doing the right thing even when it's hard, even when it costs you something, even when everyone around you is choosing the easy path of looking the other way. He paused, looking at the young faces staring back at him. Some of you will face situations like the one my son faced. You'll see abuse, corruption, or incompetence, and you'll have to decide whether to speak up or stay silent. I can't tell you what to do in those moments. But I can tell you this, the measure of a leader isn't how they act when everyone is watching. It's how they act when no one is watching. When the only thing holding them accountable is their own conscience. After the speech, a young cadet approached him. Sir, what you did for your son using your connections, your power. That's not something most people can do. What about soldiers who don't have a father in the Pentagon? It was a good question, an honest question. You're right, Dalton acknowledged. Most people don't have the resources I had. That's exactly why we changed the system. Now, there are independent investigators, protected reporting channels, and policies against retaliation. It's not perfect, but it's better than it was. But what if the system fails them? Then they do what my son did. They document everything. They find one person they can trust and they refuse to be silenced. Sometimes speaking up destroys your career. Sometimes it gets you ostracized or punished. But the alternative, staying silent while people in power abuse that power that destroys your soul. The cadet nodded slowly. Thank you, sir. As Dalton drove back to Washington, he thought about that question. The system was better now, but it wasn't perfect. There would be other Gonzales out there, other corrupt officers, other soldiers who needed someone to fight for them. But there would also be more people like Mitch, like Terrell, like the thousands of soldiers who learned from this case that accountability mattered. That evening, Dalton had dinner with Mitch, who was on leave between deployments. His son had been promoted to staff sergeant, had earned a combat infantry badge, and was being recommended for officer candidate school. I got the OCS acceptance, Mitch said over dinner. I'll be commissioning as a second lieutenant next year. How do you feel about that? Excited, nervous, determined to be the kind of officer I wish I'd had from the beginning. Mitch paused. I've been thinking a lot about leadership, about what it means to be responsible for other people's lives and careers. And what have you concluded? That the only thing that matters is whether the people under your command can trust you, not fear you, trust that you'll make good decisions, that you'll listen when they have concerns, that you'll protect them from injustice even if it costs you something. Mitch met his father's eyes. You taught me that not with words, but by showing me what it looked like. Dalton felt a lump in his throat. You're going to be a great officer, Mitch. Better than I ever was. I doubt that, but I'm going to try. They talked late into the night, father and son, about service and sacrifice and the thin line between discipline and abuse. About the burden of leadership and the responsibility of power. About how hard it was to do the right thing in a world that often rewarded doing the wrong thing. Later, after Mitch had left, Dalton sat his study and pulled up the final investigation report on the Gonzales case. 17 soldiers who'd been abused had come forward. 12 had left the army entirely, traumatized by what they'd endured. 5 had stayed and were thriving under new leadership. But the real impact was harder to measure. How many other abusive officers have been stopped because of increased oversight? How many soldiers felt safer reporting misconduct because they'd seen the system actually work? How many leaders had changed their behavior because they knew they could no longer hide behind rank? There was no way to know for sure, but Dalton chose to believe it had mattered. Years later, when Dalton was fully retired and Mitch was a decorated captain leading his own company, they visited Fort Carson together. The base had been transformed. New leadership, new training protocols, a completely different culture. They stopped by the memorial that had been erected for soldiers who died in training accidents. A simple stone wall with names and dates. Honest accounting of loss, no cover-ups, no falsified reports. This is what accountability looks like, Mitch said quietly. Truth, even when it's painful. Dalton put his arm around his son's shoulders. You know what the best part of this whole thing is? It's not that Gonzalez went to prison. It's not even that the system changed. It's that you came through it stronger. You didn't let what happened make you bitter or cynical. You used it to become the kind of leader who would never do to someone else what was done to you. I had a good example, Mitch replied. They stood there together as the sun set over the base. Father and son, both understanding that the fight for justice was never really over. There would always be people who abused power, who covered up crimes, who thought rank made them invulnerable. But there would also always be people who stood up to them. People who refused to be silenced. People who believed that doing the right thing mattered even when it was hard. And sometimes, just sometimes, those people won. Epilogue. Colonel Charles Gonzalez was released from military prison after serving 6 years of his 8-year sentence. He moved to a small town in Montana, worked as a night shift security guard, and died alone in his apartment at age 67. His obituary made no mention of his military service. Lieutenant Colonel Orville Johnson lost his medical license and spent his prison sentence working in the facility library. After release, he worked as a medical billing clerk. He never practiced medicine again. Captain Juan Glenn was dishonorably discharged and struggled to find work. He eventually started a small business that failed within 2 years. He declared bankruptcy at age 45. General Barman's name was quietly removed from a building at the Command and General Staff College. He gave no interviews, wrote no memoirs, and lived in obscurity until his death at 72. Staff Sergeant Terrell Duffy commissioned as an officer and eventually rose to the rank of major. He became an advocate for military ethics and spoke openly about the importance of protecting soldiers from abusive leadership. Captain Mitchell Larson served with distinction for 15 years before transitioning to the private sector. He remained close with his father and often spoke publicly about the importance of accountability and leadership. Dalton Larson continued consulting for the Department of Defense until his final retirement at age 65. He and Melissa traveled extensively, spent time with grandchildren, and lived quietly in Alexandria. He gave occasional speeches on ethics and leadership, but mostly preferred to let his actions speak for themselves. The reforms implemented after the Larson case became standard protocol across all military branches. While abuse still occurred, the rate of successful prosecutions increased by 340% and anonymous reporting led to earlier interventions before patterns of abuse could become entrenched. Not everyone was saved. Not every injustice was corrected. But the system was better than it had been. And that had to be enough. Because in the end, justice isn't about perfect outcomes. It's about people choosing to do the right thing even when it's hard. Even when they could get away with doing nothing, even when the easier path is to look the other way. Dalton Larson looked at his son beaten and bloodied and chose to fight. That choice changed everything. Story 5. My new wife's son slapped me and my wife just laughed. He's only playing. My wife's daughter sneered. Go on, hit him back if you dare. I smiled gently and said, it's all right. That night, I quietly canceled their private school funding. The next morning, one letter from the school left them all speechless. Look, I'm not saying I saw it coming, but I definitely should have. When you marry a woman with 2 kids who already look at you like you're a temporary inconvenience between their mother and her credit card, you kind of sign up for a certain level of disrespect. But getting full-on pimp slapped by a 10-year-old on a Saturday afternoon, that wasn't in the brochure. It was one of those lazy Saturdays where the universe gives you exactly what you need. Sunshine streaming through the windows, a fresh pot of coffee brewing in the kitchen, and absolutely zero plans beyond finding the TV remote. And maybe, just maybe, watching a game in peace. The kind of day where you think, yeah, this marriage thing might actually work out. Spoiler alert, it wasn't working out. I was standing in the living room, minding my own business, trying to locate said remote among the hurricane of throw pillows Rachel had strategically placed everywhere like landmines of home decor. That's when Milo decided to walk up to me with the confidence of a Wall Street trader who just made his first million and smack. His little hand connected with my face so hard I swear I heard my ancestors gasp. For a second, everything went silent. The ceiling fan actually seemed to slow down. Like even it was thinking, did this kid just? My cheek was burning. Not just from the impact, but from the sheer audacity of it all. This wasn't a playful tap. This was a statement. This was Milo establishing dominance in a household where I apparently ranked somewhere between the family dog and the decorative vase nobody likes but keeps anyway. I stood there frozen, my brain trying to process what just happened while my face pulsed with the kind of heat you only feel when you're either extremely embarrassed or about to commit a felony. Milo stood in front of me, arms crossed, with this smirk that said he'd done it before and gotten away with it, which, let's be real, he probably had. Then came Rachel's voice from the kitchen doorway. And I swear to God, she was laughing. Not a nervous, "Oh no, my child just assaulted my husband" laugh, but a genuine full-throated cackle like she just watched the funniest YouTube video of her life. "He's only playing," she said, waving her hand dismissively like I was being dramatic for having a functioning nervous system. That registered pain. Only playing, right? Because nothing says playful bonding like getting smacked across the face by someone who still needs help tying his shoes. I looked at Rachel standing there in her yoga pants and oversized sweater, wine glass already in hand, even though it was barely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I realized something profound. I'd married someone who thought assault was adorable when her kid did it. Before I could respond, not that I was planning to, because what do you even say in that moment, Harper materialized on the couch like some teenage specter of judgment. She was leaning against the armrest with her phone in one hand, that signature Gen Z smirk plastered across her face. "Go on," she said, her voice dripping with the kind of casual cruelty only 14-year-olds can master. "Hit him back if you dare." Oh, so now it was a challenge, a test. Hit the kid and prove I'm some kind of monster, or don't hit the kid and prove I'm a pushover. Classic no-win scenario, like choosing between 2 expired milk cartons. Harper's eyes gleamed with anticipation, probably already drafting the TikTok caption, "Step loses his mind." LOL #drama #toxic #family content. I looked at Milo, then at Harper, then at Rachel, who was still smiling like we were in the middle of some heartwarming sitcom moment instead of what was clearly a hostage situation disguised as family bonding. My cheek throbbed. My pride was doing that thing where it packs its bags and checks Airbnb prices in different cities. Every fiber of my being wanted to say something, do something, anything to establish that hitting your stepfather is, not okay. But here's the thing about moments like these. You have 2 choices. You can explode right then and there. Become the bad guy. Give them all the ammunition they need to paint you as the villain at the next family gathering. Or you can smile. You can stay calm. You can let them think they've won while you quietly plan something so calculated, so perfectly executed that by the time they realize what's happened, it's already too late. So, I smiled. Not a big smile, not a fake one either. Just this small knowing curve of the lips that probably looks slightly unhinged if I'm being honest. "It's all right," I said, my voice steady and calm, like I was discussing the weather instead of the fact that I'd just been physically assaulted in my own living room by someone who still believed in Santa Claus last year. The room shifted. I could feel it. Rachel's laugh caught in her throat. Harper's smirk faltered for just a second. Even Milo looked slightly uncertain, like maybe, just maybe, he poked the wrong bear. Because here's what they didn't understand. Nothing terrifies people more than a man who stays calm when he should be losing his mind. It's that eerie serial killer documentary energy that makes people wonder what you're thinking, what you're planning, what box you're checking off in your mental revenge spreadsheet. I walked past all 3 of them, heading toward the kitchen to pour myself more coffee. The only honest relationship I had left in this house. Behind me, I heard Rachel clear her throat. That nervous little sound she makes when she realizes she might have miscalculated something. Harper went back to her phone, but quieter now. Milo just stood there, probably wondering why his greatest hit didn't get the reaction he wanted. As I stood at the counter pouring French roast into my favorite mug, the one that said "World's Okayest Stepdad" that Rachel bought as a joke, but I kept as evidence. I caught my reflection in the microwave door. My cheek was still red, my jaw tight. But my eyes had that look that you just activated my trap card look. They wanted to play. Fine, we'd play. But this game was going to be played by my rules now. And trust me, I've been studying the playbook for 2 years. Every dismissive comment, every eye roll. Every time Rachel chose her kid's bad behavior over basic respect, I'd been taking notes, mental notes, the kind that don't forget. I took a sip of my coffee, let the bitterness ground me, and smiled again, this time to myself. Because revenge isn't about acting immediately. It's about timing. It's about patience. It's about letting them get comfortable, letting them think you're broken in, letting them believe you'll just take it forever. And then when they least expect it, you remind them that the quiet ones, we're not quiet because we're weak. We're quiet because we're planning. Game on, family. Game on. That evening rolled around with all the grace of a garbage truck at 5 o'clock in the morning. You'd think after your kid slaps your husband across the face, there'd be some kind of family meeting, maybe an apology, perhaps even a consequence that didn't involve everyone pretending it was just another hilarious Tuesday. But no, Rachel acted like absolutely nothing had happened, which I was starting to realize was her superpower, the ability to erase reality with sheer willpower and Chardonnay. She emerged from our bedroom around 6 o'clock, freshly showered, hair blown out like she was about to film a shampoo commercial, wearing that cream-colored sweater she reserved for feeling myself days. She floated into the kitchen where I was already prepping dinner because apparently somewhere between I do and your son assaulted me, I'd become the household chef. She poured herself a generous glass of white wine, the kind that costs $30 a bottle and tastes like regret with hints of oak, and settled onto one of our counter stools like a talk show host about to deliver a monologue. "You know what I love about Milo?" she said, swirling her wine like she was at a vineyard in Napa instead of our suburban kitchen that still smelled like the garlic I was mincing. She didn't wait for me to answer. This wasn't actually a conversation, just a one-woman show where I played the captive audience. His confidence. He's so confident for his age. Most kids are timid, you know, but not Milo. He just goes for what he wants. I paused mid-chop, my knife hovering over the cutting board, and looked at her. Really looked at her. She was dead serious. In Rachel's mind, her 10-year-old son smacking a grown man wasn't assault. It was leadership potential. It was confidence. It was the kind of go-getter attitude that Silicon Valley brothers put on their LinkedIn profiles right before their startups tank. And they move back in with their parents. "Yeah," I said slowly, resuming my chopping with perhaps a bit more force than necessary. Nothing says confidence like hitting someone who's trying to find the TV remote. Real CEO energy there. The sarcasm flew right over her head like a paper airplane in a hurricane. She just nodded enthusiastically, took another sip of her wine, and launched into this story about how Milo had apparently dominated at his soccer practice last week. Dominated like he was a UFC fighter instead of a kid who still couldn't remember to flush the toilet half the time. Harper wandered in around that point, earbuds in, phone glued to her hand like it was a vital organ she'd die without. She was wearing ripped jeans that probably cost more than my car payment and a crop top that said icon in glittery letters. She grabbed a LaCroix from the fridge because God forbid anyone in this house drink regular water like a peasant and leaned against the counter, scrolling through what I assumed was either TikTok or evidence of our society's decline. Probably both. Rachel turned to her with that mom voice that's trying way too hard to be both authoritative and cool. "Harper, sweetie, can you please be nice to your stepdad? He does a lot for this family." Harper's eyes didn't leave her phone, but she managed to roll them so hard I'm pretty sure I heard them complete a full rotation. It was like watching a skateboard trick, but with teenage disdain. "Sure, Mom, whatever." They whatever hung in the air like a fart at a funeral, acknowledged by no one, but felt by everyone. Rachel just smiled, apparently satisfied that she'd addressed the issue of basic human respect with all the effectiveness of a band-aid on a bullet wound, and went back to her wine. I turned back to the stove, stirring the pasta sauce I'd been working on for the better part of an hour. Homemade marinara because Rachel liked to tell her book club friends that I was such an amazing cook, which really meant he does all the cooking so I don't have to. Stepdad/chef/oceanal punching bag. That was my official title in this household, though it never appeared on any Mother's Day cards or family photos Rachel posted on Instagram with captions like #blessed, #family love, #grateful. Milo thundered down the stairs like a baby elephant having an existential crisis, his tablet blaring some YouTube video where people screamed at each other over video games. He threw himself into a chair at the dinner table, didn't wash his hands. I watched him not wash them, and immediately started complaining that he was starving like he'd just crossed the Sahara instead of spending the last 3 hours in his room playing Fortnite. Dinner was the usual circus. I served everyone while Rachel documented it for her Instagram story. Family dinner nights are everything. Spaghetti red heart sparkles, complete with that Valencia filter that made our mediocre kitchen look like something out of a home design magazine. Every time I passed her to refill the bread basket or grab more Parmesan, I caught her checking her reflection in her phone camera, adjusting her hair, making sure her angles were right. She took 14 photos of her pasta before she actually ate any of it. 14. I counted because at this point, documenting the insanity was the only thing keeping me sane. Milo ate like he was auditioning for a nature documentary. Specifically, the part where they show wild animals feeding, mouth open, food visible, sounds that shouldn't come from humans. It was like National Geographic Zoo at dinner edition, and I was both the zookeeper and the guy cleaning up after the exhibits. He talked with his mouth full, sprayed pasta sauce on the table, and when Rachel gently suggested he close his mouth while chewing, he just shrugged and kept going like she'd suggested he try breathing underwater. Harper picked at her food with the enthusiasm of someone being forced to eat cafeteria mystery meat, complained that the sauce was too tomatoey, which, yeah, That's generally how tomato sauce works, and spent most of dinner typing furiously on her phone. When Rachel asked who she was texting, Harper responded with, "Nobody." In that tone, that very clearly meant, everybody, and also, it's none of your business. But I'm going to make you feel guilty for asking. I sat there eating my own cooking, watching this dysfunctional dinner theater unfold like I was a guest star in a sitcom that had definitely jumped the shark. Rachel laughed at something Milo said. Something about another kid at school being dumb for not having the latest iPhone. And I realized something profound and slightly terrifying. She genuinely didn't see anything wrong with any of this. The slap from this afternoon already forgotten. The casual disrespect. Just kids being kids. The fact that I was basically an unpaid servant who occasionally got to sleep in the master bedroom. That was just marriage, baby. But here's the thing that nobody tells you about reaching your breaking point. It doesn't always feel like breaking. Sometimes it feels like clarity. Like someone just turned on the lights in a room you'd been stumbling through in the dark for years. As I sat there chewing my pasta and watching my wife take her 15th food photo while her son ate like a wood chipper and her daughter radioed her complaints to the International Tribunal of Teenage Injustice, I wasn't angry. I was inspired. There's something about being slapped by a child while your wife claps and calls it confidence that awakens a very specific type of calm vengeance. Not the hot, explosive kind where you flip tables and storm out. No, this was the cold, calculated kind. The kind where you smile and nod and keep cooking dinner while your brain starts running numbers, checking accounts, and reviewing exactly where your money goes every month. Rachel reached over and squeezed my hand, probably feeling generous after her second glass of wine. "Thank you for dinner, babe. You're the best." I squeezed back and smiled. Anything for family. And I meant it. I was about to do something very special for this family. And after Rachel had tucked Milo in while somehow making it sound like a heroic act worthy of a medal. And after Harper had locked herself in her room to do whatever teenagers do when they're definitely not doing homework. The house finally settled into something resembling peace. That blessed sacred silence that only comes when everyone else is unconscious and you can finally hear yourself think without someone asking you to pass the remote or complaining that the Wi-Fi is buffering. I grabbed my lukewarm coffee, my third cup of the day, because at this point, caffeine wasn't a beverage choice. It was a survival strategy, and headed to my home office. And when I say office, I'm being extremely generous. It was really just a converted coat closet that Rachel had let me have when we moved in together, like she was the landlord granting me a favor instead of my wife sharing a home we were both supposedly living in as equals. But hey, it was mine. My one corner of sanity in a house that felt increasingly like a reality show I never auditioned for. The room was barely big enough for a desk, a chair that squeaked whenever I shifted my weight, and a bookshelf that held a combination of financial planning books. I'd actually read and decorative novels Rachel had bought at Target to make it look sophisticated. There was also a plant on the corner of my desk, some leafy thing that I couldn't remember the name of, but was pretty sure was on life support. Its leaves were brown on the edges, drooping like it had given up on photosynthesis, and was just waiting for the sweet release of the compost bin. Honestly, same, buddy. Same. I settled into my chair, which greeted me with its usual groan of protest, and opened my laptop. The screen illuminated my face in that unflattering blue glow that makes everyone look like they're either about to hack into the Pentagon or watch their 5th hour of Netflix. For a moment, I just sat there staring at my desktop background. A photo from our honeymoon in Costa Rica, back when Rachel still laughed at my jokes and her kids were theoretically someone else's problem for a week. We looked happy in that photo, tanned, smiling, holding tropical drinks with little umbrellas. That guy in the photo had no idea what was coming. Poor bastard. I clicked open my banking app because nothing says romantic Saturday night like reviewing your financial hemorrhaging in a closet. The login screen appeared. I typed in my password, Rachel Love 2023, because I'd set it up when I was still optimistic and hadn't yet learned that love doesn't conquer all. Sometimes it just empties your checking account. And waited for my accounts to load. There it was. My checking account, my savings account, and the credit card I'd gotten specifically for family expenses, which really meant expenses for Rachel's family that she somehow never had cash for when the bills came. I clicked on the Scheduled Payments tab, and there it was, sitting there like a ticking time bomb of financial responsibility. The recurring payment for Milo and Harper's private school tuition. St. Augustine Academy, the best school in the district, according to Rachel, the place where kids wore uniforms that cost more than my entire wardrobe, and parents drove Teslas to pick up like they were in a parade of insufferable wealth. Tuition was $28,000 per kid per year. That's $56,000 annually for those of you keeping score at home. $56,000 for 2 kids who couldn't be bothered to say thank you if their lives depended on it. For 2 years, 2 full years, I'd been quietly footing this bill. Not because Rachel couldn't contribute. She had her own income from her consulting business, which, as far as I could tell, involved her drinking coffee with other women who also called themselves consultants and occasionally posting motivational quotes on LinkedIn. But whenever tuition rolled around, she'd get this pained look on her face and talk about cash flow issues and how she'd totally get the next one, which we both knew was code for "you're going to pay for this because if you don't, you're not a real man or a real father figure or whatever guilt trip works best today." And I'd paid it every semester like clockwork because that's what you do when you love someone, right? You support their kids. You invest in their future. You sacrifice your own financial goals so that Milo can attend a school where he learns Latin, but not basic manners. And Harper can network with other teenagers whose parents think a Honda Accord is what poor people drive. Rachel loved bragging about it. I'd heard her on the phone with her friends, her voice all sing-songy and proud. Oh yes, Milo absolutely loves St. Augustine's. The teachers are incredible and the facilities to die for. We're just so blessed. We're blessed. We like it was a team effort, like she'd done anything besides show up to parent-teacher conferences in designer jeans and nod approvingly while I signed the check. Never once, not once had she said, "My husband pays for it." Or, "We're lucky he's so generous." Or even, "Thank God for that guy in the closet office who works his ass off while my kids treat him like the help." Nope. Just we're blessed. Like divine intervention had opened the gates of private education instead of my direct deposit hitting every other Friday. I stared at that scheduled payment on my screen. Next installment due in 1 week, $5,200. That was the monthly payment plan I'd set up because dropping 28 grand all at once felt like getting punched in the kidney by a loan officer. My cursor hovered over the payment details and I felt this strange calm wash over me. The kind of calm you feel when you're about to make a decision that will absolutely cause chaos but feels cosmically correct. I could almost hear my late father's voice in my head. Dad had been a practical man, a plumber who'd built his business from nothing and taught me that respect was earned, not bought. He died 3 years ago right before I met Rachel. And sometimes I wondered what he'd say about this whole situation. I had a pretty good idea, actually. He'd probably look at me with those bushy eyebrows raised and say something like, "Son, the best revenge doesn't shout. It deducts." Dad was big on financial consequences. He believed that money talked louder than words. And that sometimes the most powerful thing you could do was close your wallet and walk away. People don't change because you yell at them. He told me once while we were fixing a sink in some McMansion where the owner had spent more on bathroom fixtures than Dad made in a year. They change when their comfort gets disrupted. When the gravy train stops running, my cursor moved to the cancel recurring payment button. It was just sitting there red and inviting like the nuclear launch button, except instead of starting World War II, it would just start World War Me. 1 click, that's all it would take. 1 click to stop the financial bleeding. 1 click to introduce my stepkids to the concept of consequences. 1 click to remind Rachel that we're blessed because someone is actually doing the blessing and that someone is currently sitting in a closet at 11 p.m. on a Saturday night questioning every life choice that led to this moment. I thought about Milo's face this afternoon. That smirk right after he'd slapped me. I thought about Harper's challenge. Hit him back if you dare. I thought about Rachel's laugh. That dismissive, aren't kids adorable laugh that completely disregarded the fact that I was a human being with feelings and a face that still slightly hurt. I thought about dinner, about being the unpaid chef, an emotional support animal, an ATM, all rolled into one convenient stepdad package. And then I thought about that scheduled payment sitting there like a subscription to my own disrespect. $5,200 a month to ensure that 2 kids who didn't respect me could continue attending a school where they'd learn to disrespect me with better vocabulary. You're blessed. All right, I whispered to the empty room, my voice barely audible over the hum of my laptop fan about to be blessed with a lesson. I clicked the button. The screen asked me to confirm, "Are you sure you want to cancel this recurring payment?" I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. Click. Payment canceled. Just like that. 2 years of financial martyrdom ended with a mouse click. No explosion, no dramatic music, just a simple confirmation message. And the sudden, beautiful lightness of knowing that next month that $5,200 would stay exactly where it belonged, in my account. Peace returned to my soul like a bird coming home to roost. I sat back in my squeaky chair, took a sip of my cold coffee, and smiled at my dying plant. "Buddy," I said to it. "I think we're both about to get better." Sunday morning arrived with all the subtlety of a marching band, which is to say, Rachel's alarm went off at 7:30 a.m. playing some acoustic indie song about finding yourself that made me want to find the snooze button and press it until next Tuesday. She bolted upright like she'd been electrocuted, immediately grabbed her phone because heaven forbid she missed any overnight notifications from people she hadn't talked to since high school, and announced to the ceiling, "It's breakfast content day." I should probably explain that Rachel had recently decided she was going to be an influencer. Not like a real influencer with actual followers or sponsorships or any measurable success, but the kind who posts inspirational quotes over pictures of her coffee and tags them with 47 hashtags, including #BossBabe, #Mernur, and my personal favorite #AuthenticLiving. Her Instagram bio read, "Mama, wife, wellness warrior, cherry blossom sparkles." Which was hilarious because the only battle she fought regularly was with the self-checkout at Target. This particular Sunday, she decided we were going to have a family breakfast moment that she could photograph for her 847 followers, most of whom were either her relatives, bots, or people who'd accidentally followed her back in 2019 and forgot to unfollow. She'd been planning this all week, which I knew because she'd made a Pinterest board titled Aesthetic Breakfast, and had made 3 separate trips to Home Goods to find the perfect rustic serving platter. By 8 a.m., she'd transformed our kitchen into what I can only describe as a Food Network fever dream. There were pancakes arranged in an artistic stack, fresh berries artfully scattered across the table like edible confetti, a picture of orange juice that caught the morning light just right, and those tiny glass bottles of maple syrup that cost $9 each and tasted exactly like the $4 stuff but looked better on camera. She'd even put flowers in a vase. Actual fresh flowers that she'd made me drive to the floors to get yesterday because apparently the flowers from the grocery store weren't authentic enough. She was wearing her designated casual influencer outfit. High-waisted jeans, a white t-shirt tucked in just so, and that denim apron she'd bought specifically for photos and had literally never used for actual cooking. Her hair was in a messy bun that had taken her 20 minutes to make look like it took 30 seconds. And she'd done the full makeup routine while claiming she was going for a natural no-makeup look. The result was that she looked ready for a magazine photo shoot about farmhouse living, which was ironic since the closest she'd ever been to a farm was the Whole Foods produce section. "Okay, everyone, gather around," she called out, her voice hitting that weird performative octave that people use when they're talking to both their family and their future audience simultaneously. "Let's get some great shots before the food gets cold." Milo came thundering down the stairs, wearing his pajamas inside out. I could see the tag flapping around in the back and sporting what I'm pretty sure was yesterday's syrup in his hair. Harper followed about 5 minutes later, looking like she'd just been exhumed from a tomb, wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, her eyes barely open, and her phone already in her hand like it was surgically attached. "Harper, sweetie, can you maybe put on something with color?" Rachel asked, her smile tight as she frantically adjusted the flower vase for the 14th time. "And maybe brush your hair just for the photos." Harper looked at her mother like she'd suggested she donate a kidney. "Mom, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Nobody cares." "I care." Rachel chirped, her influencer voice straining slightly. "And my followers care. We're sharing our beautiful family breakfast tradition." "We don't have a family breakfast tradition," Harper mumbled. But she was already trudging back upstairs, probably to change into the minimum acceptable outfit that would get her mother off her back while still communicating maximum teenage rebellion. I stood at the counter pouring myself coffee, real coffee, not the decorative kind Rachel had positioned near the flowers, and watched this circus unfold with the detached amusement of someone who just canceled $56,000 in annual payments and was now essentially watching previews for the movie that was about to start. Rachel positioned her phone on the tripod she bought specifically for these moments. "Okay, everyone smile. Natural smiles like we're happy to be together." Milo immediately made a face like he was being tortured. Harper returned wearing a slightly different hoodie that was still gray and still communicated that she'd rather be literally anywhere else. Rachel snapped about 30 photos in rapid succession. Each one probably indistinguishable from the last, while I stood slightly to the side, coffee in hand, waiting for this performance to end so I could actually eat. "Perfect. Okay, now let's do a candid one where everyone's laughing." "At what?" Harper asked, her tone suggesting that she found nothing in the observable universe remotely funny. "Just laugh. Pretend something's funny." We all fake laughed. It sounded like a group of hostages trying to convince their captors they were having a good time. Rachel checked the photos, frowned, deleted half of them, and made us do it again and again. By the 4th take, even Milo looked tired, which was saying something because that kid had the energy of a squirrel that had just discovered energy drinks. Finally, we were allowed to actually sit down and eat. Milo immediately grabbed the syrup bottle and proceeded to drown his pancakes like he was trying to create a maple swimming pool. Harper picked at her berries with the enthusiasm of someone defusing a bomb. Rachel was already editing photos on her phone, applying filters that made our kitchen look like it existed in some sun-drenched dimension where families were actually happy and nobody's stepson had committed assault less than 24 hours ago. I cut into my pancakes, which were actually pretty good because I'd made the batter yesterday while Rachel was planning her phone angles and savored the quiet chaos. This was my last breakfast watching them take all of this for granted. The expensive organic berries, the fancy syrup, the whole performative perfection of it all because that tuition money I just freed up, that was going to change some things around here. Milo, in true Milo fashion, was eating like he was training for a competitive sport where table manners were explicitly forbidden, mouth open, chewing loudly, occasionally making sound effects. At one point, he flung syrup at the dog. We had a golden retriever named Biscuit, who Rachel had gotten during her "I need something to love me unconditionally" phase, and the dog, being a dog, happily licked it off the floor. "Milo, buddy, maybe try to keep the syrup on your plate," Rachel suggested absently, not looking up from her phone where she was probably writing a caption about cherishing simple moments or some other inspirational garbage. Harper, meanwhile, was complaining about the Wi-Fi. "Oh my god, this internet is so slow. Like, slower than poor people's connections. I can't even load Instagram. How am I supposed to exist like this?" I paused mid-chew. "Slower than poor people's connections." That's what she said. This 14-year-old who'd never paid a bill in her life, never worried about where her next meal was coming from, never had to choose between wants and needs, just casually threw out class's commentary while eating $20 berries on a Sunday morning. I set down my fork carefully and took a sip of my coffee, letting the bitterness ground me. "You might want to enjoy that school breakfast while you can," I muttered. Just loud enough to technically be heard, but quiet enough that it could be missed. Nobody noticed. Rachel was typing furiously on her phone, probably responding to the 3 people who'd already liked her breakfast post. Harper was aggressively refreshing her Instagram feed like her life depended on it. Milo was seeing how many pancake pieces he could stuff in his mouth at once, because why not turn breakfast into a choking hazard? Rachel suddenly looked up from her phone and smiled at me. One of those warm, affectionate smiles that reminded me why I'd fallen for her in the first place. Back before I realized that the woman I'd dated and the woman I'd married were 2 different people operating under the same name, she got up, walked over, and kissed my cheek. The same cheek her son had slapped yesterday, which added a layer of irony so thick you could cut it with a knife. "You're so quiet these days," she said sweetly, her hand resting on my shoulder. "Everything okay?" I looked up at her. This woman who'd laughed when her kid hit me, who was currently more concerned with Instagram likes than actual family connection, who thought we're blessed, was an acceptable substitute for, "Thank you for paying for everything." I smiled back, the kind of smile that probably looked genuine if you weren't paying attention, but had undertones that could sink a ship. "Oh, I'm just reflecting," I replied, taking another sip of my coffee like a villain mid-plot, which, let's be honest, I kind of was at this point. She patted my shoulder, seemingly satisfied with that non-answer, and went back to her phone to add more hashtags, probably #family #blessed #gratitude, completely unaware that she was about to learn the actual definition of those words. If sarcasm burned calories, I'd be shredded by now. Hell, I'd be a skeleton. I'd be so fit that personal trainers would ask me for tips. But instead, I just sat there finishing my pancakes, watching my wife curate our fake perfect life for strangers on the internet while her kids embodied everything wrong with entitled youth. The bomb was ticking. They just couldn't hear it yet, but they would. Oh, they definitely would. The next few days pass like that awkward silence after someone tells a joke that absolutely bombs. You know something's wrong. The tension is there, but everyone's pretending everything's fine while internally screaming. Except in this case, I was the only one who knew the punchline was coming. And let me tell you, the anticipation was delicious. I'd slipped into what I can only describe as performance mode. I became the obedient husband, the stepfather who tries, the guy who does everything without complaint. I cooked dinners like I was auditioning for a cooking show nobody asked for. I did the laundry, folded it with those neat little military corners Rachel loved, and even separated the darks from the lights like I actually cared whether Milo's soccer jersey stayed vibrant. I took out the trash before it was full, unloaded the dishwasher without being asked, and even cleaned the bathroom, including that weird mildew spot behind the toilet that everyone pretended didn't exist. Rachel ate it up. "You've been so helpful lately," she said one evening while I was scrubbing a pan she'd left soaking in the sink for 3 days, which is code for "I'm never cleaning this." "Good luck." She wrapped her arms around me from behind, resting her chin on my shoulder. "I feel like we're really in a good place right now." I smiled at the soapy water. "Yeah, babe. Really good place." What I didn't say was that the good place she was feeling was actually the eye of the hurricane. That deceptive calm right before everything goes sideways and people start checking their insurance policies. But why ruin the moment? Let her enjoy it. Let them all enjoy it. The school's accounting office was busy printing a very special letter right now. And that letter was going to arrive in a neat little white envelope with the St. Augustine Academy crest on it. And when it did, this good place was going to become a war zone. Tuesday evening, Rachel's mother stopped by because apparently my life wasn't complicated enough without adding Brenda to the mix. Brenda was one of those women who'd aged into that specific brand of wealthy suburban grandmother. Perfectly highlighted hair, expensive athleisure wear that she'd never actually exercised in. And opinions about everything that she delivered with the confidence of someone who'd never been wrong about anything ever, even though she was wrong about most things constantly. She arrived carrying a Whole Foods bag full of organic snacks for her babies, meaning Milo and Harper, not Rachel and definitely not me, and wearing yoga pants that cost more than my car insurance. She swept into our house like she owned it, which she kind of did in spirit since Rachel still called her for advice on everything from what color to paint the bathroom to whether Mercury being in retrograde was why the Wi-Fi was slow. "Oh, there's my favorite son-in-law," Brenda announced. Even though I was her only son-in-law, which made the superlative pretty meaningless. She air-kissed both my cheeks. I don't know when that became a thing we did, but apparently it was, and then immediately turned to Rachel, "Where are my angels?" The angels were currently upstairs. Milo was playing video games at a volume that suggested he was trying to communicate with aircraft. And Harper was doing whatever Harper did, which probably involved taking 47 selfies and complaining about how the lighting in her room wasn't Instagram worthy. Rachel called them down and they came stampeding like someone had announced free iPhones. Brenda showered them with attention and organic granola bars that were probably gluten-free, dairy-free, joy-free, and tasted like cardboard that had been blessed by a wellness influencer. The kids grabbed their treats and immediately retreated back upstairs, their obligation to Grandma fulfilled for the week. We all settled in the living room, me on the couch, Rachel and Brenda on the love seat, because apparently they needed to be close enough to gossip in that stage whisper way that's meant to be heard. I was pretending to read something on my phone, but was actually just staring at the same email about a sale at Home Depot while listening to their conversation. "Rachel, honey, you look tired," Brenda said, which is grandmother code for, "You look terrible, but I'm going to say it nicely. Are you getting enough help around here?" Rachel glanced at me, and for a second, I thought she might actually acknowledge that I did literally everything around here except breathe for her, but no. Instead, she sighed dramatically and said, "Oh, you know how it is. The kids keep me so busy. Milo has soccer and tutoring. Harper's got her friend drama, and there's just so much to manage." Brenda nodded sympathetically like Rachel had just described surviving a natural disaster instead of having a pretty standard suburban existence where the biggest crisis was deciding which filter to use on Instagram. "You're such a saint dealing with all of that and raising them practically alone." I looked up from my phone. "Practically alone." Brenda turned to me with this patronizing smile that probably worked great on her bridge club, but made me want to test whether expensive yoga pants were flammable. "Oh, you know what I mean, dear. Single motherhood is so hard, even when there's a partner. You married a saint. You know that Rachel could have any man she wanted, and she chose you. You're very lucky." There it was. The reminder that I should be grateful that Rachel, in all her divorced with 2 kids, glory, had deigned to marry me, and I should wake up every day thanking my lucky stars that she'd settled for a guy who worked in it and didn't drive a BMW. Never mind that I'd walked into a ready-made family and immediately started bankrolling their lifestyle. Never mind that I'd put my own dreams of early retirement on hold to pay for a private school that taught Milo the Latin word for ungrateful, but not how to use basic manners. I smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Oh, I know exactly how lucky I am, Brenda." She beamed, completely missing the edge in my voice. Then she launched into this whole thing about how wonderful it was that I let Rachel's kids walk all over me. Except she phrased it differently. "You're so patient with them. Not every man would be okay with his wife putting her children first, but you just let them be themselves, and that's beautiful. Really, you're a saint, too." Rachel laughed. Actually laughed and clinked her wine glass against her mother's like they just toasted something profound instead of casually insulting me. "Mom's right. You're so easygoing. Most guys would have way more ego about things." I nodded slowly, taking a sip of my beer. Domestic because God forbid I spend money on craft beer when there were private school tuitions to pay. "Oh wait. Oh, Brenda, they're not walking," I said carefully, my voice light and conversational. "They're sprinting." Both women laughed, thinking I was joking, making some self-deprecating comment about being overwhelmed by family life. They had no idea I was talking about the future, the very near future, where Milo and Harper would be sprinting to the principal's office at whatever public school ended up accepting them. Mid-semester, Brenda stayed for another excruciating hour, during which she managed to compliment Rachel 47 times, asked me twice what I did for work, like she forgot every time she saw me, and somehow work in 3 separate mentions of her friend Carol's son, who was a doctor. A doctor, in case I missed it. Because apparently every conversation with your mother-in-law needs to include a reminder that you're not living up to some imaginary standard set by Carol's imaginary perfect son. After she finally left, taking her expensive yoga pants and her backhanded compliments with her, the house settled back into its usual chaos. Harper emerged from her room to practice what she called her influencer walk in front of the hallway mirror. I watched from the kitchen as she strutted back and forth, phone in hand, filming herself from various angles like she was preparing for Fashion Week instead of just walking down a hallway in suburban America. "Looking good, Harper," I called out. She glanced at me, surprised that I'd said anything. "Thanks," she muttered, then went back to her video, probably already composing a caption about confidence and authenticity. Milo, meanwhile, decided that the living room was the perfect place for indoor soccer. Despite having an entire backyard and a bedroom the size of most people's apartments, he grabbed a foam ball and started dribbling it around the furniture like he was Messi training for the World Cup. I was in the kitchen making myself a sandwich, turkey and Swiss, nothing fancy, just trying to eat in peace when I heard it crash. That specific sound of something expensive hitting the floor and losing the fight. I walked into the living room to find my reading lamp. The one I bought myself last Christmas, the one with the brass base that actually looked decent in pieces on the floor. The bulb had shattered, the shade was dented, and Milo was standing there with his ball, looking about as remorseful as a cat who'd just knocked over a vase on purpose. "Oops," he said, not making eye contact. Rachel came down the stairs, took one look at the scene, and shrugged. "He's expressive." Expressive? My lamp was in pieces because her son couldn't grasp the revolutionary concept of don't play ball in the house. And her response was that he's expressive. I stared at the broken lamp, then at Milo, then at Rachel, and something clicked, not anger. I was past anger. This was something else. This was clarity. "Yes," I said slowly, bending down to pick up a piece of broken glass. "So was Napoleon. Didn't end well either." Rachel blinked at me. "What?" "Nothing, babe. I'll clean this up." And I did. I cleaned up the broken lamp, swept up the glass, and threw it all away while Milo went back upstairs unpunished. And Rachel went back to whatever she was doing, which was probably posting about family values on Facebook. That night, lying in bed while Rachel scrolled through her phone, I smiled at the ceiling. The envelope was coming. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. But it was coming. And when it did, we'd see how expressive everyone felt when their private school paradise came crashing down just like my lamp. Except unlike the lamp, I had no intention of cleaning up that mess. Saturday rolled around again, and I woke up with what I can only describe as misplaced optimism. You know that feeling when you think maybe, just maybe, you can fix something that's clearly beyond repair? Like when your check engine light's been on for 6 months and you think adding premium gas might solve it. That was me lying in bed at 7 a.m. convincing myself that I could bond with Milo. That maybe despite all evidence to the contrary, there was a decent kid under all that entitlement and violence. Rachel was still asleep, her face mask half peeled off and stuck to the pillow. One of those $20 Korean beauty masks she bought in bulk from some website that promised eternal youth, but mostly just made her look like a serial killer's victim. Harper was probably in her room, either sleeping or pretending to sleep, so nobody would ask her to do anything productive. And Milo was probably already awake, plotting his next assault or figuring out what household item he could destroy next. I decided I was going to try something radical, actual bonding. Revolutionary, I know. I'd bake cookies with the kid. Everyone loves cookies, right? It's basically impossible to be a terrible person while making chocolate chip cookies. That's just science. Or at least that's what I told myself while putting on sweatpants and heading downstairs to our kitchen that was definitely not equipped for a baking show, but would have to do. I got out all the ingredients: flour, sugar, butter, chocolate chips, the whole 9 yards. I even found Rachel's fancy vanilla extract that she'd bought at some artisan market and never used because actually cooking would interfere with her photographing food she didn't make. I was measuring out flour when Milo appeared in the doorway looking suspicious like I just offered him candy from a van. "Hey champ," I said, going for enthusiastic, but probably landing somewhere around desperate used car salesman. "Want to bake some cookies with me?" He stood there in his pajamas. Spider-Man ones that were getting too small, but Rachel kept making him wear because she thought they were adorable and gave me this look like I just asked him to donate a kidney. His hair was sticking up in every direction. He had sleep crust in the corners of his eyes and he was holding his tablet like it was a security blanket. "Cookies," he said, his voice thick with skepticism that seemed way too advanced for a 10-year-old. "Yeah, you know the round things that taste good. We mix stuff, put it in the oven, try not to burn down the house. Classic Saturday activity," he shrugged, which in preteen communication could mean anything from sure. Why not to I'd rather eat glass, but I'm bored enough to consider this. I decided to interpret it optimistically and gestured to the counter. "Cool. Come on over. You can crack the eggs." He shuffled over, set his tablet down, but kept it in view because, God forbid he disconnect from the digital world for more than 30 seconds, and picked up an egg like it was a live grenade. To his credit, he actually managed to crack it without getting shell everywhere, which was more than I'd expected, honestly. We worked in relative silence for a few minutes. I measured. He dumped things into the bowl. I mixed. He watched. It was almost peaceful. Almost the kind of almost that makes you forget you're in a situation comedy written by someone who hates you. "Why are we doing this?" he asked suddenly, his voice cutting through the quiet like a knife through butter. Or in this case, like a spatula through cookie dough. "What do you mean this?" He gestured vaguely at the mixing bowl. "The cookie thing. Mom says you only do stuff like this because you're bored and old." I stopped mid-stir. The spatula frozen in the bowl. My brain doing that thing where it tries to process something so casually cruel that it takes a second to register. "She said that." "Huh?" "Yeah." He said it so matter-of-factly like he was telling me the weather forecast or what he had for lunch. No malice, no awareness that he just dropped a conversational bomb. Just a kid repeating what his mom said, probably word for word with all the innocent cruelty of someone who doesn't understand the weight of what they're saying. I resumed stirring, focusing on the dough because looking at Milo right then would have revealed something on my face that I wasn't ready to show. "Well," I said carefully, keeping my voice light. "Boredom's cheaper than therapy." He grinned at that. Actually grinned like I'd said something funny instead of something that was 50% joke and 50% cry for help. We kept mixing, adding the chocolate chips, forming the dough into little balls, and placing them on the cookie sheet. He was actually getting into it. His tongue sticking out in concentration as he tried to make each ball the perfect size. "These are going to be good," he said. And for a second, just a second, he sounded like a normal kid, excited about cookies, not thinking about iPads or video games or slapping people. Just a kid who wanted cookies. Then he said it. "Mom says, you don't have real money, just savings." The cookie dough ball I was holding squished between my fingers. Not on purpose. My hand just clenched involuntarily. Muscle memory from every time someone said something so stunningly offensive that your body reacts before your brain can catch up. I looked down at the dough oozing between my knuckles and thought about how this was probably a metaphor for my life right now. I carefully shaped the dough back into a ball, placed it on the sheet, and wiped my hands on a towel. "Is that right?" "Uh-huh." She was talking to Grandma on the phone. Said, "You're good at saving, but you're not like rich. Not like Harper's real dad was." And there it was, the cherry on top of the sarcastic sundae. Not only was I apparently boring, old, and financially inadequate, but I was being compared to Rachel's ex-husband, the guy who cheated on her with his dental hygienist and then moved to Arizona without paying child support for 2 years. That guy, I was being unfavorably compared to that guy because apparently he'd had money before he decided that supporting his children was optional. I looked at the cookie dough, then at Milo, who was completely oblivious to the fact that he just nuked any remaining goodwill I might have had toward this family. He was just standing there licking chocolate chips off his fingers, waiting for me to respond like he'd commented on the weather instead of casually destroying my dignity in our kitchen on a Saturday morning. "Well," I said, sliding the cookie sheet into the oven and setting the timer. "Your mom's right about one thing. I do have savings. And you know what's great about savings, Milo?" He looked up at me, curious. "What?" "You can choose what to do with them." He nodded like this was some profound wisdom I was sharing, not a thinly veiled threat about his entire future. "Cool." We stood there for a moment, the oven warming up, filling the kitchen with that promise of baked goods that almost made everything seem normal. Almost. Milo grabbed his tablet and started playing some game where cartoon characters screamed at each other. I leaned against the counter and watched him. This kid who had no idea that his entire life was about to change because his mother couldn't keep her mouth shut about finances and because he'd been raised to think that insulting people was just casual conversation. The timer had 12 minutes on it. In 12 minutes, we'd have cookies. And in probably less than 12 business days, we'd have a crisis when that letter from St. Augustine Academy arrived. The math was all coming together beautifully, like a recipe for disaster that I'd followed to perfection. "You know what, Buddy? I said, watching him tap away at his tablet, completely absorbed in his digital world, completely unaware of the real-world consequences that were baking just as surely as those cookies. What? He mumbled, not looking up. You're about to learn what happens when savings stop saving you. He didn't hear me. Or maybe he did and didn't care. Either way, it didn't matter. The oven timer was counting down. The cookies were baking. And somewhere in a school administrative office, a letter with our name on it was waiting to be mailed. When the timer dinged, we pulled out perfect chocolate chip cookies. Golden brown gooey in the center, exactly the way they should be. Milo ate 3 of them right away, declared them pretty good, and then went back upstairs with his tablet, leaving me alone in the kitchen with the rest of the batch and my thoughts. I ate a cookie. It was delicious. Perfectly balanced sweetness, just enough salt, chocolate chips in every bite. I'd nailed the recipe. Too bad I couldn't say the same about this family. But hey, at least the cookies turned out right. That was one more success than this marriage was going to have once that envelope arrived. I smiled at the cooling rack full of cookies and whispered to myself, buddy, you're about to learn what happens when savings stop saving you. The house was quiet except for the sound of video games upstairs and my own breathing. The calm before the storm tastes a lot like chocolate chip cookies. Apparently, who knew? It was a Thursday. One of those perfect Thursday mornings that tricks you into thinking the universe might actually be on your side for once. The sun was doing that thing where it streams through the windows at just the right angle, making everything look like a home decor commercial. Birds were chirping outside like they'd been hired by Disney. The smell of pancakes was drifting up from the kitchen where Rachel was doing her morning routine. And for a brief delusional moment, you could almost forget that you lived in a house where respect went to die. I was upstairs getting dressed for work. Business casual, which is corporate speak for we don't respect you enough to let you wear jeans, but we also don't respect you enough to call it professional attire. When I heard it, the mail truck, that distinctive rumble of the USPS vehicle that delivers everything from credit card offers to divorce papers, too. In this case, karmic justice wrapped in a white envelope. My heart did this weird skip thing. Not a heart attack skip, more like a here we go skip. The kind of anticipatory flutter you get right before a roller coaster drops or right before you hit send on an email you know is going to cause chaos. I finished buttoning my shirt, took my time with my tie, navy blue with thin silver stripes, very professional, very I'm a guy who makes calculated decisions, and headed downstairs. Rachel was in full morning mode, which meant she was simultaneously making breakfast, checking her phone, and planning her day out loud to nobody in particular. She was wearing leggings and an oversized sweatshirt that said Mama Bear and rhinestones because apparently that was a personality trait. Now, her hair was in a top knot. She had her glasses on instead of contacts, and she was flipping pancakes with one hand while scrolling through Instagram with the other. A multitasking feat that would be impressive if it wasn't so depressing. "Morning, babe," she called out when she saw me. Her voice all sing-songy like we were in a sitcom where everyone loved each other and nobody was secretly plotting financial revenge. "Pancakes are almost ready. I'm trying that new recipe I found on Pinterest. You know, the one with the knock the mailman right on schedule. Beautiful, punctual, government-employed mailman bringing the reckoning right to our doorstep. Oh, mail's here," Rachel said like this was notable instead of a daily occurrence. She set down her phone. Miracle and wiped her hands on a dish towel. "Can you grab it, hon? My hands are all pancake." "Why?" "Sure thing," I said. Probably a little too quickly with a little too much enthusiasm. I walked to the front door like a man on a mission because this was it. The moment I'd been waiting for since I clicked that cancel payment button in my closet office. Christmas morning for petty people. The Super Bowl of consequences. I opened the door and there it was. A neat stack of mail held together with a rubber band. Bills, junk, a catalog for furniture Rachel would look at and never buy. And right there, right on top, like it knew it was the star of the show, a crisp white envelope with the St. Augustine Academy crest embossed in gold on the corner. I grabbed the mail, closed the door, and took a deep breath. This was happening. This was actually happening. I walked back to the kitchen with the kind of calm that comes from knowing you're holding a live grenade and everyone else thinks it's a gift basket. "Anything good?" Rachel asked, still focused on her pancakes, still completely oblivious to the fact that her entire morning, hell, her entire week was about to implode. "Let's see," I said casually, flipping through the stack like I was checking baseball scores instead of holding the nuclear codes to our family dynamics. "Bill, junk, more junk. Coupon for that pizza place you like." And I paused, holding up the St. Augustine envelope. "Something from the school." Rachel glanced over, still not concerned. Why would she be? As far as she knew, Everything was fine. The tuition was paid. Her kids were getting their elite education. Life was blessed. We were blessed. She was blessed for having married someone who quietly funded her children's future while she took credit. And her mother insulted me. "Oh, must be the new terms update," she said cheerfully, plating the pancakes with the kind of care she usually reserved for Instagram photos. They always send those fancy letters. Probably about the spring fundraiser or something. "Can you open it?" "Sure," I said, grabbing a knife from the counter. I slid it under the flap of the envelope, taking my time, savoring the moment like a fine wine or a perfectly cooked steak. The paper made that satisfying tearing sound as I pulled out the letter. Heavy card stock, official letterhead, the kind of paper that costs more than regular paper because it needs to communicate importance. I unfolded it slowly. Read the first line, then the second. My face remained completely neutral, which was an acting performance worthy of an Oscar because inside I was doing backflips. "What's it say?" Rachel asked, still not looking up, still arranging pancakes like she was competing in some breakfast Olympics. I cleared my throat. It's interesting." That got her attention. She looked up, spatula still in hand, her smile starting to falter around the edges. "Interesting how well," I said, holding up the letter so I could read it properly. Really milked the moment. "You know it says here, Dear Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, this letter is to inform you that we have not received payment for the fall semester tuition for students Milo Henderson and Harper Chun. As of today's date, your account is past due in the amount of $28,000 with an additional late fee of $500. Please remit payment immediately to avoid enrollment consequences." The kitchen went silent, like horror movie silent. The kind of silent where you can hear your own heartbeat and maybe someone's soul leaving their body. Rachel's spatula clattered onto the counter. Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again like a fish trying to understand calculus. "What?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I kept reading. Really committing to the performance now. It also says, failure to pay within 10 business days will result in the students being withdrawn from enrollment and their records being held until the balance is settled. I looked up at her, my expression perfectly neutral. That's weird." "Weird?" Her voice cracked like she'd been gargling gravel. She snatched the letter from my hands, her eyes scanning the page like maybe I'd hallucinated the whole thing. But no, there it was. Printed in official black ink on expensive card stock. Unpaid tuition notice in bold letters at the top. Her face went through about 17 different expressions in 5 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, panic, anger, more panic, maybe a brief stop at denial and then landing solidly on what I can only describe as barely contained hysteria. "This has to be a mistake. This has to be we always pay on time. You always," she stopped, her brain clearly trying to connect dots that were suddenly appearing in her reality. Did you forget to pay the tuition?" I leaned against the counter, picked up a piece of bacon from the plate she'd prepared, perfectly crispy, actually pretty good, and took a bite, chewed slowly, swallowed, looked her dead in the eye with the kind of calm that serial killers probably have right before they explain their master plan. "No," I said simply. "I didn't forget." She blinked once, twice. Her brain was buffering, trying to load this new information. "You didn't forget?" "Nope." Then what happened? Why didn't they get the payment? Did the bank make a mistake? Did the automatic payment not go through? I set down the bacon, brushed off my hands, and delivered the line I'd been practicing in my head for weeks. "Rachel, there was no mistake." I canceled it. The words hung in the air like smoke from a building that was definitely absolutely 100% on fire. Rachel just stood there, the letter trembling in her hands, her eyes wide, her mouth forming words that weren't quite coming out yet. Upstairs, I heard movement. Harper's door opening. Milo's feet hitting the floor. They were coming down for breakfast, completely unaware that their world had just shifted on its axis. I took another piece of bacon, popped it in my mouth, and waited for the explosion. 3, 2, 1, you what? And there it was. The detonation I'd been waiting for. Rachel's voice hitting decibels that probably violated noise ordinances. Her face turning that specific shade of red that suggested her blood pressure was having its own personal crisis. Thursday morning, perfect sunshine, birds chirping, pancakes burning on the stove that Rachel had completely forgotten about. And me standing in the kitchen eating bacon, watching my carefully planned chaos unfold exactly as I designed it. Best Thursday ever. Rachel's face went through more color changes than a mood ring at a rave. Red to white to purple to some shade that I'm pretty sure doesn't exist in nature. Her hands were shaking so hard the letter was rattling like a tambourine. And I could actually see her trying to reboot her entire understanding of reality in real time. "You what?" she repeated, her voice strangled like she was being choked by her own disbelief. I picked up my coffee, still hot, still perfect, and took a leisurely sip before answering. No rush. We had all morning. Well, I had all morning. Rachel had a crisis to manage. But that wasn't really my problem anymore, was it? Cancelled, I repeated, my voice calm and even like I was explaining how to work the TV remote instead of detonating her entire worldview. I cancelled the tuition payment. Turns out private education doesn't teach respect. So, I'm cutting the budget for entitlement. Her mouth opened and closed several times. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was practicing for a goldfish impression. You can't just, that's their education. That's their future. Well, I said, setting down my coffee and straightening my tie. Maybe their future should have included learning that actions have consequences. Or at the very least not slapping the guy who's paying $48,000 a year for their fancy uniforms and Latin classes. This is about the slap. Rachel's voice hit a pitch that probably shattered glass somewhere in the neighborhood. Are you serious right now? You're ruining my children's education because Milo was playing around. Playing around? I nodded slowly like I was considering this. Right. Is that what we're calling assault now? Playing around? Good to know. I'll make sure to tell the next guy who gets hit by a 10-year-old that it's all just fun and games. That's when Harper appeared at the bottom of the stairs still in her pajamas, designer once naturally. That probably cost more than some people's rent with her phone already recording because of course she was recording. This was prime TikTok content for her. Drama, family dysfunction, all the ingredients for going viral among other teenagers who thought therapy was just a meme. What's going on? Harper asked, but her tone suggested she already knew this was going to be good. Her thumb was hovering over her phone screen, ready to capture every moment of this domestic implosion. Rachel whirled on her, the letter still clutched in her hand like evidence at a crime scene. Your stepfather, she spat the word like it was poison, has decided to stop paying for your school. Both of you, you're being kicked out because he canceled the tuition. Harper's face went pale, like vampire pale, like all the blood just evacuated her body and filed for asylum somewhere else. Her phone nearly slipped from her hand. Nearly, but not quite, because teenagers would rather lose a limb than drop their phones. What? Harper shrieked. And there it was. That same frequency that Rachel had hit moments before. Must be genetic. You can't do that. St. Augustine is my school. All my friends are there. You can't just. She turned to me, her eyes wild with panic and fury. You ruined my life. I looked at her. Really looked at her. This 14-year-old who'd spent the last 2 years treating me like I was furniture that occasionally spoke. Who'd made snide comments about my clothes, my car, my existence, who challenged me to hit her brother after he'd assaulted me. This girl who thought Wi-Fi speed was a measure of social class and that poor people were somehow less human. Sweetheart, I said, my voice gentle but firm. The way you talk to someone who's just realized they're not the main character they thought they were. I didn't ruin it. I just pressed reality mode. Consider this a software update. This isn't funny. She was full-on yelling now, tears streaming down her face, probably already mentally composing the sob story she'd post later about her evil stepfather. Do you know what this means? Do you have any idea what it's like to be kicked out of private school? I'll have to go to public school with normal people. The horror, I said dryly. Imagine having to attend school with 90% of the American population. How will you survive? Milo appeared then, sleepy and confused, his hair sticking up like he'd been electrocuted. He was dragging his blanket behind him like Linus from Peanuts, his tablet tucked under his arm because, God forbid he go 30 seconds without it. He looked around at his mother's tear-streaked face, his sister's meltdown, and me standing there calmly drinking coffee like the house wasn't burning down around us. What's happening? He asked, his voice small and uncertain. For the first time since I'd known him, he actually looked like a kid instead of a tiny tyrant. Rachel tried to compose herself, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, smearing her mascara in the process. Mo, baby, come here. She pulled him into a hug that he didn't seem to want, his arms pinned awkwardly at his sides. Your stepfather has made a very selfish decision that's going to affect your whole life. Milo looked at me over his mother's shoulder, his eyes confused, and for the first time actually scared. Did I do something bad? And there it was, the moment. The kid finally connecting dots that his brain hadn't been developed enough to connect before. The realization that maybe, just maybe, hitting people might have consequences, that maybe actions don't exist in a vacuum, that maybe the guy who'd been quietly funding his privileged life wasn't just an ATM with feelings that could be ignored. I set down my coffee, walked over to where he was standing, and knelt down, so we were eye level. Rachel tried to pull him away from me, but he stayed put, waiting for my answer. I looked at this kid, this entitled, spoiled, but ultimately just confused kid who'd been raised by a mother who thought confidence meant never having to say sorry. I smiled. Not a mean smile, not a vindictive one. Just soft, almost sad. "No, kiddo," I said quietly. "You didn't do something bad. You just showed me where the money shouldn't go. You showed me that paying for a fancy education doesn't mean anything if nobody's learning the most important lessons." "What lessons?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Respect, gratitude, understanding that people aren't just walking wallets." I reached out and ruffled his hair gently. "You'll learn those lessons now, though. Just maybe not in a building with marble floors and a Latin motto." Rachel yanked him away from me then, her face twisted with rage. "Don't you dare act like you're teaching them anything. You're being petty. You're being cruel. This is about your ego, your pride, because you can't handle that my kids don't worship you." I stood up, brushed off my knees, and looked at my wife, this woman I'd married 2 years ago, thinking we'd build something together, only to discover I'd really just signed up to be a financial provider for a family that saw me as a resource, not a person. "You're right about one thing, Rachel," I said, my voice steady and calm. "This is about me. It's about me finally recognizing my worth. It's about me understanding that love shouldn't cost $56,000 a year. It's about me realizing that I've been enabling bad behavior by cushioning every consequence with my checkbook." "You're impossible," she shouted, throwing the letter onto the counter where it landed next to the burning pancakes she'd completely forgotten about. Smoke was starting to rise from the pan, adding a literal smoky backdrop to this figurative dumpster fire. I walked over, turned off the stove, and moved the pan to a cool burner. Even in crisis, someone had to be the adult. Might as well be me. "Actually," I said, turning back to face my family. This collection of people who'd shared my house but never really let me into their hearts. I'm finally possible. For the first time in this house, I'm actually possible. The real me. Not the doormat version. Not the ATM version. Not the guy who smiles while getting slapped and laughed at. Just me, the guy who's decided he's worth more than this. Harper had collapsed onto the couch, sobbing into her phone like it could somehow save her from public school. Milo was clinging to Rachel, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. Rachel was staring at me with something between hatred and disbelief, like I'd transformed into a stranger right in front of her eyes. Maybe I had. "You'll regret this," Rachel said, her voice cold and hard now. "You'll wake up tomorrow and realize what you've done and you'll try to fix it and it'll be too late." I picked up my briefcase. Yes, I still used a briefcase. Sue me and headed toward the door. I had work in an hour and surprisingly I was looking forward to it. The office drama would be a vacation compared to this. "You're right," I said, pausing at the doorway, looking back at the wreckage of our Thursday morning. "I will wake up tomorrow and I'll realize exactly what I've done and I'll smile." I walked out, closing the door behind me on Rachel's protests, Harper's sobs, and Milo's confused questions. The morning air was crisp and cool. Birds were still chirping. The sun was still shining, and I felt lighter than I had in 2 years. The silent treatment began approximately 30 seconds after I left for work that Thursday morning. And let me tell you, it was glorious. I'm talking pure uninterrupted blessed silence. The kind of peace that monks spend decades meditating to achieve, and I got it for free just by canceling a tuition payment. If I'd known silence was this easy to obtain, I would have done it 2 years ago. Day 1 was the best. I came home from work around 6, my time, too. Maybe stopped at Target to browse the tools section for 20 minutes even though I didn't need tools, just to extend my freedom, and walked into a house that felt like a library after closing. Rachel was in the kitchen aggressively making a smoothie. And when I say aggressively, I mean she was throwing kale into the blender like it had personally offended her entire bloodline. Bananas were being peeled with the violence of someone defusing a bomb. The blender roared to life with a sound that suggested it was also angry and perhaps questioning its life choices. She didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge my existence, just made her angry smoothie, which was probably some combination of spinach, protein powder, and pure rage. Poured it into one of her collection of motivational tumblers. This one said she believed she could, so she did, which felt ironic given the current situation, and stormed upstairs. Her footsteps were so heavy. I'm pretty sure our downstairs neighbors felt them. Except we didn't have downstairs neighbors because we lived in a single-family home. But if we did, they would have filed a noise complaint. Harper was camped out on the couch in full sulk mode, wrapped in a blanket like a burrito of teenage despair. Her hair was in a messy bun that actually was messy, not the Instagram kind, and she was scrolling through her phone with the enthusiasm of someone reading their own obituary. Every few minutes, she'd sigh dramatically, like Broadway-level dramatic. The kind of sigh that deserved its own sound effect and maybe a spotlight. I walked past her to grab a beer from the fridge. "Hey Harper, how was your day?" "Nothing." Not even an eye roll. Just pure concentrated ignore mode. She scrolled harder on her phone, if that was even possible. Her thumb was moving so fast I was worried she'd sprain it. "Cool, cool," I said to absolutely no one. "My day was great. Thanks for asking. Had a really productive meeting about network security. Bob from accounting brought donuts. It was a whole thing." More silence. I popped open my beer and headed to my closet office or my dying plant, and I could contemplate our lives in peace. The plant was looking slightly better. Actually, I'd been watering it more consistently lately. Turns out when you're not emotionally exhausted from family drama, you have energy for things like basic plant care. Who knew? Day 2 followed the same pattern, except Rachel had upgraded from angry smoothies to angry meal prep. I came home to find her in the kitchen surrounded by about 47 Tupperware containers, violently chopping vegetables like they were photos of my face. The knife was hitting the cutting board with such force I was genuinely concerned for the structural integrity of our countertop. Milo was at the dining table, unusually quiet, doing homework, actual homework, without being asked, without complaining. Without making sound effects or throwing things or acting like sitting still was a form of torture. He was just sitting there writing things, looking almost studious. I stood in the doorway for a second, making sure I wasn't hallucinating. "Milo, you good, buddy?" He glanced up at me, something different in his eyes. Not quite fear, not quite respect, but definitely not the smug confidence he'd had before. More like uncertainty, like he was recalculating his entire understanding of how the world worked and coming up with numbers that didn't add up the way they used to. "Yeah," he said quietly, then went back to his homework. Rachel slammed a container shut so hard I thought the lid might achieve orbit. She grabbed her meal prep containers, all labeled with days of the week in her perfect handwriting, and started loading them into the fridge with the efficiency of someone who was channeling all their emotions into food organization. I grabbed some leftover pizza from the fridge, cold pizza, breakfast of champions, and divorced dads, which I wasn't yet, but could see on the horizon, and retreated back to my office. The silence followed me like a comfortable shadow. I hadn't seen this much peace since our honeymoon in Costa Rica. Back in those blissful 5 days before Rachel got food poisoning and blamed me for suggesting we try that beachside ceviche stand, turning our romantic getaway into what I could only describe as a hostage situation with better weather. Day 3 was when things started getting weird. Not bad weird, just different weird. Harper actually came out of her blanket cocoon and took a shower. Like a real shower, not the 30-second and rinse she usually did while scrolling through TikTok. Rachel stopped making angry smoothies and angry meal prep and just made regular smoothies, regular food. Still didn't talk to me, but her movements had less "I'm imagining this is your face" energy and more "I'm tired and confused" energy. Milo asked me to help him with his math homework. Let me repeat that because it's important. Milo asked me for help. I was in the living room pretending to watch TV, but actually just enjoying the quiet when he shuffled over with his textbook. And this look on his face like he was approaching a wild animal he wasn't sure was friendly. "Can you?" He started, then stopped, then started again. "Can you help me with fractions?" I looked at him. He looked at me. Rachel was watching from the kitchen, her smoothie frozen halfway to her mouth. Harper had her phone pointed in our direction, probably live streaming this unprecedented moment of a stepchild acknowledging my existence. "Sure," I said, patting the couch next to me. "Let's see what you're working on." He sat down, not right next to me, but closer than he'd ever voluntarily been, and opened his book. We worked through 3 problems together. He actually listened, actually asked questions, actually said, "Thank you." When we finished, Rachel's smoothie remained frozen in midair. That night, I heard her on the phone with her mother. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, okay? I was totally trying to eavesdrop. I was standing outside our bedroom door like a creep. But in my defense, I was a creep who just nuked his family's entire educational arrangement and wanted to know what the fallout assessment was looking like. "I don't know, Mom," Rachel was saying, her voice tired and small in a way I hadn't heard in years. "We enrolled them in Jefferson Public. It's not the same." Harper's devastated. Milo's confused. And she paused. I could picture her sitting on our bed, probably staring at her phone or her reflection or some combination of both. "He won't even fight with me. He's just calm. And somehow that's worse." Brenda's response was muffled, but I caught the words divorce and lawyer and show him. "I don't think that's," Rachel started, then trailed off. More silence. Then maybe I didn't realize what he was actually contributing. Maybe I thought it was just supposed to happen, like it was automatic progress. Small, glacial, possibly imaginary progress, but progress nonetheless. Day 4, Friday, the end of the most peaceful work week I'd had in 2 years. I came home to find Rachel sitting at the kitchen table alone. No smoothie, no phone, no meal prep, just sitting there looking deflated like someone had let all the air out of her influencer dreams and left her with just regular reality. We enrolled them in public school, she said without preamble, without looking at me. Her voice was flat, defeated. Jefferson Middle and Jefferson High. They start Monday. It's not the same. I set down my briefcase, loosened my tie, and pulled out a chair across from her. We sat in silence for a moment. The kitchen clock ticking, the refrigerator humming, all the normal sounds of a house that was trying to figure out if it was still a home. No, I agreed, keeping my voice gentle because even though I'd orchestrated this whole thing, I wasn't a monster. I was just a guy who'd reached his limit. No marble hallways, but maybe they'll learn something marble can't buy. She looked up at me then, her eyes red-rimmed, her face free of makeup for maybe the first time since I'd known her. Like what? Manners, I said simply. Respect. How to treat people who care about them. How to say thank you. How to exist in the world without expecting everything to be handed to them on a silver platter with a side of entitlement. She didn't reply, didn't argue, didn't defend her kids or attack me or launch into one of her speeches about how I didn't understand parenting. She just sighed, not dramatically like Harper, but deeply like someone who'd been holding their breath for 2 years and finally exhaled. I didn't realize, she said quietly. Realize what? The difference between luxury and love. We sat there in the kitchen as the sun set outside, the light fading through the windows, and for the first time since that slap heard around the living room. I thought maybe, just maybe, something royal might actually grow here. Weeks passed, not in that dramatic movie montage kind of way, but in the slow, uncomfortable way that actual change happens. With awkward dinners, forced conversations, and everyone slowly figuring out who they were without the safety net of private school prestige, Milo adjusted faster than anyone expected. Turns out when you strip away the entitled environment and stick a kid in a place where nobody cares that his stepdad used to pay premium tuition, he actually becomes decent. He started drawing, like really drawing, not just doodling on his iPad, but actual pencil on paper art. He'd bring home sketches of superheroes and dragons and sometimes just random kids from his class. His teacher called to say he'd been helping other students with math. The same kid who'd slapped me was now saying please and thank you without being prompted. Miracles do happen. Apparently, Harper got humbled by life in a way that was honestly more effective than any punishment I could have designed. Public school didn't care about her Instagram aesthetic or her influencer dreams. Nobody was impressed by her designer clothes. She came home after the first week looking shell-shocked like she discovered gravity was real. But slowly, painfully slowly, she started changing, made actual friends instead of followers, joined the art club, started saying good morning to me without her phone in her hand. One Saturday afternoon, Milo came up to me while I was reading on the porch. He was holding a piece of paper folded carefully, looking nervous in that way kids do when they're about to do something vulnerable. I made you something, he said quietly, handing it over. I unfolded it. It was a drawing, him and me, sitting in a boat, fishing poles in hand. The sun was setting in the background, all oranges and purples that he'd colored carefully. Above it, in his wobbly handwriting, he'd written, me and Dad. Dad, not stepdad, just Dad. I didn't cry. Men don't cry. Our eyes just leak pride sometimes, and mine were definitely leaking as I pulled him into a hug. Rachel stood in the doorway watching us. She looked different now, softer, quieter, less concerned with how things looked and more concerned with how things felt. We've been talking more, actually talking, not just coordinating schedules. She'd apologized last week. A real apology, the kind that takes courage. Thank you, she'd said, for not giving up on us, for teaching them what I couldn't. Now I sit on this porch some mornings sipping coffee, watching the sunrise, and I smile. Because revenge doesn't always need fire and fury. Sometimes it just needs one canceled payment and a whole lot of patience. Sometimes the best lessons are the ones money can't buy. And sometimes, just sometimes, people actually learn them. Story 6. My little boy was found alone on the highway at 2 a.m. I never knew my wife would go this far. When police asked him what happened, his words broke me completely. The shop smelled of motor oil and old coffee, a scent Andrew Ward had grown to love over the years. At 2:07 a.m., he was finishing up the last of the day's paperwork. His calloused fingers smudged with grease as he tallied receipts under the flickering fluorescent light. The garage stood silent except for the hum of the refrigerator in the corner and the occasional ping of cooling metal from the last car he'd worked on. His phone buzzed against the steel workbench. The vibration loud in the quiet. Andrew glanced at the screen. Unknown number. He considered ignoring it. Nothing good came from calls at this hour, but something made him answer. This Andrew Ward, a man's voice, official and tired. Speaking. This is Trooper Daniels with the Missouri State Highway Patrol. We've got a situation here on Route 17. Just past mile marker 43. Found a boy walking the shoulder. Says his name is Miles Ward. Says you're his father. Andrew's hand tightened around the phone. The words didn't make sense at first, like hearing a foreign language. Miles was 4 years old. Miles was supposed to be asleep in his bed at Tara's place, tucked under the dinosaur blanket Andrew had bought him last Christmas. That's Andrew's voice caught. He cleared his throat. That's my son. Where is he now? We've got him at the station. He's okay. Just cold and scared. How fast can you get here? 15 minutes. Ender didn't remember grabbing his keys or locking the shop. The October night, air hit his face like a slap as he ran to his truck, his breath forming clouds in the darkness. His mind raced through possibilities, each one worse than the last. An accident. Tara hurt. The house on fire, but the trooper had said Miles was walking. Walking alone on a highway in the middle of the night. The engine roared to life and Andrew peeled out of the parking lot, his headlights cutting through the empty streets of Redwood Crossing. The small Missouri town looked different at this hour. Storefronts dark, traffic lights blinking yellow. Not another soul in sight. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. The state police station sat on the edge of town. A squat brick building with harsh white lights illuminating the parking lot. Andrew killed the engine and was out of the truck before it fully stopped. His boots hitting the pavement at Iran. Inside, the smell of burnt coffee and industrial cleaner replaced the garage smells. A young officer at the desk looked up, started to speak, but Andrew was already scanning a room. Then he saw him. Miles sat on a wooden bench against the far wall, drowning in an adult-sized police jacket, his small legs dangling off the edge. His face was pale, strewn with dried tears, and there was a scrape on his left knee. Blood dried in a thin line down his shin. When he saw Andrew, his whole body seemed to collapse inward with relief. "Daddy." The word was barely a whisper, but it tore through Andrew's chest. He crossed the room in 3 strides and dropped to his knees in front of his son, pulling the small body into his arms. Miles clung to him, his little hands fisting in Andrew's work shirt, and Andrew could feel him shaking. "I've got you," Andrew murmured into his son's hair. "I've got you. You're safe now." Trooper Daniels appeared beside them, a thick man with gray at his temples and kind eyes that had seemed too much. He waited until Andrew looked up before speaking. "Mr. Ward, we need to ask Miles a few questions. Just understand what happened tonight." Andrew nodded but didn't let go of his son. He shifted so Miles sat on his knee, still wrapped in a jacket, still pressed against his father's chest. Daniels crouched down to eye level, his voice gentle. "Miles, buddy, can you tell me what happened? How did you end up on the road?" Miles's fingers tightened on Andrew's shirt. His voice came out small and flat, like he was reciting something he'd been taught not to say. "Mom said I had to leave because I cost too much." The words landed in the quiet station like stones dropping into still water. Andrew felt them settle in his chest, cold and heavy. His arms tightened around Miles instinctively, protectively, while his mind struggled to process what he just heard. Danielle's expression hardened. "Your mom told you to leave the house." Miles nodded against Andrew's chest. "Was anyone else there? Was she home?" "She went out with Ree. She said I was too loud and I make everything expensive and I had to go find Daddy." Andrew's jaw clenched so hard his teeth itched. He kept his breathing steady control because Miles needed him calm right now. But inside something fundamental had shifted, not broken. Breaking implied weakness, fragility. What happened inside Andrew Ward in that moment was different. It was a hardening, a crystallization of every frustration and fear he'd carried for 4 years since the divorce. Every missed phone call, every bruise he noticed on Miles's arms that Tara explained away. Every time she'd spend his child's support on new clothes while Miles wore shoes 2 sizes too small. He would never forgive Tara Lundell. Not tonight. Not ever. But he wouldn't confront her with tears or anger or desperate pleas. He would destroy her with logic, with evidence, with the cold machinery of the law. He would dismantle her life piece by piece until there was nothing left but the truth everyone could see. "Mr. Ward," Daniel stood, gesturing toward a small office. "We need to talk." Andrew carried Miles with him, unwilling to let go. In the office, Daniels closed the door and leaned against the desk, his expression grim. "We're going to need to file a report. Child abandonment, possibly endangerment. Where's the mother now?" "I don't know." Andrew's voice was steady, almost eerily calm. She has Miles Tuesday through Friday. I get him weekends and Mondays. She lives in the duplex on Carver Street. We'll send someone to check on her, make sure she's aware of the situation. Daniels pulled out a form. Did you have any indication she might do something like this? Andrew thought about the last 4 years. The pattern he'd been too hopeful to fully acknowledge. She's always treated him like a burden, Andrew said quietly. Miles had finally stopped shaking his breathing, evening out against Andrew's shoulder. Complained about the cost of everything. Dropped him with neighbors whenever she wanted to go out. I tried reporting concerns to child services once, but he paused, remembering she's good at performing. She cried, said she was overwhelmed and stressed. They bought it. This time there's no performance that'll explain a 4-year-old on a highway at 2 in the morning. Daniel started writing. We'll need your contact information, and we'll be in touch about next steps. For tonight, take your boy home. He's been through enough. Andrew stood, adjusting Miles in his arms. The boy had fallen asleep, his small body finally relaxing. Andrew looked down at his son's face, the same nose as his own, the same stubborn chin, and felt that cold determination settle deeper. Thank you, Trooper. Mr. Ward. Daniels met his eyes. Document everything from here on out. Photos, times, conversations, everything. You're going to need it. Andrew nodded once and carried his son out into the night. The drive home was quiet. Miles slept curled in the passenger seat, still wrapped in the police jacket, his hand clutching Andrew's work shirt like a lifeline. Andrew drove slowly, carefully, his mind already moving through the steps ahead. The past 4 years played through his memory like a film he'd seen too many times. Meeting Tara when he was 28, fresh from technical school, working his first job at a mechanic shop in Jefferson City. She'd been beautiful, confident, from a wealthy suburb near Kansas City. She'd seemed so sure of everything, so polished compared to his grease-stained hands and small-town simplicity. The relationship moved fast, too fast, probably. Pregnant within 6 months, married 3 weeks later in a courthouse ceremony Tara complained about for months afterward. She'd wanted her family there, but they'd cut her off years before over something she never fully explained. Money, probably. It was always money with Tara's family. Miles was born on a rainy April morning, and for a few months, Andrew had believed they might make it work. But Tara had never wanted to be a mother. She wanted the idea of it, the attention, the sympathy, the validation, the reality of a crying infant. Sleepless nights, and stretched finances killed whatever affection she'd had for Andrew. The divorce came when Miles was 6 months old. Andrew didn't fight it. He just wanted his son safe and cared for. He agreed to shared custody, to child support payments that took half his paycheck, to letting Tara choose her days. He thought if he was reasonable, if he cooperated, things would be okay. He'd been wrong. Over the following years, Andrew watched his son become an afterthought in Tara's life. She fed Miles cheap food, ramen, frozen dinners, fast food, while posting pictures of expensive restaurant meals with friends. She left him with elderly neighbors for hours, sometimes overnight, without warning. She bought herself new phones, new clothes, while Miles wore hand-me-downs from a cousin Andrew didn't even know he had. Andrew tried to help. He bought clothes that Tara said disappeared or got ruined. He packed extra food in Miles's backpack. He documented strange bruises, behavioral changes, moments when Miles would flinch at sudden movements. He called child services once, his heart pounding, convinced he was doing the right thing. The social worker had been young, overwhelmed, skeptical. Tara had put on a perfect show, tears streaming, voice breaking as she talked about being a single mother, about doing her best, about the stress of raising a child alone. She'd even implied Andrew was harassing her, trying to get out of paying support. The social worker had given Andrew a look that said she'd seen this before, bitter fathers making false claims, and closed the case. Andrew had felt the door closing on his ability to protect his son. He'd learned to be more careful, more patient. He'd waited for Tara to make a mistake big enough that no one could explain it away. Tonight, she had. He pulled into the driveway of his small house. A rental, nothing fancy, but clean and warm and filled with Miles's toys. He carried his son inside, laying him gently on the couch while he turned on lights and adjusted the thermostat. Miles stirred but didn't wake. Andrew knelt beside the couch, looking at the scrape on Miles's knee. He retrieved the first aid kit from the bathroom and carefully cleaned the wound, applied antibiotic ointment, covered it with a bandage decorated with cartoon trucks. Miles whimpered in his sleep, but didn't wake. Then Andrew pulled out his phone and took photos. The scrape, the jacket that was far too large. Miles's face pale and exhausted even in sleep. He noted the time, the date, the circumstances, every detail. He sat in the armchair across from the couch as the night slowly gave way to dawn, watching his son sleep and planning his next move. He didn't feel angry. Anger was hot and immediate and uncontrolled. What he felt was cold, precise, patient. Tara had declared war the moment she sent their 4-year-old son onto a dark highway. She just didn't know it yet. Andrew waited until the sun rose, painting the living room in shades of gold and amber before making the first call. Marlon Vance answered on the third ring, his voice rough with sleep. "This better be important, Andrew." She left him on a highway. Silence, then Miles. State police found him walking Route 17 at 2 in the morning. She told him he cost too much and sent him out to find me. Andrew heard movement on the other end. Marlon getting out of bed, probably his footsteps creaking across old floorboards. Marlon had handled Andrew's divorce, had watched the custody arrangement form, had seen the frustration Andrew carried for years. He was in his 60s, a small-town lawyer with more integrity than ambition. The kind of man who took cases because they were right, not because they paid well. Is he okay? Physically, yes. Scrape on his knee, cold, terrified, but alive. And Tara, I don't know where she was. Miles said she went out with her boyfriend, left him alone, and told him to leave. Marlon exhaled slowly. Okay, listen to me. This is the break we've been waiting for, but we have to be smart. We can't let emotion drive this. I'm not emotional. Andrew's voice was flat, certain. I'm done playing nice, Marlon. I'm done trying to co-parent with someone who sees our son as a financial burden. I want full custody, no shared anything, no visitation without supervision. I want her out of his life in every way that matters. Another pause. Andrew, this won't be simple. She'll lie. She'll perform. You know she will. Then we make the truth louder than her lies. That's what I'm talking about. Andrew heard the faint sound of coffee being poured. We'll need documentation. Every interaction from now on, every bruise, every late pickup, every text message. Can you do that without tipping her off? Already started. Good. Marlon's voice shifted into planning mode. We'll file for emergency custody modification. The police report will be our foundation, but we need more. We need a pattern. Can you talk to neighbors? Anyone who might have seen her neglect? Yes. Do it quietly. We don't want her lawyering up before we're ready. And Andrew, Marlon's voice softened slightly. I know you're angry. You have every right to be, but you need to stay calm. Stay focused. The court will look at you, too. They want to see you're stable, rational, the better parent. Can you do that? Andrew looked at his son, still sleeping on the couch, one small hand curled under his cheek. I can do whatever it takes. After hanging up, Andrew made breakfast quietly. Scrambled eggs, toast, juice. Miles woke around 8, blinking in a morning light, momentarily confused about where he was. Then he saw Andrew and relief flooded his small face. Daddy. Hey, buddy. Andrew sat on the edge of the couch. How do you feel? Tired? Miles's voice was. Is Mom mad? The question hit Andrew harder than he expected. Not is Mom okay or where's Mom, but is Mom mad? As if her anger was the natural consequence of Miles's existence. Don't worry about Mom right now, Andrew said gently. You're staying with me for a while. Okay, we're going to have breakfast, and then maybe we can watch some cartoons. How does that sound? Miles nodded, his expression uncertain but willing. Andrew carried him to the kitchen, settled him in his chair, and watched him eat slowly, methodically, like he wasn't sure when the next meal might come. Andrew's phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Trooper Daniels. Officers went to the Carver Street address. Mother wasn't home. Left a note for her to contact us. We'll keep you updated. So, Tara still wasn't home. Hours after sending her son onto a highway. She was still out. Probably with Reese called her, the new boyfriend Andrew had heard about but never met. Younger than Tara. No job that Andrew knew of. The kind of guy who smiled too much and meant none of it. Andrew saved the message, screenshotted it, backed it up to his cloud storage. Evidence. Everything was evidence now. The day passed quietly. Miles seemed content to stay close, watching television, playing with his trucks on the living room floor. Andrew worked from home when he could, doing paperwork, and ordering parts online. He kept Miles in his line of sight at all times, noting every small behavior. How Miles startled at loud noises. How he hoarded snacks in his pockets. How he asked permission before doing anything. These were the behaviors of a child who'd learned to be invisible, to take up as little space as possible. Around 3 in the afternoon, Andrew's phone rang. Tara. He let it go to voicemail, then listened as her voice, bright, casual, annoyed, filled his ear. "Hey, so the police left some weird note at my place. Something about Miles. Call me back. This better not be you causing drama again." Not a trace of worry, not a hint that she'd sent her son into the night and hadn't thought about him since. Andrew saved the voicemail. Then he called back, putting the phone on speaker and setting it on the counter with the voice recorder app running. She answered immediately. "Finally. What's this about? Miles was found walking Route 17 at 2 this morning." "What? That's impossible. He was asleep. He was on a highway. Tara alone at 2 o'clock in the morning." "Well, I don't know how that happened. He must have snuck out. You know how he is. He told the state police you sent him out. Said you told him he cost too much." Silence. Andrew could practically hear her recalculating. "That's ridiculous. He's 4. You probably dreamed it. Kids make up stories. The police have a report. There's a record now. This is your fault." Her voice shifted, turning sharp. "You turn him against me. You make him say things. You've been trying to take him away since the divorce. I didn't put him on a highway. I didn't either. And if you try to use this against me, I swear to God, Andrew." He hung up. His hands were steady. His breathing was calm. He had what he needed. Her immediate denial. Her attempt to blame Miles. Her threat. All recorded, all time-stamped, all saved. Miles appeared in the doorway, his dinosaur blanket trailing behind him. "Was that Mom?" "Yeah, buddy. Is she coming to get me?" The hope in his voice was small, uncertain, like he didn't quite believe it himself, but had to ask anyway. It broke Andrew's heart and hardened his resolve simultaneously. "Not tonight," Andrew said. "But you're safe here. You know that, right?" Miles nodded slowly, then quietly. "I like it better here." Andrew pulled his son into a hug, breathing in the scent of kid shampoo and sleep, and made a silent promise. Miles would never have to beg for safety again. Never have to wonder if he was wanted. Never have to walk a dark highway alone. Whatever it took to make that true, Andrew would do it. Even if it meant destroying the woman who'd given Miles life, especially then. The next morning, Andrew drove Miles to preschool. The director, Mrs. Patterson, met them at the door with a concerned expression. The state police had called ahead. She explained quietly to let them know about the incident. She promised to keep Miles close to call if anything seemed off. Andrew watched his son disappear into the colorful classroom. Already moving toward the blocks with another little boy, and felt the weight of responsibility settle heavier on his shoulders. He couldn't be with Miles every second. He had to trust others to help, to watch, to care. It went against every instinct he had right now. But he also had work to do. His first stop was the duplex on Carver Street. Tara's car wasn't there. He didn't knock. Instead, he walked the perimeter slowly, noting details. The garbage bins overflowing with takeout containers and wine bottles. The broken lock on the back gate. The window screen hanging loose on one side. The yard littered with cigarette, but Tara didn't smoke, which meant Reese did, which meant Reese spent significant time here. Andrew took photos of everything. His second stop was Darlene Fritz's house, 3 doors down from Tara's duplex. Darlene was in her 60s, a retired teacher with sharp eyes and a soft heart. She'd babysat Miles a few times when Tara needed emergency coverage, which usually meant Tara wanted to go out and hadn't bothered to plan ahead. Darlene answered the door wearing a cardigan and reading glasses, a mystery novel in one hand. Her expression shifted from pleasant to concerned when she saw Andrew. "Oh, honey, I heard what happened. Is Miles all right?" "He's okay." Physically, Andrew hesitated. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" She stepped back, gesturing him inside. Her house smelled like cinnamon and old books. They sat in her living room surrounded by photos of grandchildren and shelves of well-worn paperbacks. "I need to ask you about Tara." Andrew began about how she treats Miles. Darlene's mouth tightened. "What do you want to know?" "The truth. Whatever you've seen." She was quiet for a moment, her fingers worrying the edge of her cardigan. Then she spoke, her voice sad but certain. "That boy cries for her every night. I can hear him through the walls. Our houses are close, you know. He calls for her and she never answers, or if she does, it's to yell at him to be quiet." Darlene looked down at her hands. "She brings him to me at all hours. Sometimes she says she'll be back in an hour and I don't see her for 8. Once she left him here overnight without warning. I woke up and he was still asleep on my couch." "How often does this happen?" 2, 3 times a week. More recently, since that boyfriend moved in, Andrew felt his jaw tighten. "Race, I don't know his name. Younger guy drives a red Mustang, smokes on the porch, Loud music at all hours. She met Andrew's eyes. I don't like the way he looks at Miles. Cold, like the child's an inconvenience. Have you ever seen him hurt Miles? Not physically, but I've heard him yelling, and I've seen Miles's face when he comes to my door. That boy is scared. Would you be willing to write this down? In a statement, Darlene didn't hesitate. If it helps keep that child safe, I'll write whatever you need. Andrew left 20 minutes later with a signed statement, dated and witnessed by Darlene's signature. His third piece of evidence. Over the next few days, Andrew moved quietly through Redwood Crossing, talking to anyone who might have seen something. The clerk at the grocery store remembered Tara leaving Miles in the car alone while she shopped. The child crying visible through the window. The manager at the gas station recalled Tara paying for cigarettes and lottery tickets while claiming she didn't have enough for milk. The elderly man who lived across from the duplex had seen Tara loading the car late at night multiple times, leaving Miles visible in the window alone. Each conversation added another piece to the puzzle. Each statement was written, signed, saved. Marlon called midweek with an update. I've filed for emergency custody modification. There'll be a hearing in 2 weeks. The judge is Catherine Brennan. She's fair but tough. She'll want to see clear evidence of danger to the child. I'm gathering it. Good. I also found something interesting. Papers rustled in the background. Reese called her. Tara's boyfriend. He's got a history. Andrew's grip tightened on his phone. What kind of history? 3 years ago, he was investigated for child endangerment. He was dating a woman with a 2-year-old. Left the kid alone in a motel room while he went gambling at a casino. Kid was found by housekeeping the next morning alone for 8 hours. The mother dropped the charges, but the report still exists. Something cold settled in Andrew's chest. Not surprise, confirmation. So, Tara's living with a man who has a documented history of abandoning children. It gets better or worse, depending on how you look at it. Reese has been unemployed for 6 months. No income, which means he's living off Tara, which means he's living off your child support payments. Andrew felt the pieces clicking into place. Tara's increased neglect, her sudden defensiveness about money, her irritation with Miles. She was supporting Ree, which meant less money for Miles, which meant Miles had become even more of a burden. Can we use this in court? Absolutely. A documented history of child endangerment connected directly to the person Tara has chosen to have around your son combined with the highway incident. Andrew, this could win us full custody. Could. Nothing's guaranteed, but we're building a hell of a case. After hanging up, Andrew sat in his truck outside Miles's preschool, watching parents arrive to pick up their children. Happy reunions, excited chatter, little hands reaching for bigger ones. This was what childhood should look like. Safe, expected, loved. He thought about Tara, about the woman he'd married and the woman she'd become. Had she always been this way? Had he been too naive to see it, or had something in her genuinely changed, twisted by resentment and unfulfilled expectations? It didn't matter. Whatever she'd been before, she was dangerous now. And Andrew would make sure everyone could see it. Miles came bounding out of the building, his backpack bouncing against his small shoulders, his face lighting up when he saw Andrew's truck. That smile, that pure, uncomplicated joy at seeing his father was everything Andrew needed to remember why he was doing this. Daddy, I made a picture. Can't wait to see it, buddy. That night, as Andrew tucked Miles into bed, the bed that was becoming his permanent bed, though neither of them had said it aloud yet, Miles looked up at him with serious eyes. Am I really too expensive? The question hit Andrew like a physical blow. He sat on the edge of the bed, choosing his words carefully. No, Miles. You're not expensive. You're priceless. That means you're worth more than any amount of money. Do you understand? Miles nodded slowly, uncertain. Your mom. Andrew paused, weighing truth against protection. Your mom made a mistake. A big one. But that's not your fault. None of this is your fault. But she said, I know what she said. She was wrong. Miles was quiet for a moment. Then so softly, Andrew almost missed it. I'm glad I'm here. Andrew pulled his son close, feeling the small body relax against him. Me, too, buddy. Me, too. After Miles fell asleep, Andrew returned to the living room and pulled up the file Marlon had sent about Reese Calder. Police reports, court documents, witness statements from 3 years ago. The details were damning. A child left alone in a locked motel room, crying for hours, no food, no water, no care. The mother had defended Ree, said it was a misunderstanding, dropped the charges. But the investigating officer's notes painted a clear picture of a man who prioritized gambling over a child's safety. And Tara had brought this man into Miles's life. Andrew's phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. Mr. Ward, this is Alicia Briner. Recalled his ex. Can we talk? Andrew stared at the message. How had she found his number? What did she want? He responded, how did you get this number? Mutual friend, I heard what happened to your son. I think you should know some things about Re. Call me tomorrow at noon. Andrew sent his number and sat back, his mind racing. Whatever Alicia Brenner had to say, it would be another piece of the puzzle, another weapon in the arsenal he was building. Tara had started this war the night she sent Miles onto a dark highway. Andrew was going to finish it. The days leading up to the phone call with Alicia Brenner felt strangely suspended, like the quiet before a storm. Andrew maintained his routine. Drop Miles at preschool, work at the shop, pick Miles up, dinner, bedtime stories. But underneath the normally, he was preparing for battle. At exactly noon the following day, Andrew's phone rang. He was in his office at the shop. The door closed, a notepad and pen ready on his desk. This is Andrew. Mr. Ward, thank you for taking my call. The woman's voice was tired but determined, carrying the weight of someone who'd seen too much. I'm Alicia Brenner. I was with Reese Calder for 2 years. We had a daughter together. Andrew's pen stilled. Ah, she's safe. She lives with my parents now. Full custody. I got clean, got away from Ree. Got my life back, but it took almost losing everything. What do you need to tell me? Alicia took a breath. Ree is dangerous. Not in the obvious way. He's never hit anyone, never threatened anyone directly. But he's manipulative. He finds women who are vulnerable, who have something he wants. Money, a place to stay, respectability, and he bleeds them dry. Tara, when I heard about what happened to your son, I knew the pattern. Reese doesn't like kids. Sees them as competition for attention and resources. When I was with him, he'd leave our daughter alone for hours. Sometimes he'd lock her in her room so she wouldn't bother him. The incident 3 years ago, the casino, the motel, that wasn't a one-time mistake. That was who he is. Andrew was writing quickly, recording every word. Why didn't the charges stick? Because I was stupid. Her voice cracked slightly. I loved him. Or I thought I did. He convinced me it was all a misunderstanding. That the police were overreacting. That if I didn't defend him, they'd take our daughter away. So, I lied. I said it was my fault that I'd asked him to watch her and he'd made a mistake. I protected him and my daughter paid the price. What changed? He left me 6 months later for someone else. Someone with more money, a better situation. And I finally saw what I'd been protecting. A man who'd put my daughter in danger without a second thought. A man who'd manipulated me into covering for him. Andrew processed this information, connecting it to what he already knew. You said Tara's vulnerable. What makes you think that? I did some research, found her social media, mutual friends. She's estranged from her family. She's got a history of bad relationships. She's overwhelmed and probably resentful of being a single mother. That's Reese's type. He targets women like that. Women who will make excuses for him because they're desperate for help, for companionship, for someone to tell them they're doing okay. And my son's in the middle of that. Yes. Alicia's voice gentled. Mr. Ward, I should have spoken up 3 years ago. I should have told the truth about Ree then. I can't undo that. But I can tell you this. If you're going to court to protect your son, I'll testify. I'll tell them everything about Ree. His pattern, his manipulation, his history. Maybe it'll make a difference this time. Andrew felt something shift in his chest. Not hope exactly, but certainty. This was the missing piece. Not just the police report from 3 years ago, but a living witness willing to testify about Reese's pattern of behavior. I'll have my lawyer contact you. And Alicia. Andrew paused. Thank you for speaking up this time. After they hung up, Andrew called Marin immediately and relayed the conversation. Marlon whistled low and long. Andrew, this is it. This is the twist we needed. A pattern of behavior, a documented history, a witness willing to testify. Combined with everything else we have, we can make the case that Tara isn't just neglectful. She's actively choosing a dangerous partner over her child's safety. When's the hearing? Next Thursday, 10 days. Think you can keep it together until then? I'm fine, Marlon. I know you think you are, but Andrew, listen to me. You need to be more than fine in that courtroom. You need to be the picture of stability, calm, rational, the responsible parent. No matter what Tarara says, no matter how she spins things, you can't react emotionally. Can you do that? Andrew thought about the cold certainty he'd felt since that night at the police station. The way his anger had crystallized into something harder, sharper, more controlled. I can do that. Good. I'll prepare Alicia, get her statement, make sure she's ready to testify. You focus on documenting everything with Miles. Every meal, every bedtime, every moment of stability you're providing. That's your story in court. Not that Tara is a monster, but that you're the better choice, the safer choice. The next week passed in careful documentation. Andrew photographed every meal he made for Miles. Balanced, nutritious, varied. He noted, every night Miles slept through without nightmares. Every morning he woke up smiling. He recorded their conversations. The way Miles was slowly opening up, laughing more, playing with more confidence. He also installed cameras in his house. Small discreet ones in common areas. Not to spy, but to document. If Tara accused him of anything, he'd have proof of how he treated Miles, of how safe and stable this home was. 3 days before the hearing, Tara showed up at the shop. Andrew was under a car replacing brake pads when he heard the sharp click of shoes on concrete. He rolled out from under the vehicle and found Tara standing in the doorway, backlit by afternoon sun. She looked different, thinner, harder, her makeup heavier than he remembered. She wore a coat that was too expensive for someone who claimed she couldn't afford to feed her son properly, and her nails were freshly manicured, painted a bright red. "We need to talk," she said without preamble. Andrew stood slowly, wiping his hands on a rag. "Call my lawyer. Don't be dramatic. This is about Miles. Everything is about Miles. That's the problem. You never understood that." Tara's expression tightened. "You've turned him against me. You're poisoning his mind. I didn't put him on a highway at 2 a.m. She flinched. And for a moment, Andrew thought he saw something like guilt flash across her face. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by defensive anger. "That was a misunderstanding." He wandered out. "I was asleep. You told the police on the phone that night that you let him go because he wanted to see me. Which version is true, Tara?" She blinked, caught in the contradiction. "I was confused. It was late. I didn't know what I was saying. Miles told the police you said he cost too much. That you sent him out to find me. He's 4. He doesn't understand. Then explain it to the judge next week." Tara's face drained of color. "You're actually doing this. You're actually trying to take him away." "I'm trying to keep him safe. There's a difference. I'm his mother. You're the woman who gave birth to him. Being a mother is more than biology." Something flickered in Tarara's eyes. "Rage, maybe. Or fear. You think you're so perfect. You think this little life you've built makes you better than me. But you're just a mechanic, Andrew. You live in a rental. You work with your hands. I could give Miles more. You could give him nothing but pain and neglect. You already have." Tara stepped closer. Her voice dropping to something venomous. "I will destroy you in court. I will tell them how you harass me, how you turn Miles against me, how you're unstable and controlling. I'll make them see what you really are." Andrew met her gaze steadily. "Go ahead and try." She stared at him for a long moment, searching for weakness, for fear. She found neither. Finally, she turned and walked out, her heels echoing against the concrete. Andrew waited until her car pulled away before returning to work. His hands steady on the wrench, his mind clear. Let her threaten. Let her plan. Let her believe she could win with lies and performance. He had the truth. And in 10 days, everyone would see it. That evening, Andrew sat with Miles on the couch reading a picture book about a dragon who learned to be brave. Miles leaned against him, warm and solid and safe. And Andrew felt that cold determination solidify even further. He would win this. Not because he was perfect, not because he had money or status or charm, but because he showed up, because he cared. Because when his son needed him, Andrew had been there. And Tara hadn't. That was the only story that mattered. The night before the hearing, Andrew barely slept. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, running through every possible scenario, every question Tarara's lawyer might ask, every lie she might tell. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, he gave up and went to check on Miles. His son was sprawled across his bed, covers kicked off, one arm flung above his head. Andrew gently covered him again, and Miles stirred, his eyes opening halfway. "Daddy, I'm here, buddy. Go back to sleep. Will Mom be there tomorrow?" Andrew hadn't told Miles about the hearing. Hadn't wanted to worry him, but kids sense things. Picked up on tension and unspoken concerns. "Yes, but it's just grown-ups talking. Nothing for you to worry about." Miles nodded sleepily. "Okay, love you, Daddy." "Love you, too, Miles." Andrew stood in the doorway after Miles fell back asleep, watching the gentle rise and fall of his son's chest, and made a silent promise. Tomorrow he would be calm, strategic, unshakable. Tomorrow he would make sure Miles never had to worry about being sent away again. Tomorrow, Tara Lundell's comfortable lies would meet the uncomfortable truth. And Andrew Ward would make certain the truth won. Act in 2. The courthouse in Cedar Glen sat at the center of town, a structure of stone and aged wood that had witnessed decades of marriages, divorces, disputes, and resolutions. The building felt cold in the morning light, imposing in its authority, and Andrew felt the weight of it as he climbed the steps with Marlon at his side. "Remember," Marlon said quietly, his briefcase heavy in his hand, "stay calm. Answer questions directly. Don't volunteer extra information. Let me handle the legal arguments." "I understand." "And Andrew," Marlon paused at the door. "Whatever she says in there, however she tries to spin this, don't react. Don't give her the satisfaction. Show the judge who you are by how you handle yourself." Andrew nodded. He dressed carefully that morning. Clean jeans, a button-down shirt, his best boots. Not pretending to be something he wasn't, but showing respect for the process. He wanted the judge to see a working man who cared about his son, not someone putting on an act. They entered the courtroom and Andrew's eyes immediately found Tara. She sat at the defendant's table with her lawyer, a sharp-faced woman named Patricia Vo, who had a reputation for aggressive defense strategies. Tara wore a conservative dress, her hair pulled back, minimal makeup. She dressed to look like a struggling mother, responsible and overwhelmed. Andrew noticed her hands shaking slightly as she clutched a tissue. Ree was nowhere to be seen, smart of her lawyer to keep him away. The bailiff called the room to order and Judge Catherine Brennan entered. She was in her 50s with steel gray hair and an expression that suggested she'd heard every possible excuse and believed none of them until proven otherwise. Andrew felt a flicker of hope. This was a judge who would look at evidence, not performances. "We're here for the matter of Ward versus Lundell regarding custody modification." Judge Brennan began settling into her seat. "Mr. Vance, you filed the emergency motion. Present your case." Marlon stood buttoning his jacket. "Thank you, Your Honor. My client, Andrew Ward, is seeking full custody of his son, Miles Ward, age 4, based on documented child endangerment by the respondent, Tara Lundell. On October 15 of this year, at approximately 2:07 a.m., Miles was found by Missouri State Highway Patrol walking alone on Route 17. He was cold, frightened, and injured. When asked how he came to be on the highway, Miles stated that his mother told him he cost too much and that he needed to leave to find his father. Tara's lawyer stood. "Your Honor, if I may, the child is 4 years old. He's not a reliable narrator. Ms. Lundell has stated that her son wandered out while she was asleep. This was a terrible accident, but not intentional endangerment." Judge Brennan held up a hand. "You'll have your turn, Ms. Voss. Continue, Mr. Vance." Marlon nodded. "We have the police report from Trooper Daniels, who was first on scene. We have photographs of Miles's condition that night. We have documented statements from neighbors who have witnessed a pattern of neglect over the past 2 years. And we have testimony from an expert witness regarding Miss Lundell's current boyfriend and his documented history of child endangerment." The judge's eyebrows rose slightly. "A boyfriend with a criminal history." "Not criminal, Your Honor, but documented by Child Protective Services. Ree Calder was investigated 3 years ago for leaving a 2-year-old child alone in a motel room for 8 hours while he gambled at a casino. The charges were dropped when the mother declined to press them, but the investigation report still exists. Miss Lundell has been living with Mr. Calder for approximately 3 months. We have testimony from his exordiner that his behavior toward children is consistent and dangerous." Tara leaned toward her lawyer, whispering urgently. Patricia Vo's expression tightened. "Your Honor," Vo said, standing again. "Miss Lundell's relationship with Mr. Calder is irrelevant to this case. She is the mother. She is primary custody. One incident of a child found alone on a highway at 2 in the morning is hardly minor." "Ms. Voss." Judge Brennan interrupted. "I'll hear the evidence. Mr. Vance, call your first witness." The petitioner calls Trooper Robert Daniels. The state trooper entered through the side door, still in uniform, his expression professional but sympathetic. He was sworn in and took the stand. Marlon approached. "Trooper Daniels, can you describe the events of October 15th? "Yes, sir. At approximately 1:55 a.m., I was on patrol along Route 17, when I spotted what appeared to be a small child walking along the shoulder. I pulled over and found Miles Ward, age 4, wearing pajamas and no shoes. The temperature was approximately 48 degrees. The child was cold, frightened, and had a minor injury to his knee. What did Miles tell you when you asked how he came to be there?" "He said his mother told him he had to leave because he cost too much. He said she told him to go find his daddy." Was the child certain about this? Did he seem confused or unreliable? No, sir. He was clear and consistent. He repeated the same story multiple times in the same words. In my experience, that's often an indicator of truth. Children who are making things up tend to change details. What was the child's emotional state? Traumatized, shaking, crying, difficult to console. That level of distress in a child that young. It stays with you. Marlon nodded. Thank you, Trooper. No further questions. Patricia Vaux stood for cross-examination, her expression sharp. Trooper Daniels, you said Miles claimed his mother told him to leave, but you didn't witness this conversation, correct? No, ma'am. And you're not a child psychologist qualified to determine whether a 4-year-old is a reliable witness. I'm a father of 3, and I've been doing this job for 20 years. I know when a child is telling the truth, but you can't know that for certain, can you? I know the child was on a highway in the middle of the night. However he got there, someone failed him. Judge Brennan intervened. Miss Voss, do you have questions about Trooper Daniels' observations, or are you just arguing? No further questions, Your Honor. Marlon called his next witness, Darlene Fritz. The elderly woman entered nervously, her hands clutching her purse, but her voice was steady when she took the oath. Marlon guided her through her testimony carefully. Miss Fritz, how often do you see Miles Ward? 2-3 times a week usually. His mother brings him to me when she needs a sitter. How often does Miss Lundell request your help? Lately, very often, sometimes with only a few minutes' notice. Sometimes she says she'll be back in an hour and doesn't return until the next day. Has Miss Lundell ever left Miles with you overnight without warning? Yes, twice that I can remember. I woke up and he was still on my couch. Miss Fritz, you live 3 doors down from Miss Lundell. Have you observed how she treats Miles when she's home? Darlene's expression saddened. I can hear them through the walls. Our houses are close. That boy cries for her at night. Every night, and she doesn't answer or she yells at him to be quiet. Objection. Patricia Vaux called. Hearsay, Your Honor. This is an observation from a neighbor regarding a pattern of neglect. Marlon countered. I'll allow it. Judge Brennan said, continue, Miss Fritz. In your observation, is Miles's mother attentive to his needs? No. Darlene's voice was firm. I don't think she wants to be a mother. I think she sees that child as a burden. Objection. Sustained. Miss Fritz, please stick to what you've observed, not your interpretations. Yes, Your Honor. I've observed her leaving him alone, yelling at him, ignoring him when he cries. Is that better? Andrew saw Tara's face flush red, her hands clenching in her lap. Patricia Voss whispered to her urgently, probably telling her not to react. After Darlene came the grocery store clerk, then the gas station manager, then the elderly neighbor across the street. Each testimony added another layer to the picture. A mother who prioritized herself over her child, who saw Miles as an inconvenience, who left him alone and uncared for. Then Marlon called Alicia Briner. She entered the courtroom looking nervous but determined, her eyes briefly meeting Tara's before looking away. When she was sworn in, Marlon asked her to identify herself. I'm Alicia Briner. I was in a relationship with Reese Calder for 2 years. We have a daughter together, Ms. Brenner. Can you describe Mr. Calder's behavior toward children? He doesn't like them. Sees them as competition for attention and money. When we were together, he'd leave our daughter alone for hours. Once he locked her in a room so she wouldn't bother him while he played video games. Are you aware of the incident 3 years ago involving Mr. Calder and her daughter? Yes. He left her alone in a motel room while he went gambling. She was 2 years old. She was found by housekeeping the next morning alone for 8 hours. Why were charges dropped? Alicia's voice dropped. Because I lied. He convinced me to say it was a misunderstanding, that I'd asked him to watch her and he'd made a mistake. I protected him and I've regretted it every day since. Why are you testifying today? Because I fail my daughter. Then I won't fail another child now. If Miles is living with Ree, he's in danger. Ree doesn't change. He manipulates vulnerable women and he sees their children as obstacles. Patricia Vaux's cross-examination was brutal but ineffective. She tried to paint Alicia as a bitter ex with an axe to grind, but Alicia remained calm and consistent. Ms. Briner, isn't it true you're still angry at Mr. Calder for leaving you? I'm grateful he left. It gave me a chance to get my daughter to safety. You're testifying against him out of spite. I'm testifying because I know what he is and I know what happens to children around him. After Alicia stepped down, Marlon turned to Andrew. The petitioner calls Andrew Ward. Andrew stood, his legs steady, his mind clear. He'd been preparing for this moment all week. He took the stand, was sworn in, and faced Marlon. Mr. Ward, describe your relationship with your son. I love him. He's the most important thing in my life. Describe a typical day when Miles is with you. I wake him up gently. We have breakfast together, something nutritious, balanced. I ask him about his dreams. We talk about what he wants to do that day. I take him to preschool, pick him up, help with whatever homework or activities he has. We make dinner together. He helps me set the table. We read before bed. He chooses the books. How does Miles behave when he's with you? He's happy, relaxed. He laughs more, plays more confidently. He sleeps through the night. He doesn't flinch at sudden movements. Does he flinch when he's been with his mother? Yes. And he hoards food, hides snacks in his pockets like he's afraid there won't be more. Have you documented Miles's condition when he returns from his mother's care? Yes, I have photographs of bruises, of clothes that are too small, of times when he's been returned hungry and unwashed. Marlon submitted the evidence, folders full of photographs dated and annotated. Judge Brennan looked through them, her expression growing grimmer with each page. Patricia Voss's cross-examination tried to paint Andrew as controlling, as someone who resented paying child support, as a father who manipulated his son. Mr. Ward, isn't it true you tried to take custody before? I've expressed concerns about my son's safety. Yes. Concerns that child services didn't find credible. Tara is very good at lying. Objection sustained. Mr. Ward, answer the question that was asked. Child services close a case. That doesn't mean there wasn't a problem. It means Tara convinced them there wasn't. You're bitter about your divorce. I'm grateful for my divorce. It gave me clarity about who Tara really is. You hate Ms. Lundell. I don't hate her. I pity her. She's a woman who had a child she didn't want and can't love, and now she's destroying him piece by piece. Objection. Withdrawn. Patricia Voss snapped. No further questions. Andrew returned to his seat. Marlon squeezed his shoulder briefly. Well done. Then it was Tara's turn. She took the stand, looking appropriately emotional. Eyes red, tissue in hand, posture humble. Patricia Voss guided her through a carefully crafted narrative. Ms. Lundell, describe what happened the night of October 15th. I was exhausted. I've been working all day and Miles had been difficult, not listening, throwing tantrums. I put him to bed and fell asleep myself. The next thing I knew, the police were calling saying they'd found him. I was horrified. You didn't tell him to leave? Of course not. I love my son. I would never send him out into the night. Why do you think Miles said you did? He's 4. He doesn't always understand what's real and what he's imagined. And Andrew, she glanced at Andrew, her expression wounded. Andrew has been turning him against me since the divorce, telling him I don't care, that I don't want him. Objection, Marlon said wearily. There's no evidence Mr. Ward has done any such thing. Your Honor, Ms. Lundell is explaining her son's state of mind. I'll allow it, but tread carefully, Miss Voss. The testimony continued. Tara painted herself as an overwhelmed single mother doing her best, a victim of circumstance and Andrew's manipulation. She cried at appropriate moments. She spoke about how much she loved Miles, how hard she tried. When Marlon stood for cross-examination, his expression was neutral, but his questions were surgical. Miss Lundell, you testified that you were asleep when Miles left the house. Where was Reese called her? Tara hesitated. I don't know. He wasn't there that night. Are you certain? Because we have a witness who saw his car in your driveway until approximately 1:30 a.m. He might have stopped by earlier, but he was gone by the time I went to sleep. So, you're not certain where Mr. Calder was that night? No. M. Lundell. Were you aware of Mr. Calder's history with Child Protective Services? No. We don't talk about his past relationships. Even though he's living in your home with your son, he doesn't live with me. He stays over sometimes. How often? I don't know, a few nights a week. So, a man with a documented history of child endangerment stays in your home multiple nights per week around your 4-year-old son, and you didn't think to ask about his past. Tara's composure was cracking. He's good to Miles. He helps out, does he? We have testimony from neighbors that they've heard him yelling at Miles, that they've seen him ignore the child for hours. That's not people are exaggerating. Ms. Lundell, the night Miles was found on the highway. Where were you? I told you I was asleep. Your phone records show you made calls at midnight, 1 a.m., and 1:30 a.m. you were awake. Tara's face drained of color. I was calling Ree, so you weren't asleep. You lied to this court. I was confused about the timeline where you were awake when you sent your son out into the night. I didn't send him out. Then explain how a 4-year-old boy in pajamas ended up walking a highway at 2 o'clock in the morning. Ms. Lundell. Because the alternative is that you were so neglectful, So inattentive that your child could disappear from your home and you didn't notice. Which story makes you look better? Tara burst into tears. Real ones this time, not performed. I was trying to help him. He wanted to see his father. He was crying and I was tired and I thought if he walked to the corner he'd realize it was too far and come back. I thought he'd come back. The courtroom went silent. Patricia Vaux's face was ashen. Marlon remained still, letting the words hang in the air. Judge Brennan leaned forward. Ms. Lundell, are you telling this court that you intentionally sent your 4-year-old son out of your home at night to teach him a lesson? Tara was sobbing now, her careful facade completely shattered. I didn't mean I thought he was so difficult and I was so tired. Your Honor, Patricia Vaux interrupted desperately. My client is clearly overwhelmed. Your client just admitted to child endangerment. Judge Brennan said coldly. Sit down, Miss Vaux. The judge shuffled through papers, her expression severe. And she looked up, her gaze moving between Tara and Andrew. I've seen a lot of custody cases. I've heard a lot of excuses, but I have never, she paused, her voice hardening. Never heard a mother admit to sending her child out into the night as punishment. Miss Lundell, you endangered your child's life. You lied to police. You lied to this court. You have demonstrated a pattern of neglect that puts your son at risk. Your Honor, please. I'm not finished. The judge's voice was steel. Custody of Miles Ward is awarded fully and permanently to Andrew Ward. Ms. Lundell, you are granted supervised visitation only 1 hour per week supervised by court-appointed guardian. You will undergo evaluation by Child Protective Services. You will complete parenting classes. And if you violate any of these conditions, you will lose visitation entirely. Do you understand? Tara's sobs were her only answer. Do you understand, Miss Lundell? Yes, she choked out. Court is adjourned. The gavel came down with a sound like finality itself. Andrew sat still, letting the moment settle. He'd won. Miles was his safe, protected, away from Tara's neglect and Reese's influence. He'd won. Tara was still crying at her table. Patricia Vaux speaking to her in low, urgent tones. Andrew watched without emotion. He'd warned himself never to forgive her, and he felt no temptation to soften now. This was justice. Clean, clear, undeniable. Marlon packed up his briefcase. Let's get out of here. They left through the side door, avoiding the main hallway where Tara would eventually emerge. Outside, the autumn sun was bright, the air crisp and clean. Andrew, Marlon said quietly, you did good in there. Stayed calm, told the truth. Let the evidence speak. That's why we won. No, Andrew said. We won because Tara couldn't stop being who she is, even when it mattered most. That, too. They shook hands and Andrew walked to his truck. He sat in the driver's seat for a long moment, hands on the wheel, letting the reality settle. Miles was safe. Tara had no power over him anymore. The nightmare that started on a dark highway had ended in a courtroom with justice served. Andrew started the engine and drove toward Miles's preschool to pick up his son permanently now, and tell him he was home for good. In the weeks that followed the custody hearing, the full weight of Tara's collapse became visible. Andrew hadn't asked for it, hadn't orchestrated it beyond winning custody, but he watched it unfold with the same cold detachment he'd cultivated since that night at the police station. 2 weeks after the hearing, Andrew received a call from Trooper Daniels. Mr. Ward, thought you should know. We conducted a follow-up investigation at Ms. Lundell's residence. Found evidence of continued neglect. The state of the apartment. Evidence Mr. Calder was living there despite her testimony. Child Protective Services has opened a full investigation. Will this affect her visitation? Possibly. Depends what else they find. But between you and me, she's lucky she's not facing criminal charges. Judges don't forget parents who admit to endangering their kids. Andrew thanked him and hung up. He felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not vindication, just acknowledgement that the system was working as it should. 3 weeks after the hearing, Darlene Fritz called with an update. Andrew, honey, I thought you should know. Tara lost her job. She missed too many shifts dealing with investigations and court dates. And she paused. Police came around asking questions about him. He left, moved out overnight from what I could see. Did he leave Tara or did she kick him out? Don't know. But she's alone now. Her car is there, but I haven't seen her in days. I've heard crying through the walls, though. All hours. Andrew thanked her and hung up. He imagined Tara in that duplex alone. Her support system gone, her job gone, her child gone. He felt no pity. She'd built this prison herself, brick by brick, with every choice she'd made. A month after the hearing, on a cold November evening, Andrew was making dinner with Miles when he heard a car door slam in his driveway. He glanced out the window and saw Tara's car, dented and dirty, parked at an angle. Then Tara herself appeared, walking toward the house. She looked wrecked. Her hair was unwashed, her makeup smeared, her clothes wrinkled. She'd lost weight, her face gaunt and hollow. She looked like a woman who'd lost everything and didn't know how to begin rebuilding. "Miles, buddy, go play in your room for a few minutes." "Okay. Is that Mom?" Andrew saw the uncertainty in his son's face. Not excitement, not longing, just caution. Miles had asked about Tara a few times in the past month, but never with any urgency. "You seemed content here, settled, happier every day." "Yeah, I'll go talk to her. You stay inside." Miles nodded and disappeared down the hall. Andrew stepped onto the porch, closing the door behind him. Tara stood at the bottom of the steps, looking up at him with red-rimmed eyes. "Andrew, please." Her voice was raw, desperate. This wasn't a performance. This was genuine desperation from a woman who'd hit bottom and found it harder than she'd expected. "Please, what? Don't take him from me. I know I made mistakes. I know I was wrong, but he's my son. I can be better. I swear I can be better." Andrew looked at her and saw not the woman he'd married, but the woman she'd become through her own choices. Every decision that prioritized herself over Miles. Every moment she treated their son as a burden rather than a gift. Every lie she'd told to cover her negligence. "Miles isn't a paycheck, Tara. He's not a burden. He's a child who deserved better than what you gave him." She climbed 2 steps, reaching toward him. "I know. I know that now, but I can change. Give me a chance. I gave you 4 years of chances. You used every one of them to hurt him a little more. Andrew, I'm begging you. You never gave him what he needed. Not once. Not when he cried for you at night. Not when he was hungry. Not when he needed to feel safe. You gave him nothing." Tears streamed down her face, her mascara making dark tracks on her cheeks. "I love him." "No, you don't. You love the idea of him. You love the control, the attention, the sympathy people give single mothers. But Miles himself, you never love him enough to put him first." She sobbed, her body shaking. "Please, Andrew, don't do this. Don't take away my only chance. This isn't me taking anything. This is you losing what you threw away." She reached for him again and he stepped back, his hand on the door handle. "This is the last time we speak outside of court. You have supervised visitation starting next week. 1 hour once a week with a monitor present. If you miss a session, you lose the next one. If you cause problems, you lose them all. Those are the terms. Andrew, that's the deal. Tara, take it or walk away. But you don't get to come here and beg for mercy. You never showed our son." She stared at him, her face crumpling. "You've destroyed my life." "No, I protected my son. You destroyed your own life. Those are very different things." You stepped back inside and closed the door. Not a slam. That would have been emotional, reactive, just a quiet, firm closing. The final punctuation on a conversation that was over. Through the window, he watched Tara stand on the steps for a long moment, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Then she turned and stumbled back to her car. The engine started, coughed, started again. She drove away, the tail lights disappearing into the November darkness. Andrew felt nothing. Not victory, not relief, not guilt, just the clean certainty that he'd done what needed to be done. Miles appeared in the hallway, his dinosaur blanket trailing behind him. "Is Mom gone?" "Yeah, buddy. She's gone." "Is she coming back?" "Eventually, you'll see her sometimes with someone there to make sure everything's okay. But you live here now. This is home." Miles nodded, processing this. Then quietly, "I'm glad." Andrew pulled his son into a hug, breathing in the scent of kid shampoo and safety, and felt something shift inside him. Not the cold hardness that had sustained him through the battle, but something warmer. Not forgiveness for Tara, never that, but peace with the outcome. He'd fought for his son. He'd won. Miles was safe. That was all that mattered. The weeks turned into months. Winter settled over Redwood Crossing, bringing snow and cold and the quiet rhythm of a new life. Andrew established routines with Miles. Breakfast together, school drop-offs, pickups, homework at the kitchen table, dinner, bedtime stories. The cameras he'd installed for documentation became less necessary as Miles's behavior improved. The hoarding stopped, the flinching stopped, the nightmares stopped. Miles laughed more, played more confidently, made friends at preschool, drew pictures that showed happy families, houses with windows full of light, sons with big smiles. Tara attended her supervised visitations sporadically at first, missing 2 out of the first 4. The court monitor reported that when she did come, she spent most of the hour crying and asking Miles if he missed her. Miles's responses were polite, but distant. He'd answer her questions, accept her hugs, but showed no real attachment. The monitor noted in her reports that the child seemed more relieved when visitation ended than sad. After 3 months, Tara stopped showing up entirely. Her rights weren't terminated. She still had the theoretical ability to see Miles once a week, but she simply stopped trying. Andrew received a letter from her lawyer stating that Ms. Lundell was working on herself and would resume visitation when she was in a better place. Andrew filed the letter with all the other documentation and said nothing. If Tara wanted to fade from Miles's life entirely, that was her choice. He wouldn't prevent her from having a relationship with her son if she genuinely changed. But he also wouldn't pretend to miss her presence. Miles asked about his mother less and less frequently as winter progressed. Is Mom okay? Became, does Mom know it's my birthday? Became silence. Not hostile silence, not painful silence, just the quiet acceptance of a child who'd found stability and wasn't interested in disrupting it. On a bright January afternoon, 4 months after the custody hearing, Andrew took Miles to the lake behind their house. The water was partially frozen, the surrounding trees bare, but beautiful against the pale sky. They sat on the small dock, their legs dangling over the edge, bundled in winter coats and sharing a thermos of hot chocolate. "Daddy," Miles said, watching his breath form clouds in the cold air. "Are we safe now?" The question hit Andrew unexpectedly, not because he didn't know the answer, but because it revealed how much fear Miles had been carrying. How long he'd felt unsafe, uncertain, unable to trust the world around him. Andrew wrapped an arm around his son, pulling him close. "Yeah, buddy. We're safe. You're home, and I'll always protect you. I promise." Miles leaned against him, small and solid and trusting. "Good. I like it when things are safe." "Me, too." They sat in silence for a while, watching the frozen lake shimmer in the winter sun. Andrew thought about the night this all began. The phone call at 2 a.m., the terror of seeing his son wrapped in a police jacket, the cold determination that had settled in his chest. He'd promised himself he would never forgive Tara. That promise held true. What she'd done, sending a 4-year-old into the night as punishment, prioritizing her own convenience over her child's safety, was unforgivable. He felt no obligation to soften that judgment, no pressure to move on or let go. Some things shouldn't be forgiven. Some people don't deserve second chances. Not because they can't change, but because the harm they caused was too fundamental, too deliberate. But more important than his refusal to forgive, was his commitment to moving forward. He'd won the battle not through anger or revenge, but through patience, documentation, and letting the truth speak for itself. He'd stayed calm when Tara had tried to provoke him. He'd gathered evidence when emotion would have been easier. He'd played the long game and he'd won. And now, sitting beside his son on a frozen lake, Andrew felt something he hadn't expected. Not triumph, but contentment. The cold, hard determination that had driven him through the custody battle was thawing, being replaced by something warmer and more sustainable. The simple satisfaction of being exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what he was supposed to do. "Can we make hot chocolate again tomorrow?" Miles asked, interrupting his thoughts. "Sure, buddy. Every day if you want." Miles smiled, his cheeks pink from the cold. "I love you, Daddy." "I love you, too, Miles." As the sun began to set over Redwood Crossing, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Andrew felt the weight of the past months finally lifting. Tara had tried to break their son's future, but she'd only succeeded in destroying her own. She had chosen neglect over care, convenience over responsibility, selfishness over love, and she'd paid the price for those choices. Andrew didn't celebrate her downfall. He didn't gloat or feel vindicated. He simply acknowledged it as the natural consequence of her actions, the inevitable result of treating a child as a burden rather than a gift. He would never regret fighting for Miles. He would never regret the long nights of documentation, the careful gathering of evidence, the patient construction of a case that couldn't be denied. He would never regret staying calm when Tara tried to provoke him or remaining focused when emotion would have been easier. And he would never regret letting Tara fall. She'd built her own destruction choice by choice, lie by lie. Andrew had simply held up a mirror so everyone could see the truth. That wasn't cruelty. That was justice. "Daddy." Miles tugged on his sleeve. "I'm cold. Can we go inside?" "Yeah, buddy. Let's go home." They walked back to the house together. Miles's small hand in Andrew's larger one, their breath forming clouds in the cold air. Inside, warmth waited. Lights in every window. Dinner cooking on the stove. A life built on stability and care and love. This was victory. Not the dramatic, explosive kind for movies, but the quiet, sustainable kind that mattered. The kind where a child felt safe enough to laugh, secure enough to sleep through the night. Loved enough to trust that tomorrow would be okay. Tara had cost them years of that peace, but she couldn't take the future that belonged to Andrew and Miles. Now, built on a foundation she could never touch. As Andrew helped Miles out of his coat and turned on the lights in the kitchen, he thought about the man he'd become through this ordeal. Harder, yes, less willing to trust, less inclined to give second chances, but also more certain of what mattered, more committed to protecting what he loved, more willing to fight battles that needed fighting. He didn't regret any of it. And as Miles settled at the kitchen table with crayons and paper, humming to himself while he drew another picture of their house, Andrew knew he'd made the right choices. Every single one. Tara Lundell had walked out of their lives as completely as she'd sent Miles out into the night. The difference was that Miles had found his way home. Tara was still lost. And Andrew Ward, standing in his kitchen watching his son draw pictures of sunshine and smiling faces, felt absolutely no obligation to help her find her way back. Some people deserve to stay lost. That was simply the truth. In truth, Andrew had learned was the most powerful weapon of all. Story 7. My wife, the CFO, let her little sister submit an application to transfer me hundreds of miles away. She called it a prank. I called it a reason to leave. So, I packed my bags, boarded the plane, and started a new life without her in it. The email arrived on a Tuesday. I remember this because Tuesdays were supposed to be our good days. The one evening each week when Maya and I both left work at reasonable hours, when we'd meet at that little Italian place on Burt Street and pretend we were still the people who'd fallen in love 8 years ago. Tuesday was sacred. Tuesday was proof that we still had something worth protecting. But that Tuesday, I didn't make it to dinner. I was sitting in my office on the 14th floor of Meridian Technologies, staring at my computer screen with the kind of disbelief that makes your vision go slightly fuzzy around the edges. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The coffee in my mug had gone cold hours ago. And on my screen in crisp corporate font was a notification that would eventually unravel everything I thought I knew about my marriage. Internal transfer request. Status approved. Employee Marcus Chen. Current location Seattle, WA. Requested location Anchorage, AK. Effective date 30 days from approval. Submitted by employee self-service portal. I read it 3 times, then 4. Then I picked up my phone and called HR. There's been a mistake, I said, my voice remarkably calm considering the earthquake happening in my chest. I didn't submit any transfer request. The woman on the other end, Carol, I think her name was, clicked through some screens. I'm showing the request was submitted through your employee portal, Mr. Chen. Last Thursday at 2:47 p.m., your credentials were used. That's impossible. I was in a client meeting last Thursday afternoon. I didn't even open my laptop. More clicking. A pause. Well, someone logged in with your credentials. And the request has already been approved by your department head and the regional manager. Anchorage has been looking for someone with your qualifications for months. They're quite excited about having you. Quite excited about having me in Anchorage. I hung up and sat there for a long moment, my mind racing through possibilities. A glitch in the system? Someone using my credentials by mistake? Corporate espionage? Each explanation felt more absurd than the last. Then another thought crept in, slow and insidious like smoke under a door. Maya, my wife, was the CFO of Meridian. She had access to everything, every system, every portal, every employee record. She could log into anyone's account if she wanted to. She could submit anything she wanted under anyone's name. But why would she do this? Why would she transfer her own husband to Alaska? I dismissed the thought as quickly as it came. Maya and I had our problems. A couple married 8 years didn't. But she wouldn't do something this cruel, this calculated, this sneaky. Would she? I called her instead of driving to the restaurant. Marcus, where are you? I'm already at the table. Something came up at work. Can you come home early tonight? We need to talk. A pause. Is everything okay? No, I said, I don't think it is. The house was dark when I got home, except for the kitchen light. Maya was sitting at the breakfast bar with a glass of wine still in her work clothes, the navy blazer and silk blouse that made her look every inch the powerful executive she was. Her dark hair was pulled back in the same sleek ponytail she'd worn to the office, and her laptop was open in front of her, numbers scrolling across the screen. You look terrible, she said when I walked in. Not mean exactly, just matter of fact. Maya had always been matter of fact. I feel terrible. I set down my briefcase and pulled up the email on my phone, sliding it across the counter to her. She picked it up, read it, and her eyebrows climbed her forehead. Alaska? You're transferring to Alaska? I didn't submit that request. Then who did? That's what I'm trying to figure out. She sat down and took a sip of her wine, her expression shifting from confused to thoughtful. Did someone get into your account? Have you checked your login history? I haven't had a chance yet, but Maya, I hesitated. You have access to the employee portal, right? As CFO. She looked at me sharply. What are you asking me, Marcus? I'm not asking anything. I'm just trying to understand how this happened. You think I did this? Her voice went flat. Dangerous. You think I submitted a transfer request to send my own husband to Alaska? I didn't say that. You implied it. I'm going to stop you right there. She stood up, wine glass in hand, and walked to the window that overlooked our backyard. If I wanted you gone, Marcus, I would just tell you to leave. I wouldn't play games. I wouldn't submit secret transfer requests. I would look you in the eye and say, this isn't working anymore. That's who I am. You know, that's who I am. I did know that Maya was many things. Ambitious, driven, sometimes distant, but she wasn't a game player. She was direct to the point of bluntness. So if it wasn't her, could someone else have accessed my credentials? I asked. She shrugged. It would have to look into it. But Marcus, you should probably focus on getting this transfer reversed. Call HR tomorrow. Explain the situation. Get it sorted out. It's probably just a system error. And if it's not, then someone is playing a very strange prank on you. Prank. That word would haunt me later. The next morning, I went to HR in person. Carol, the same woman I'd spoken to on the phone, sat me down in a cramped office that smelled like stale coffee and printer toner. Mr. Chen, I understand your concern, but the transfer request followed all proper protocols. It was submitted from your account during business hours, and it was approved through the normal chain of command, but I didn't submit it. Do you have any proof of that? I stared at her. I was in a meeting. Can anyone verify that? Of course they can. My whole team was there. The client was there. Then we'll need to do an investigation. But Mr. Chen, I have to be honest with you. These investigations take time and the transfer is already approved. Anchorage is expecting you in 3 weeks. 3 weeks? The email said 30 days. She glanced at her screen. It's been updated. The Anchorage office pushed up the timeline. They have a critical project launching and they need someone with your systems architecture experience immediately. My head was spinning. Can't I just refuse the transfer? Carol's expression softened. You can, but declining an approved transfer typically results in termination. Company policy. That's insane. That's corporate America, Mr. Chen. I left her office feeling like I'd stepped into some kind of Kafka-esque nightmare. Someone had hijacked my career, my life, and no one seemed to care about the how or why. Only the procedure, the policy, the chain of command. When I got back to my office, there was a sticky note on my computer monitor. Heard about Alaska. LOL. Guess someone doesn't like you. No signature, no indication of who'd left it, but I had a sick feeling in my stomach that I knew. Maya's sister, Jade, had been staying with us for the past 2 months. She was 26, 12 years younger than Maya, and she just finished her MBA. She was interning at Meridian in the marketing department, a favor Mia had pulled strings to her arrange. It'll be good for her, Maya had said when she proposed the arrangement. She needs real-world experience, and it's only for a few months. I'd agreed because that's what husbands do. You support your wife. You help her family. You don't make waves about minor inconveniences like having a houseguest who leaves her dishes in the sink and plays music too loud and seems to always be there no matter what room you walk into. Jade was difficult to like if I'm being honest. Not because she was unkind. She wasn't overtly cruel or malicious. She was just the kind of person who found everything amusing in a way that made you feel like you were the punchline of a joke you didn't understand. She'd smirk when I said something earnest. She'd roll her eyes when I talked about my work. She'd make little comments. Oh, Marcus is being serious again that were technically innocent, but somehow made me feel small. Maya never seemed to notice, or if she did, she didn't care. She's just young. Maya would say she'll grow out of it. But I wasn't sure people grew out of cruelty. They just learned to hide it better. That night when Mia was working late as usual and I was alone in the kitchen making dinner, Jade walked in. Heard you're moving to Alaska, she said, opening the fridge and grabbing a yogurt. I froze. Where did you hear that? Office gossip. News travels fast in corporate land. She peeled back the foil lid and licked it. Sucks for you, I guess. Alaska in winter. That's like literally the worst place on earth. I'm not moving to Alaska. There's been a mistake. Aha. She took a spoonful of yogurt, her expression unreadable. Well, if you do move, at least you'll get away from all this. She gestured vaguely around the kitchen. The tension, the silence, the pretending everything's fine when it's obviously not. What are you talking about? Oh, come on, Marcus. You and Maya haven't been happy in years. Everyone can see it. You're just going through the motions. Working, eating, sleeping. Repeat. It's kind of depressing to watch, honestly. I set down the spatula I'd been holding. Jade, my marriage is none of your business. Maybe not, but I live here, so I get a front row seat to the dysfunction. She shrugged. I'm just saying maybe Alaska wouldn't be the worst thing. Fresh start and all that. She wandered back to her room, leaving me standing there with a pan of burning vegetables and a heart full of cold fury. That night, after Maya came home and went straight to bed without dinner again, I sat at my laptop and started digging. First, I logged into the employee portal and checked my recent activity. Sure enough, there it was, a login on Thursday at 2:47 p.m., the exact time I had been in my client meeting. The IP address was from inside Meridian's network. I took a screenshot. Next, I checked the physical location data. All Meridian computers logged their location when accessing the system. The request had been submitted from a computer in the marketing department. My stomach dropped. The marketing department where Jade was interning. I didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to think that my wife's sister would do something this vindictive, this disruptive. But the evidence was pointing in one direction and I couldn't ignore it. I took another screenshot. Then I started thinking about how she could have gotten my credentials. Had I written them down somewhere? No. I was careful about that. Had Maya shared them? That would be a serious security violation. One she'd never commit. But then I remembered something. 3 weeks ago, Jade had asked to borrow my laptop. Said hers was updating and she needed to send an urgent email. I'd handed it over without thinking. And I'd been logged into the portal. She could have seen my password, could have memorized it or taken a photo when I wasn't looking. She was clever, Jade. Too clever for her own good. I sat back in my chair and stared at the screen. What was I supposed to do with this information? Confront her? She'd deny it, call me paranoid, laugh it off as another example of Marcus being too serious, too sensitive. Tell Maya. That would put Maya in an impossible position, choosing between her husband and her sister. And given how things had been between us lately, I wasn't confident about which way she'd lean. Go to HR with what proof? Screenshots showing the request came from the marketing department. That wasn't definitive. Jade could say anyone in that department could have done it without a direct witness or a confession. It was circumstantial at best. I closed my laptop and went to bed. Maya was already asleep, her back to me the way it had been for months now. The next few days passed in a blur of tension and paranoia. At work, I tried to get the transfer reversed through official channels. I met with my manager, Dan, who seemed genuinely sympathetic, but ultimately helpless. Marcus, I don't know what to tell you. The request came through proper channels. It was approved at all levels. Anchorage is counting on you. If you back out now, you're looking at a serious black mark on your record, maybe even termination. But I didn't submit the request. Then how did it get submitted? I couldn't answer that. Not without accusing my sister-in-law and potentially blowing up my marriage. At home, things were even worse. Jade seemed to be everywhere, always watching me with that knowing smirk. She'd make comments about Alaska. I heard they have really long nights there. Lots of time to think about your life choices that were just subtle enough to be deniable, but sharp enough to draw blood. And Maya was oblivious, or maybe not oblivious, maybe just unwilling to see what was right in front of her. You need to stop obsessing over this transfer thing, she said one night when I brought it up again. Either accept it or fight it through proper channels, but stop making it into some conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. Someone submitted that request under my name. Then it will figure it out. That's their job. It is taking forever. They don't consider it high priority. Then push harder. You're a senior engineer, Marcus. You have pull. Use it. But she was missing the point. Or maybe she was avoiding it. Maya, don't you think it's strange that this happened while Jade is here? While she has access to Meridian systems. Her expression went cold. Glacier cold. Are you accusing my sister of something? I'm just because if you are, you'd better have proof. Solid, irrefutable proof. Jade has been nothing but helpful since she got here. She's trying to build a career. She's not some villain in a soap opera. I didn't say she was. You implied it again. Maya stood up from the couch. I'm tired of this, Marcus. Tired of your paranoia. Tired of your victim complex. Tired of you treating my family like enemies. If you want to believe the whole world is out to get you, fine. But leave Jade out of it. She walked away. And I heard the bedroom door close with a finality that echoed through our empty house. That weekend, something shifted. I was in the garage sorting through old boxes, stress cleaning, I called it, when I found something that made my blood run cold. It was a notebook. One of those little spiral-bound ones you buy at drugstores. I didn't recognize it, but it must have been Jade's. It had fallen behind a shelf in the garage where she stored some of her things. I almost put it back, almost respected her privacy the way a decent person would. But then I saw my name on one of the pages, visible through the thin paper. I opened it. The first few pages were mundane. Meeting notes, to-do lists, expense tracking, but then I got to the middle of the notebook, and everything changed. Operation Marcus removal goal, get mom out of the picture. Timeline 2 to 3 months. Method transfer request Alaska ideal. Far enough, cold enough, miserable enough. Phase 1, get credentials. Done. Laptop trick worked perfectly. Phase 2, submit request during working hours. Done. Thursday, 2:47 p.m. Phase 3, wait for approval. Done. Faster than expected. Phase 4. Observe fallout and then underneath in different colored ink. Note, M suspects but can't prove anything. Perfect. Let him squirm. Maya will never believe him over me. She never does. I stood there in the garage, the notebook shaking in my hands. This wasn't a prank. This was premeditated, calculated, cruel, and my wife's sister had done it deliberately to destroy my career and my marriage. Why? The answer was on the next page. Why this matters. Maya deserves better than Marcus. He's holding her back. She's CFO at 36. Brilliant, ambitious, going places. And what is he? Middle management content. Boring. He doesn't challenge her, doesn't support her, doesn't deserve her. She'll thank me eventually. Once he's gone, she'll see clearly. She'll move on, find someone worthy, someone who matches her drive. I'm doing her a favor. And if she's mad at first, she'll get over it. Sisters before misters. I read it twice, then 3 times. Then I had to sit down on an old crate because my legs wouldn't hold me anymore. Jade hadn't just submitted a transfer request. She'd orchestrated a plan to remove me from my wife's life because she deemed me unworthy. And the worst part of me wondered if she was right. I took photos of every page, multiple angles, clear shots, irrefutable evidence. Then I put the notebook back exactly where I'd found it. The smart thing would have been to confront them immediately, to lay out the evidence, demand answers, force accountability. But I was tired. So tired of fighting, of explaining, of defending myself against people who didn't want to believe me. I went upstairs where Maya was in her home office typing away at her laptop. Can we talk? I asked from the doorway. She didn't look up. Can it wait? I'm in the middle of quarterly projections. No, it can't wait. Something in my voice must have registered because she finally looked at me. What's wrong? I stepped into the room and closed the door behind me. I found something, I said. In the garage, a notebook. Okay, it's Jade's. And in it, she outlined her entire plan to submit the transfer request under my name. She calls it Operation Marcus Removal. Maya stared at me. What are you talking about? I have photos. She wrote everything down. How she got my credentials, when she submitted the request, why she did it. She thinks she's doing you a favor by getting rid of me. That's insane. I know. No, Marcus. Maya's voice hardened. I mean, it's insane that you would accuse my sister of something this elaborate based on what? Some notebook you conveniently found? I felt like I'd been slapped. Conveniently, Maya, I have photos, written proof in her own handwriting. Handwriting can be forged. Are you serious right now? She stood up, crossing her arms. I think you're looking for someone to blame. And Jade is an easy target. She's young. She's here. She's an outsider in our marriage. But this is ridiculous, Marcus. My sister loves me. She wouldn't sabotage my life like this. It's not your life she's sabotaging. It's mine. And since when do you care about your life? The words were out before she could stop them, and they hung in the air like smoke. Maya's expression flickered. Was that regret? But she didn't take them back. What does that mean? I asked quietly. It means, she sighed. It means you've been coasting, Marcus, for years. You take the safe path. You don't push for promotions. You don't take risks. You're content to just exist. And maybe Jade sees that. Maybe she wrote some stupid notes venting about it, but that doesn't mean she actually did anything. She did do something. I have proof. Then take it to HR. Take it to the police if you want. But I'm not going to stand here and let you vilify my sister based on circumstantial evidence. I stared at my wife, this woman I'd loved for near a decade, and saw a stranger. You're choosing her, I said. You're choosing her over me. I'm choosing to be rational. You're choosing to be paranoid. It's not paranoia if it's true. Then prove it. I pulled out my phone and showed her the photos. Every page, every damning word in Jade's handwriting. Maya looked at them for a long time. Then she said something that broke something fundamental inside me. Anyone could have written that. You could have written it yourself to frame her. I put my phone away. I see. I said, Marcus, no. I understand now. I finally understand. I left the room. I left the house. And I started planning. If you've ever felt the ground shift beneath your feet, not literally, but that soul-deep sensation of everything you believe being revealed as illusion, then you know what I was feeling that night. I drove around for hours. Just drove. No destination, no purpose, just motion. I ended up at a diner off the highway, one of those 24-hour places with fluorescent lights and waitresses who called everyone Arnhem. I ordered coffee I didn't drink and sat in a booth by the window watching the occasional car pass on the highway. My wife had chosen her sister over me, not in some dramatic soap opera fashion, but in that quiet, devastating way that told me everything about where I stood in her priorities. I had proof, written, photographic, irrefutable proof that her sister had deliberately sabotaged my career. And Maya's first instinct was to defend Jade, to question my sanity, to suggest I might be framing her. That last part hurt the most. After 8 years of marriage, after building a life together, after all the compromises and sacrifices and attempts to make it work, she thought me capable of forging evidence to destroy her sister's reputation. What kind of person did she think I was? What kind of person did she think she was to accuse me of that? The coffee grew cold, the sky grew light, and slowly, painfully, a decision crystallized in my mind. I was done. Not done fighting. I was done staying. If my wife wouldn't believe me, wouldn't choose me, wouldn't stand by me, even when I had proof in hand, then what was the point? What was I fighting for? A marriage that existed on paper, but not in practice. A partnership where I was always the afterthought. A life where I was deemed unworthy by the people who were supposed to love me most. No, if they wanted me gone, I'd go, but not the way they expected. When I got home at dawn, Maya was asleep. Jade too, presumably. I went to my office and started planning. The transfer was to Alaska, specifically Anchorage. I'd been researching the city over the past few days, initially to build my case for why I couldn't possibly relocate. But now I looked at it with different eyes. Anchorage was beautiful. Mountains and ocean, wildlife and wilderness, a city that felt like the edge of the world. And maybe the edge of the world was exactly where I needed to be. I pulled up the transfer paperwork and started reading, really reading the details. The position was actually a step up. Senior systems architect, not just systems architect, higher salary, better benefits, more autonomy. Meridian's Anchorage office was smaller, more agile, less corporate. They were working on cutting-edge projects, environmental monitoring systems, disaster response networks, things that actually mattered. I'd been so focused on the betrayal, the injustice, the violation of my autonomy that I'd missed what was actually being offered. An escape, a fresh start, a chance to be someone other than Marcus Chen, the husband who wasn't good enough, the employee who was content to coast, the man who didn't take risks. I made a decision then and there I would accept the transfer. Not because I was forced to, not because I couldn't fight it, but because I was choosing it. Choosing to leave behind a marriage that had died years ago. A wife who didn't respect me. A life that had become a prison of quiet desperation. But I would do it my way. I would document everything first. The next few weeks were a master class in compartmentalization. At work, I officially accepted the transfer. Dan was surprised but supportive. Sometimes change is good, he said, clapping me on the shoulder. Alaska might be just what you need. He had no idea how right he was. At home, I acted normal, or as normal as things had been lately. Maya and I continued our careful dance of avoidance. We talked about logistics, the weather, the groceries, the utility bills, but never about anything that mattered. Never about the notebook. Never about the transfer. Never about us. She thought I'd given up. She was wrong. I was preparing. Every day after work, I'd spend an hour at the coffee shop down the street building my case. I organized the photos of Jade's notebook into a clear timeline. I pulled together the IT logs showing the login from the marketing department. I documented every suspicious comment Jade had made, every smirk, every loaded remark about Alaska. I also started documenting our marriage, not in a vindictive way. I wasn't planning to use it against Maya in a divorce, but I needed to see it clearly to understand how we'd gotten here. I wrote about the nights she worked late while I ate dinner alone. The weekends she spent on her laptop while I suggested activities we used to enjoy. The conversations that had become monologues. The intimacy that had become obligation. The way she looked at me sometimes, not with hatred or even dislike, but with something worse, indifference. Reading it back, the pattern was undeniable. We'd stopped being partners years ago. We were roommates, convenient cohabitants, two people who shared a mortgage and a bed, but nothing else. And somewhere along the way, I'd stopped fighting for more. Maybe Jade was right about that part. Maybe I had become content. Boring, risk-averse. But I was about to change that. The night before my departure, I finally confronted them both. We were having dinner, a rare occurrence. Maya had cooked, or rather ordered, from our usual takeout place. Jade was chattering about something at work, some project she was spearheading, and Maya was nodding along with proud sister energy. I waited for a lull in the conversation. "I need to say something," I announced. They both looked at me. "Tomorrow I leave for Alaska." "We know," Maya said carefully. "We already discussed this." "We didn't discuss anything. You dismissed my concerns, called me paranoid, and suggested I might be forging evidence to frame your sister. That's not a discussion." The temperature in the room dropped. Jade stopped eating, her fork suspended midway to her mouth. "Marcus," Maya started. "Let me finish." My voice was calm, steady, the voice of a man who'd made peace with his decisions. "I have evidence that Jade submitted the transfer request. Written proof in her own handwriting. I ate logs showing the login came from the marketing department. A clear motive. And you didn't believe me. Worse, you accused me of framing her. I didn't accuse you of you implied I could have written the notebook myself. That's an accusation." "Maya." She was quiet. I turned to Jade. "You know what you did?" "I know what you did. And Maya knows, too, whether she wants to admit it or not." Jade's smirk was gone. For the first time since I'd known her, she looked uncertain. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, but her voice wavered. "You called it Operation Marcus Removal. You wrote that you were doing Maya a favor by getting rid of me. You wrote that I was holding her back, that I didn't deserve her, that she'd thank you eventually." I recited it from memory. Ring any bells? Jade's face went white. Maya stood up. "That's enough, Marcus." "No, it's not. Because here's what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm getting on a plane to Alaska. I'm accepting the transfer not because I was forced to, but because I choose to. I choose to leave a marriage where my wife takes her sisters while my over her husband's. Where my word means nothing. Where I'm deemed unworthy by the people who are supposed to love me." "You're being dramatic," Maya said. But there was fear in her eyes now. "Am I? When's the last time you chose me, Maya? When's the last time you put our marriage first? When's the last time you even looked at me with something other than disappointment?" She didn't answer. "Exactly." I stood up. "I've already started the divorce proceedings. You'll get the papers next week. I'm not asking for much, just a clean split of our assets. You keep the house. You keep your sister. You keep your career. And I'll keep my self-respect." "Marcus, wait." But I was done waiting. "One more thing," I said, turning to Jade. "I've submitted your notebook and all the evidence to HR and to legal and to Maya's boss. Not as revenge, as documentation, because actions have consequences, Jade. And you don't get to sabotage someone's life and walk away without accountability." Jade's face crumpled. It was just supposed to be a prank." "A prank?" My laugh was hollow. "You planned it for weeks. You stole my credentials. You submitted official documents under my name. That's not a prank. That's identity theft. That's corporate fraud. That's sabotage. Maya, tell him." "Tell him what?" Maya's voice was sharp now, her mask finally cracking. "That you were just playing around. That you didn't mean it." She turned on her sister and I saw something I'd never seen before. Genuine anger. Directed at Jade. "I saw the notebook, Jade. Marcus showed me the photos. You said you didn't believe them. I said he couldn't prove who wrote them. But I know your handwriting. I've known it since you learned to write. I recognized it immediately." The silence that followed was thunderous. "You knew?" I asked quietly. "This whole time you knew?" Maya's face collapsed. "I hoped I was wrong. I wanted to be wrong. But you weren't." "No. And you still chose her?" She didn't answer, which was the answer enough. I nodded slowly. Goodbye, Maya. I hope you and your sister are very happy together. I walked out of the dining room, up the stairs, and into the bedroom we'd shared for 8 years. I finished packing my bags, and then I lay down on the bed for the last time, staring at the ceiling, waiting for dawn. Neither of them came to check on me. The airport was quiet at 6 a.m. I'd requested the earliest flight, not because I was eager to arrive in Alaska, but because I wanted to leave Seattle while the city was still sleeping. A coward's departure, maybe. Or maybe just a man who'd said everything he needed to say and had nothing left to prove. Maya had tried to talk to me that morning. I'd heard her footsteps outside the bedroom door, hesitant, uncertain. But she never knocked, never opened the door, just stood there for a long moment before walking away. That was our marriage in a nutshell. Two people standing on opposite sides of a door, neither willing to breach the distance. I called a cab instead of asking her for a ride. Loaded my bags, took one last look at the house, the garden I'd planted, the fence I'd repaired, the porch where we talked about having kids someday, and closed the door. The cab driver was chatty. I wasn't. At the airport, I checked my bags and found my gate. I had 2 hours until boarding, so I bought a coffee and found a seat by the window. That's when my phone started blowing up. First, a text from Maya. Please call me. We need to talk. Then another, I'm so sorry. I should have believed you. I should have stood by you. Then please don't do this. Don't throw away 8 years. I read each one feeling nothing. Or maybe feeling too much to identify any single emotion. Then a text from Jade. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to go this far. It was supposed to be a joke. Please don't ruin my career over this. I laughed at that one. A real laugh, dark and bitter. She was worried about her career, her MBA. Her internship, not about the marriage she'd destroyed, the trust she'd violated, the life she'd disrupted. Of course, I didn't respond to any of them. Then my phone rang. Maya's number. I let it go to voicemail. She called again. Voicemail? Then a text. Please, Marcus, just answer. Just let me explain. I typed back, what is there to explain? You knew what she did and you still defended her. That's all I need to know. I was scared. I didn't want to believe my sister could be so cruel. And I didn't want to believe my wife could be so disloyal. But here we are. No response for a long time. Then what can I do to fix this? I thought about that. Really thought about it. Nothing. I finally typed. Some things can't be fixed. Some trust once broken can't be rebuilt. You chose her, Maya. In the moment when it mattered most, you chose her over me. And now I'm choosing myself. Marcus, please have a good life. Maya. I turned off my phone and put it in my bag. Boarding began 20 minutes later. The flight was long. Seattle to Anchorage is about 3.5 hours, but it felt like a lifetime. I had a window seat and spent most of the journey staring at the clouds below, trying to imagine what my life would look like in this new city. No wife, no sister-in-law, no house with memories in every corner, just me and my work in the vast Alaskan wilderness. The woman next to me was reading a romance novel. The couple on the cover looked impossibly happy, frozen in a moment of perfect connection. I wondered if Maya and I had ever looked like that. If anyone had ever seen us together and thought, that's what love looks like. Probably not. We've been comfortable once, content, but passionate, connected, in sync. Not for a long time. Maybe Jade, in her twisted way, had done me a favor. Ripped off the band-aid of a dying marriage rather than letting it fester for another decade. Or maybe I was just telling myself that to feel better about the wreckage of my life. The plane began its descent. Outside the window, I saw mountains, massive, snow-capped, ancient. They made Seattle's mountains look like hills and beyond them the ocean. Gray and endless, the edge of the world. First time in Alaska, the woman asked. Yes, business or pleasure? I thought about that. Fresh start? She smiled knowingly. Alaska's good for those. Something about all that space makes your problems feel smaller. I hope so. The plane touched down smoothly. When the seat belt sign turned off, everyone stood and crowded the aisle. I stayed seated, letting them pass. What was the rush? No one was waiting for me. Eventually, I gathered my things and walked off the plane into the jet bridge. The air was different immediately, colder, crisper, tinged with something that might have been pine or might have been freedom. I took a deep breath and started walking toward my new life. Meridian's Anchorage office was nothing like Seattle. For one thing, it was smaller, maybe 50 employees compared to Seattle's 500. The building itself was modern, but understated, glass and wood rather than steel and chrome. On my first day, I was greeted by Tom White, the regional manager who'd approved my transfer. He was in his 50s, weathered in a way that suggested years spent outdoors with a firm handshake and a warm smile. "Marcus, we've been looking forward to having you. Your reputation precedes you. Hopefully a good reputation." He laughed. "The best. Your systems architecture work on the Pacific Northwest grid was brilliant. We've been needing someone with that kind of expertise for our climate monitoring project." Climate monitoring. I'd read about it in the job description. A system to track environmental changes across Alaska's vast wilderness in real time. "I'm excited about it," I said and meant it. Tom showed me around, introduced me to the team, a diverse group of engineers, scientists, and environmental specialists who seemed genuinely passionate about their work. No one asked why I transferred. No one made jokes about Seattle politics or corporate games. They were just happy to have someone with my skills. For the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe. My apartment was a one-bedroom downtown with a view of the mountains. It was sparse, just a bed, a couch, a desk, but it was mine. That first night, I unpacked my bags and sat by the window, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of pink and gold that I'd never seen in Seattle. My phone was still off. I wasn't ready to face whatever messages were waiting. Instead, I poured myself a drink and made a toast to no one. "To fresh starts," I said aloud. The mountains didn't respond, but they didn't judge me either. The divorce papers were officially served to Maya 3 days after I arrived. I know this because that's when the deluge began. When I finally turned my phone back on, there were 47 missed calls from Maya, 23 from Jade, quote, from numbers I didn't recognize, probably lawyers or mediators or concerned family members. The texts were overwhelming. I scrolled through them with numb piano fingers. From Maya, "Please reconsider. This is too sudden, too drastic. I made a mistake. I know that now." Jade confessed everything. She broke down last night. She knows what she did was wrong. "Can we at least try counseling?" Marcus, 8 years. 8 years together. Doesn't that mean anything? I love you. I know I haven't shown it, but I do. Please call me. Please. From Jade. "I'm so sorry. I was jealous and stupid. I thought I was protecting Maya, but I was just being vindictive. Please don't press charges. I've already been fired from the internship. Isn't that enough? I never meant to destroy your marriage. I just wanted you to leave. I didn't think you would actually divorce her." I read them all, feeling distant from the emotions they were trying to evoke. Then I typed a reply to Maya. "I've received the messages. I appreciate the apology, but it doesn't change anything. The divorce will proceed as planned. I wish you the best, but I can't be part of your life anymore. Please respect my decision and stop contacting me." I sent it before I could second guess it myself. To Jade, I sent nothing. Within minutes, Maya called. I didn't answer. She called again and again. Finally, I answered. "Marcus." Her voice was thick with tears. "Oh, thank God. I've been going crazy. I told you to stop calling. I can't. I can't just let you go like this. We need to talk. Really talk. We needed to talk years ago, Maya, when you started prioritizing work over us. When you stopped seeing me as a partner. When you let your sister move in without even consulting me. But we didn't talk then. And it's too late now. It's not too late. It's never too late. Marcus, I love you. I know I don't say it enough. You don't say it at all. But I do, and I miss you. The house feels empty without you. The house always felt empty. You just didn't notice because you were always working." She was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was smaller, more vulnerable than I'd ever heard. "You're right. I wasn't present. I was so focused on my career, on proving myself, on being this powerful CFO that I forgot to be a wife. And when Jade came to stay, I was so happy to have family around that I didn't see how she was manipulating me. She wasn't manipulating you, Maya. She was showing you something you wanted to see. She told you I wasn't good enough, that I was holding you back, and you believed her because part of you already felt that way. That's not true, isn't it? You called me content, boring, risk-averse. Those aren't words of love, Maya. Those are words of disappointment. I was frustrated. You were honest. And your honesty showed me that you didn't respect me. That you saw me as a burden rather than a partner. That you were ashamed to be married to someone who was just a systems architect while you were climbing the corporate ladder. I was never ashamed. Then why did you always introduce me as my husband Marcus and quickly change the subject? Why did you never talk about my work at your parties? Why did you seem embarrassed when I didn't know the latest industry gossip or didn't care about politics? She was crying now. I could hear it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I believe you're sorry, but sorry doesn't undo years of feeling invisible in my own marriage. Sorry doesn't rebuild trust that was shattered when you took your sister's side. Sorry doesn't make me want to come back to a life where I felt like an afterthought. What can I do? Tell me what to do and I'll do it. You can sign the divorce papers. You can let me go. You can build the life you actually want instead of dragging me along as an accessory. You're not an accessory. Goodbye, Maya. I hung up. My hands were shaking. I poured another drink and watched the sunset over the mountains. The next few weeks were a strange blend of grief and liberation. On one hand, I was mourning 8 years of marriage, a home, a life, dreams of children and growing old together, and all the things that couples talk about in the dark. On the other hand, I was breathing for the first time in years. At work, I threw myself into the climate monitoring project. It was challenging, rewarding, meaningful. For the first time in my career, I felt like I was making a difference. Tom noticed. "You've got fire in you, Marcus. It's good to see." I didn't tell him about the divorce, about the scandal, about any of it. Here, I was just Marcus Chen, the brilliant systems architect from Seattle who chosen Alaska. Chosen. That word mattered more than anyone knew. I started exploring Anchorage on weekends, hiked trails I'd never heard of, visited glaciers that predated humanity, stood on shores where the ocean met mountains in dramatic collision. The beauty was overwhelming and healing. One evening, I was at a coffee shop downtown working on some code when a woman at the next table struck up conversation. "You're not from here," she observed. "What gave it away?" "The way you keep looking out the window like you've never seen snow before." I laughed. "I'm from Seattle. We have snow. Not like this." Her name was Sarah. She was a wildlife photographer born and raised in Alaska. She had eyes the color of forest moss and a laugh that was as genuine as the wilderness she documented. We talked for an hour about Alaska, about her work, about what brought me here. "Fresh start," I said again. "I get that. Alaska attracts a lot of fresh starts. Does it deliver?" She smiled. "That depends on what you're starting fresh from." I told her some of it, not the whole story. That would take longer than one coffee conversation, but enough. A marriage that ended, a betrayal that catalyzed it. A choice to rebuild. She listened without judgment. "You know what the native Alaskans say?" She offered when I finished. "What?" "They say the land heals what people break. Give it time. Let the wilderness work its magic." I looked out the window at the mountains standing sentinel over the city. "I'm trying. That's all any of us can do." We exchanged numbers. Not in a romantic way. I wasn't ready for that. But in a way that felt like the beginning of friendship. Small steps. Maya stopped calling after the first month. I don't know if she'd given up or if my lawyer had intervened or if she'd finally accepted that our marriage was over. What I did get was a letter, not email, not text, an actual letter handwritten on cream stationery. Maya's handwriting was neat and controlled. The same handwriting I'd seen on 1,000 grocery lists and birthday cards. "Dear Marcus, I've respected your wish for space. But before we finalize everything, I needed to say some things. Not to change your mind. I understand now that your mind is made up. But because you deserve to hear them, you were right about everything. I didn't see you. I didn't value you. I was so caught up in my own ambition, my own world, that I forgot the person who'd been by my side through all of it. When Jade started saying those things about you, that you weren't ambitious enough, that you were content to coast, that you didn't match my drive, I listened, not because I believed them, but because they gave voice to frustrations I'd felt but was ashamed to acknowledge. I was frustrated, not with you really, but with myself. I'd sacrificed so much for my career, weekends, holidays, evenings, our relationship. And I needed to believe it was worth it. And somewhere along the way, I started seeing your contentment as the opposite of my ambition instead of what it really was, balance. You weren't holding me back. You were trying to pull me back. To remind me that there was more to life than quarterly reports and board meetings. But I didn't want to hear it. Jade saw that. She exploited it and I let her. When you showed me her notebook, I knew immediately it was her writing. I knew what she'd done. But I couldn't face it because facing it meant facing my own failures as a wife. Meant acknowledging that I'd created an environment where my sister felt justified in sabotaging my marriage for my own good. So I chose denial. And in doing so, I chose her over you. I don't blame you for leaving. I would have left too. What I do blame myself for is not fighting harder to make you stay. For not getting on my knees and begging you to give me another chance. For not showing you through actions that I could change. But maybe that's the point. If I'd really loved you the way you deserved, I wouldn't have needed to beg. You would have wanted to stay. I've signed the divorce papers. My lawyer will send them this week. You'll get everything you asked for. Not because I'm trying to assuage my guilt, but because it's fair. Jade has moved out. She went back to our parents' house. We're not speaking currently, which I know will surprise you given how fiercely I defended her. But some betrayals are too deep even for sisterly loyalty. She didn't just betray you, she betrayed me. She used my weaknesses against me, manipulated my fears, and destroyed my marriage with a smile. I'm working with a therapist. Learning to see the patterns that all led us here. Learning to be present instead of perpetually somewhere else. Learning that ambition without foundation is just running in circles. I hope Alaska is everything you need it to be. I hope you find the peace you're looking for. I hope someday you find someone who sees you clearly and loves you without reservation. You deserve that, Marcus. You always did. I'm sorry I couldn't be that person. With love and regret, Maya. I read the letter 3 times. Then I folded it carefully and placed it in the drawer where I kept important things. I didn't cry. I'd done enough of that. But I did pour myself a drink and sit by the window and let myself really feel the weight of what had ended. 8 years. Not all bad, not all wasted, just over. And maybe that was okay. 3 months into my Alaska life, I got an email from HR that changed everything. Read investigation results transfer request incident. Dear Mr. Chen, following our comprehensive investigation into the unauthorized transfer request submitted under your credentials, we have concluded our findings. The investigation confirmed that the request was submitted without your authorization from a terminal in the marketing department. While the IT logs and additional evidence provided strongly suggest the involvement of a specific individual, corporate policy and legal considerations prevent us from disclosing their identity directly. However, you should be aware that the individual in question is no longer employed by Meridian Technologies effective 60 days ago. Additionally, based on the evidence, including the documentation you submitted, our legal team has recommended that you have grounds for civil action should you choose to pursue it. Furthermore, given the circumstances of your transfer and the confirmation that it was not voluntarily initiated, you are entitled to the following retention bonus of $50,000 for your agreement to remain in the Anchorage position. Full relocation reimbursement, which you had declined. Accelerated promotion consideration. Public apology from the company. Please let us know how you would like to proceed. Best regards, Corporate Human Resources. I sat at my desk reading the email multiple times. Jade had been fired. Not just let go, fired, which meant her termination would follow her. Her MBA would be shadowed by a dismissal for fraud and corporate misconduct. Part of me felt vindicated. She'd deserved consequences and she'd gotten them. But another part of me felt empty. This wasn't what justice felt like. Not really. I forwarded the email to my lawyer and asked him to draft a response declining civil action. Yes, I had grounds. Yes, I could probably win a lawsuit. But what would that accomplish? Jade was already suffering consequences. Maya was already dealing with the fallout. Dragging them through court wouldn't heal anything. It would just keep the wound open. The money was another matter. $50,000 was significant, and I deserved it, not as compensation for pain, but as acknowledgement that I'd been wronged and had handled it professionally. I accepted the retention bonus, and I declined the public apology. The last thing I wanted was attention drawn to my situation. I'd come to Alaska to start fresh, not to carry Seattle's drama with me. The months that followed were transformative. At work, I was thriving. The climate monitoring system was taking shape, and I was leading the architecture team with a passion I didn't know I had. Tom promoted me to senior systems architect officially this time, not just as a title bump. And I found myself actually excited about going to work each day. Socially, I was building something, too. Sarah and I had become close friends. Not romantic. I wasn't ready for that, and she sensed it without me having to explain. But she introduced me to her circle, other transplants, nature lovers, people who'd come to Alaska seeking something they couldn't find elsewhere. We hiked together, kayaked, spent evenings around campfires, swapping stories. It was the kind of community I'd never had in Seattle, where socializing meant cocktail parties and networking events. Here, people were real. I started seeing a therapist, too. DLC, no relation, despite the name, was a calm, insightful man who helped me process everything. You're not just divorcing your wife, he said during one session. You're divorcing your old self. The version of Marcus who accepted being overlooked, who didn't advocate for his own needs, who believed he wasn't worthy of more. Is that a bad thing? I asked. Not at all. It's growth. Painful, but necessary growth. Growth. Yes, that's what this was. 6 months after my arrival, the divorce was finalized. My lawyer called to tell me everything had been settled amicably. Maya had signed everything, contested nothing, given me exactly what I'd asked for. She's making this easy for you, he observed. She's trying to make up for making everything else so hard. Whatever the reason, you're officially single, Mr. Chen. Sling? The word felt strange. Heavy and light at the same time. And that night, I went to my favorite spot, a lookout point above Anchorage, where you could see the entire city laid out against the mountains. The sun was setting, painting everything in golden rose. I thought about Maya, about what we'd had, what we'd lost. I thought about Jade, her cruelty, her misguided sisterly loyalty, her consequences. I thought about myself, the man I'd been, the man I was becoming. And I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. Not happiness exactly, not yet. But peace, a settling of the soul, a quieting of the restless ache that had plagued me for so long. I pulled out my phone and did something impulsive. I texted Maya. The divorce is finalized. I wanted to say thank you for not making it difficult. And I wanted to say that I forgive you, not for your sake, but for mine. Carrying anger is exhausting, and I'm tired of being tired. I hope you find what you're looking for. Truly, I sent it before I could overthink. Her response came quickly. Thank you, Marcus. That means more than you know. I hope you find what you're looking for, too. And I hope someday maybe we can be friends. But I'll respect whatever you need. Friends, maybe someday, years from now. Or maybe not. Either way was okay. 9 months into Alaska, I had an unexpected visitor. I was at work when Tom stopped by my desk. Marcus, there's someone in the lobby asking for you. Says she's your sister-in-law. My blood ran cold. Tell her I'm not available. Tom looked confused but nodded. An hour later, my phone buzzed. A number I didn't recognize. Marcus, it's Jade. I know you don't want to see me, and I don't blame you, but I flew all the way here because I needed to apologize in person. Please, just 10 minutes. I'll say what I need to say and leave. You'll never hear from me again. I promise. I stared at the message. Every instinct told me to ignore it, to maintain the distance I'd created, to protect my peace. But another part of me, the part that was healing, growing, becoming, knew that unfinished business had a way of haunting you. I texted back, coffee shop on 4th Street, 6 p.m. You have 15 minutes. She looked different, smaller, somehow, dimmer. The confident, smirking Jade I'd known was gone, replaced by someone who looked like she hadn't slept well in months. She was sitting at a corner table when I arrived, clutching a cup of tea like it was a lifeline. When she saw me, tears immediately filled her eyes. Thank you for coming, she whispered. I sat across from her. You have 15 minutes, she nodded. I don't know where to start. How about with why? She took a shaky breath. I loved Maya. I still do. She's my big sister, my role model, my everything. And when I came to stay with you both, I saw how unhappy she was, how stressed, how stretched thin between work and home. And you blamed me. I did. I thought you were the problem. You were so calm, so content. While she was killing herself to climb the corporate ladder, you were just existing. I thought you were dead weight. Thought if I could just remove you from the equation, she'd be free to fly. By destroying my career and my marriage by giving her options. That's how I justified it. Not destroying, freeing. That's a convenient way to frame sabotage. She flinched. I know, God. I know. I've had months to sit with what I did. Months of therapy, of self-reflection, of Maya not speaking to me. Her voice cracked. Do you know what it's like to lose your sister? The person you thought you were protecting? I know what it's like to lose a wife. And that's my fault. Yes. She was crying now, tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry, Marcus. I'm so incredibly sorry. I was arrogant and cruel and I ruined everything. Your marriage, your career, your trust in people, my relationship with Maya, everything. I let her cry. Didn't comfort her. Didn't judge her. Just let her feel the weight of what she'd done. Finally, she collected herself. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I'm asking for acknowledgement that I know what I did was wrong, that I'm getting help, that I'm trying to be better, and flying across the country to tell me this accomplishes what exactly? Closure for both of us. I needed you to see that I'm not the person who wrote those things in that notebook. Not anymore. I was jealous and vindictive, and I hurt someone who didn't deserve it. But I'm trying to change. Are you? Yes, I studied her, looking for signs of manipulation, of hidden agenda, but all I saw was a broken young woman who'd made a terrible choice and was living with the consequences. You want acknowledgement? I said finally. She nodded. Fine. I acknowledge that you made a mistake, a serious, damaging mistake that hurt multiple people. I acknowledge that you seem to regret it, and I acknowledge that you're trying to be better. I lean forward. But Jade, acknowledgement isn't forgiveness, and it's not absolution. What you did had real consequences. Your actions, your prank, as you called it, ended a marriage, upended my life, and damaged your relationship with your sister. Those consequences don't disappear because you're sorry. I know. Do you? Yes. She met my eyes. I lost everything, too, Marcus. My internship, my reputation, my sister. The MBA I worked so hard for is useless because no one will hire me with a termination for fraud on my record. I'm living with my parents, working part-time at a bookstore, trying to figure out what to do with my life. She laughed hollow and sad. I wanted to save Maya from a life I thought was beneath her. Instead, I destroyed my own future. Poetic justice, I thought, but I didn't say it. What do you want from me, Jade? Really? She thought about it. I want to know that someday, maybe years from now, you'll be able to think of me without hating me. That you'll remember I was young and stupid and made a terrible choice, but that I owned it and tried to be better. I don't hate you. You don't. Hate takes energy, and I don't want to give you that much power over my emotions anymore. She nodded slowly. That's fair. I don't hate you, I repeated. But I don't want you in my life either. Not now. Maybe not ever. You need to be okay with that. I am. Good. I stood up. Your 15 minutes are up. Marcus, I paused. Thank you for listening. For not just throwing me out, for being decent even after everything. I'm trying to be the kind of person I want to be. And that person doesn't throw people out without hearing them. Even people who have hurt him. Maya was wrong about you. You're not content in a bad way. You're solid, grounded, and apparently I'm not the only one who didn't see that until it was too late. Goodbye, Jade. Goodbye, Marcus. I left the coffee shop and walked into the Alaskan evening. The mountains were there, same as always, solid, grounded. Maybe we weren't so different after all. A year into my Alaska life, something shifted. Not externally. Externally, things were going well. My work was fulfilling. My friendships were genuine. My apartment was starting to feel like home. No, what shifted was internal. I realized I was happy. Not the ecstatic fireworks happiness of new love or major achievement, but a quiet, steady happiness, the kind that comes from being exactly where you're supposed to be. I noticed it on a random Tuesday evening. I was making dinner, actually making it, not just reheating takeout and listening to music. Nothing fancy, just pasta with vegetables and a decent wine. And I was humming. When's the last time I'd hummed? Years, probably. In Seattle, my evenings had been silent. Maya worked late or brought work home. We'd eat in front of our respective screens, then retreat to separate corners of the house. But here, in my small Anchorage apartment with mountains out the window and pasta on the stove, I was humming. That night, I called her Chen. I think I'm happy, I told him. He laughed. You sound surprised. I am. After everything, I didn't think I'd get here. What does here feel like? I thought about it. Peaceful, present, like I'm finally living my life instead of just existing in it. That's wonderful, Marcus. Really? You've done hard work to get here. Feels like the hard work is just beginning. What do you mean? I mean, I've healed from my marriage, from the betrayal, from the self-doubt. But now comes the scary part, which is building something new. Opening myself up to possibility again, risking pain. Growth always requires risk. I know, but after being burned so badly, you're afraid. Terrified. That's normal and healthy. It means you take connection seriously. I do. So, what are you going to do about it? I knew the answer even as I asked the question. Sarah and I were hiking one weekend, a trail she'd done dozens of times, but I'd never attempted. The kind of hike that left you breathless, not from exhaustion, but from beauty. I'm thinking about staying, I told her as we rested on a rocky overlook. She looked at me. You weren't sure? At first, no. I thought Alaska was temporary, a healing place. Eventually, I'd go back to Seattle, back to my real life. And now, I realize this is my real life. The one I actually want, not the one I thought I should want. She smiled. Alaska has a way of doing that. Showing you what matters. What about you? Did Alaska show you what matters? Every day. We sat in comfortable silence, watching an eagle circle overhead. Marcus, yeah, I'm glad you stayed. Me, too. That night, I did something I'd been considering for weeks. I wrote a letter not to Maya or Jade, to myself. Dear Marcus, it's been a year since you stepped off that plane into the Anchorage air. A man fleeing pain and searching for meaning. You found both. The pain, it hasn't disappeared. Some nights you still wake up with an ache where your marriage used to be. Some days you catch yourself about to text Maya something funny, then remember you can't. Some moments you wonder if you made the right choice, if you gave up too easily, if things could have been different. They couldn't have. You know that now. Your marriage ended not with the transfer request, not with the notebook, not with Maya's defense of her sister. It ended slowly over years as two people stopped seeing each other. The rest was just the revelation. The moment the lights came on and you saw clearly what had been happening in the dark and the meaning you found it in unexpected places, in work that matters, in friendships built on authenticity, in evenings spent hiking mountains instead of climbing corporate ladders, in the simple pleasure of being present in your own life. You're different now, not content. That word has been weaponized, used to diminish you. You're grounded, at peace, whole in a way you weren't before. And you're ready. Ready to open your heart again. Ready to risk connection. Ready to build something new without the blueprints of your old life. The mountains taught you that. They stand tall not because they're invulnerable, but because they've weathered everything that came at them. Storms, earthquakes, erosion, and remained rooted in who they are. You're rooted now, too. Be proud of that. With respect and hope, Marcus, I folded the letter and placed it in my important drawer next to Maya's. Then I poured myself a drink, stood by my window, and watched the sunset over my mountains. 2 weeks later, something happened that I hadn't anticipated. I got an email from Maya. Not a text, not a call, an email. The formality of it was striking. This was the woman I'd shared a bed with for 8 years. And now we communicated through carefully composed emails. Subject: Congratulations, dear Marcus. I hope this email finds you well. I've been hesitant to reach out respecting the boundaries you've established, but I saw something today that I thought you should know about. Your climate monitoring system made the news. There was a feature in the Seattle Times about innovative environmental technology, and your project was prominently featured. They interviewed your regional manager, Tom, who couldn't stop praising your work, called it groundbreaking and essential. I was proud of you, am proud of you. Not in a proprietary way. I've lost the right to claim any ownership of your successes, but in a genuine, from a distance way. You've built something meaningful there, something that matters, and you did it on your own terms, in your own time, in your own way. I realized something reading that article. You weren't content. You were waiting. Waiting for something worthy of your passion, and you found it. I'm sorry I never saw that in you. Sorry I interpreted your steadiness as stagnation. Your calm as complacency, your patience as lack of ambition. You were always remarkable, Marcus. I just had my eyes closed, wishing you continued success and happiness. I read it 3 times. Then I did something I hadn't done in over a year. I called her. She picked up on the second ring. Marcus? Her voice was thick with surprise. I got your email. I wasn't expecting you to call. Neither was I. A long pause. Not awkward exactly. Just waited with all the unsaid things between us. How are you? She finally asked. Good. Really good, actually. I can hear it in your voice. You sound different. I am different. Good. Different. Yes, I think so. Another pause. Marcus, I meant what I said in the email. I'm proud of you. What you've built there. It's not about what I've built, Maya. I mean, it's about who I've become. Who have you become? I thought about it. Someone who knows his worth. Who doesn't need external validation. Who measures success by fulfillment, not achievement. That's beautiful. It's taken a lot of work. I know. I've been doing my own work, too. Yeah. Lots of therapy, soul-arching, figuring out who I am when I'm not chasing the next promotion or drowning in work. And who are you? She laughed, a sad sound. Still figuring that out. But I know who I'm not. I'm not the woman who sacrifices her marriage for her career. Not anymore. That's growth. It's painful growth. The only kind that matters. We talked for another hour about everything and nothing. About her work, she'd stepped back, taken a less demanding role. About Jade, they were slowly rebuilding their relationship. About Alaska, she wanted to visit someday. About the future, both our futures, separate but somehow still intertwined in that way of people who once loved each other. When we finally hung up, I felt something release in my chest. Closure maybe, or maybe just peace. The next morning, Sarah and I met for coffee. You look different, she observed. I talked to Maya last night. Her eyebrows rose. And I think I'm finally past it. Like really past it. Not pretending I'm fine past it. Actually past it. What does that feel like? Like I've put down a weight I didn't realize I was carrying. She smiled. That's huge, Marcus. It is. So what now? What do you mean? I mean, you've done the hard work. You've healed. You've built a life here. You've even made peace with your ex. She leaned forward. What's next? I looked at her. Really looked at her. Her forest moss eyes, her genuine smile, her soul that seemed to understand things without needing them explained. Sarah. Yeah. Would you want to have dinner with me? Not as friends as something else. Her smile widened. I thought you'd never ask. Our first official date was on a Friday evening. I picked her up at her studio apartment, a cozy space filled with her photographs, all that Alaskan wilderness captured in stunning detail. You're nervous, she observed as I fumbled with my jacket. Is it that obvious? You've rearranged your collar 3 times, I laughed. I haven't done this in a long time. Done what? Dated or felt something real for someone? Both. She took my hand. Me neither. So, we'll figure it out together. We went to a restaurant. I discovered quiet, intimate, with a view of the mountains that never got old. Over dinner, we talked. Not about my past, not about her past, but about now. About what we wanted, what we feared, what we hoped for. I want to build something real, I told her. Something grounded in mutual respect where both people are seen and valued. That's not too much to ask for. In my experience, it is. Then your experience has been with the wrong people. I looked at her across the candlelight. Maybe she was right. The weeks that followed were wonderful. Sarah and I took things slow. Coffee dates turned into dinner dates, turned into weekend hikes, turned into lazy Sunday mornings. She was everything Maya wasn't. Present, attentive, grounded in the moment rather than always reaching for the next thing. But more than that, she saw me. Not the version of me that was lacking something, but the whole person. My calm was wisdom, not complacency. My contentment was peace, not resignation. My steadiness was strength, not weakness. You know what I love about you? She said one evening as we watched the northern lights dance across the sky. What? You're complete. Not in a way that doesn't need anyone else. In a way that chooses to share what you have rather than seeking someone to fill your gaps. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. It's all so true. I pulled her close. I think I'm falling for you, I said. Good, because I'm already there. 6 months later, I got a letter from Maya. Not an email this time, an actual letter like before. Dear Marcus, I heard through the corporate grapevine that you're seeing someone. I won't pretend it doesn't sting, knowing you've moved on, knowing you found someone who sees what I failed to see. But the sting is my own issue, born of regret, not jealousy. You deserve happiness, Marcus. You always did. I'm writing because I'm getting married again. To someone I met in therapy of all places. His name is David. He's a writer. Quiet, introspective, grounded, the opposite of who I thought I wanted, which means he's probably exactly what I need. We're not rushing things. After the way my marriage to you ended, I'm terrified of making the same mistakes. David understands that. He's patient, present, reminds me to slow down, to be here, to not let ambition consume everything else. Sound familiar? I learned that lesson too late to save us. But maybe not too late to build something healthy with someone else. I wanted you to know, not for permission or blessing, but because you're still someone whose opinion matters to me, even from a distance, even as a memory. I hope you're happy in Alaska. I hope your work continues to thrive. I hope your relationship brings you the joy and partnership you deserve. And I hope someday we can be friends. Real friends. The kind who can wish each other well without residual pain. I'm getting there. With warmth and gratitude, Maya. I read the letter to Sarah that evening. How does it make you feel? She asked. Peaceful. Genuinely happy for her. No jealousy. No regret. None. We weren't right for each other. We both know that now. And we've both found people who are right for us. That's mature. That's growth. She kissed me. I love who you are. I love who I'm becoming. 2 years after my arrival in Alaska, I stood at that same lookout point where I'd first found peace. So much had changed. The climate monitoring system was fully operational, receiving national attention for its innovation. Tom had promoted me to lead architect for the entire region. Sarah and I had moved in together, a house on the outskirts of Anchorage with enough land for her to set up a proper photography studio and enough space for us to build a life. We'd adopted a dog, a husky mix named Bear, who seemed as at home in the wilderness as we were. The divorce felt like a lifetime ago, not forgotten, never forgotten, but integrated into my story rather than defining it. Maya and I exchanged emails occasionally, friendly, warm, without the weight of our past. She'd married David, seemed happy, had found balance. Even Jade had found her way. She'd gone back to school, pivoted to social work. We weren't friends, probably never would be, but the anger had faded. She was trying to be better, and that was all anyone could do. Standing on that overlook, mountains stretching endlessly before me, I thought about the journey, the betrayal that felt like devastation. The decision that felt like escape, the rebuild that felt like salvation. And the revelation, the slow, painful, necessary revelation that sometimes the worst thing that happens to you becomes the best thing for you. Not because trauma is good, not because betrayal is justified, but because how you respond to pain defines who you become. I'd been given a choice. Stay bitter or grow better. I chose growth. Years later, 5 to be exact, I found myself in a coffee shop in downtown Anchorage, waiting. Sarah was meeting me there after a gallery showing of her work. She'd become known for her environmental photography, images that captured both the beauty and the fragility of Alaska's wilderness. I was proud of her, of us, of what we'd built. We'd married 2 years ago in a small ceremony by a glacier. Just us, a few close friends, and the witnesses that mattered most. The mountains, the water, the endless sky, no drama, no betrayal, no family politics, just love witnessed by wilderness. I was scrolling through my phone when someone walked up to my table. Marcus. I looked up and there was Jade. She looked different, older, more settled. The anxious, vindictive energy I remembered was gone, replaced by something calmer. Jade, I thought it was you, small world. What are you doing in Alaska? Work trip. I'm with a nonprofit now doing community outreach. She hesitated. Can I sit just for a minute? I gestured to the chair across from me. How long has it been? She asked. 5 years since you came to apologize, and before that. 6 years since the transfer. 6 years. She shook her head. Feels like a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago. We're all different people now. Are we though? Or are we just better versions of who we were? I considered that. Maybe both. I've thought about you over the years. Wondered if you were happy, if you'd found what you were looking for. I have. Good. She smiled, a genuine smile. Nothing like the smirk I remembered. I'm glad. How's Maya? She's good. Really good. David's wonderful for her. They just bought a house in Portland. She's doing consulting now. Flexible hours, better work-life balance. She seems peaceful. That's good to hear. And you and she, we email sometimes. Nothing heavy, just checking in. That's healthy. It is. Sarah walked in, then spotted me, and came over with a bright smile. Hey, you. Gallery went great. They sold 3 pieces. That's amazing. I stood to kiss her. Jade watched us, and I saw something flicker across her face. Not jealousy, understanding maybe, or recognition. Sarah, this is Jade, Maya's sister. Sarah's expression flickered, too. She knew the story, but she recovered quickly. Nice to meet you, she said, extending her hand. Jade took it. You too. Marcus talks about you in his emails to Maya. He's clearly very happy. We are. We made small talk for a few more minutes. Then Jade stood. I should go. My team is waiting. Take care of yourself, Jade. You too, Marcus. She paused. Thank you. For what? For being gracious after everything. For not hating me. I never hated you. I told you that. But you could have and you didn't. That says a lot about who you are. She left. Sarah took her seat, looking at me with curiosity. That was strange, unexpected, surreal. All of the above. She took my hand. Are you okay? I am actually really okay. What did she say? Nothing earth-shattering. Just closure, I guess. Final closure. Do you need that? I thought I already had it, but maybe there are layers to closure. This felt like the last one. How so? I thought about it. I could look at her without anger, without hurt, without any of the old wounds aching. She's just a person who made mistakes and is trying to be better. That's very zen of you. 5 years of therapy will do that, she laughed. Fair point. We ordered dinner and talked about her gallery showing, about the pieces that sold, about the plans for her next series. Normal things, good things. And as we talked, I felt the final weight lift. Not just closure on Jade, not just closure on the transfer or the divorce or the betrayal. Closure on the version of me who needed to prove anything. I was here in Alaska with Sarah, building a life that was meaningful and grounded and real. The rest was just story. That night, after Sarah fell asleep, I went to my writing desk. I pulled out the letter I'd written myself years ago. Read it over. Then I wrote a new one. Dear Marcus, it's been 6 years since you left Seattle on that plane. 6 years since you chose yourself. 6 years since the worst thing became the best thing. Look at you now, married to someone who sees you, working on projects that matter. Living in a place that feels like home. Surrounded by mountains that remind you daily of who you are. Solid, grounded, weathered, but strong. You did it. Not the revenge you might have wanted in those early days. Not the dramatic takedown, the public humiliation, the vindication that proves your worth to everyone who doubted you. Something better. You lived well. You built peace. You chose growth over bitterness. And in doing so, you became someone you're proud to be. The betrayal that brought you here, it wasn't fair, wasn't just, wasn't deserved. But your response to it, that was all you. You took pain and made it purpose. You took betrayal and made it beginning. You took the worst hand you'd been dealt and played it into a winning game. Not a win against anyone, a win for yourself. And that, Marcus, is the quiet revenge, the elegant justice, the truth that serves as its own vindication. You're living proof that happiness is the best revenge. Not because it punishes your betrayers. It doesn't, but because it proves that they didn't break you. You stand here today whole and healed and hopeful. Not despite what happened, but because of how you chose to respond. That's power. That's justice. That's grace. Be proud, Marcus. You've earned it. With love and respect, your past swam, your present self, and your future self, all one and the same. I folded the letter, set it aside, and went to bed next to my wife. In our house, in our Alaska, in our life, the mountains stood watch outside our window. The snow fell softly, covering everything in silence. And somewhere far away, the life I'd left behind continued without me. Not destroyed, not avenged, just distant. And that was enough. More than enough. It was everything. 10 years, a full decade since I'd boarded that plane in Seattle. I was standing on the same lookout point where so much of my healing had happened. But this time, I wasn't alone. Sarah was beside me, her camera around her neck as always. And in my arms, bundled against the morning chill, was our daughter. We'd named her Aurora for the Northern Lights. We'd watched on our first date for the constant wonder of our Alaska life. She was too, all curious eyes and grabbing hands and questions about everything. Mountains, she said, pointing. That's right, sweetheart. Mountains. Big. Very big. Mama, take picture. Sarah laughed. Mama always takes pictures. We stood there, the three of us, watching the sunrise paint the sky gold, rose, purple, infinite. I thought about all the sunrises I'd watched in this place. The first one full of grief and confusion. The ones that followed, marking my slow climb toward peace. And now this one marking something else entirely. Completion. Not the end of my story. Life was too vast for endings, but the completion of a chapter. The one that started with betrayal and ended with grace. Daddy happy? Aurora asked, tugging on my jacket. I looked down at her. This perfect little human who existed because I'd had the courage to leave a life that wasn't serving me. Daddy's very happy, sweetheart. Good, she turned back to the mountains, satisfied. Sarah slipped her hand into mine. Worth it? She asked. She was asking about more than this morning. About the journey, the pain, the growth, the years of work it took to get here. Every single moment, I said. Even the hard ones, especially those. She squeezed my hand. Aurora pointed at something in the distance. Bird. Big bird. An eagle soaring on the thermals, completely at home in the sky. Can I fly, Daddy? You can do anything, sweetheart. And I meant it because I was living proof. That afternoon, while Aurora napped and Sarah edited photos, I sat down at my desk for the last time. I opened my laptop and started writing. Not another letter to myself. This time I was writing to anyone who'd listened, to anyone who'd been betrayed, to anyone who felt trapped in a life that didn't fit. To anyone who wondered if it was too late to start over. I wrote about the transfer, about the notebook, about the choice I made to leave instead of stay and fight a battle I couldn't win. I wrote about the divorce, the anger, the grief, the long process of healing. I wrote about Alaska, the mountains that taught me strength, the wilderness that taught me patience, the people who taught me that connection matters more than achievement. I wrote about Sarah, about love that sees clearly, about partnership that elevates rather than diminishes. I wrote about Aurora, about second chances and new beginnings. And I wrote about the quiet revenge of living well. Not because revenge is virtuous. It isn't. But because there's justice in proving that you're unbreakable. There's power in building beauty from ashes. There's grace in wishing your betrayers well while walking away towards something better. The story took weeks to write, months to refine. When it was done, I sent it to a few close friends, then to a writing group Sarah had introduced me to, then finally to a publisher. They called it powerful, resonant, important. I called it truth. The book was published the following year. It was modest success. Nothing that would make me rich or famous. But it found its audience. People who'd been betrayed, people starting over, people looking for proof that it was possible to emerge from darkness into light. The emails I received were overwhelming. Your story gave me the courage to leave my toxic marriage. I've been holding on to anger for years. You showed me there's another way. Thank you for proving that healing is possible. Each one meant more than any professional accolade ever had. Maya reached out after reading it. I hope this doesn't overstep, but I read your book. I cried through most of it, not from hurt, but from recognition. You told our story with such grace, such fairness. You didn't vilify me or Jade. You just told the truth. And the truth, as painful as it is freeing. Thank you for that. Thank you for being better than I deserved. Even Jade sent a message. I'm in a 12-step program for codependency. Your book has required a reading for step 9, making amends. It's helped me understand the impact of my actions in ways my therapist couldn't. I'm grateful you wrote it and I'm grateful you chose healing over hate. But the message that meant the most came from a stranger, a woman named Lisa somewhere in Ohio. Dear Marcus, I was where you were 5 years ago, betrayed by people I trusted, devastated, stuck in a life that felt like prison. I'd given up hope of ever being happy again. Then I read your story and something shifted. I realized that my betrayers had taken enough from me. They didn't get to take my future, too. I'm writing to tell you that I left, moved across the country, started over. It's been hard and scary and lonely sometimes, but it's also been real and true and mine. I wanted to thank you, not for showing me that happiness is easy. It's not, but for showing me that it's possible. That's all I needed to know. Thank you for your courage. It gave me mine. I read Lisa's email to Sarah that night. She cried. You did that, she said. You helped her. By being brave enough to tell your story, you helped someone find their own courage. I just told the truth. Truth is powerful. I'm learning that. These days, life is beautifully ordinary. I work for Meridian still remotely now since CO changed everything. The climate monitoring system has expanded to 4 states and I oversee it all from my home office with mountain views. Sarah's photography has gained international recognition. She's been featured in National Geographic, documenting Alaska's changing ecosystems with her artist eye and scientist heart. Aurora is 5 now, full of wonder and questions and that particular joy that children have before the world teaches them to be cynical. We have another child on the way, a boy we've learned. We're naming him Kai after the sea that borders our wild home. My relationship with Maya has settled into something I never expected. Genuine friendship. We talk monthly, share holidays distantly, wish each other well sincerely. David is good for her, she's good for him. They're happy in ways we never were. Jade has become a social worker specializing in family mediation. Ironic perhaps, or maybe exactly right. Who better to help families navigate betrayal than someone who's caused it and learned from it? We're not friends, but we're not enemies either. We're just people who were part of a story that shaped us all. Last week, Aurora asked me about the mountains. Why do you love them so much, Daddy? I thought about my answer. Because they're strong, I said finally. They've been through everything. Storms, earthquakes, fires, and they're still here, still standing, still beautiful like you. Children see so clearly sometimes. Yeah, sweetheart. Like me. I want to be like the mountains, too. You already are. She smiled, my smile, Sarah tells me, and went back to her coloring. I watched her for a long moment. This child who exists because I chose to heal instead of hate. This life that exists because I chose to grow instead of stagnate. This future that exists because I chose myself instead of settling. 10 years ago, I boarded a plane believing I was running away. Turns out I was running toward peace, toward purpose, toward home. The betrayal that brought me here, it wasn't fair, but it was a beginning. And this life, this good and grounded and grateful life, this is the ending I wrote for myself. Not with revenge, not with anger, not with proving anything to anyone, just with truth, just with growth, just with grace. The mountains outside my window catch the evening light, turning golden rug, ancient and eternal. I pour myself a drink, raise it to the wilderness that saved me, and smile because they wanted me gone. And I went, and I found everything I'd been missing. That's not tragedy. That's not revenge. That's just life.